Welcome to Manhwa Recaps. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. This manhwa is now officially complete, so there will be no more parts. This manhwa was a blast and I'm glad it got an ending. Thank you to TokyoTreat and Sakura Co for sponsoring this video. TokyoTreat is a monthly pop Japanese snack subscription box with some of the most exclusive and seasonal flavored snacks. The current theme is the Fireworks Flavorfest. Sakura Co is also a monthly subscription box, but with authentic snacks and Japanese tableware. This month's theme is the festivals of Okinawa. Here is the box I received. Was really excited to open it. Both of these snack boxes aim to allow you to experience Japan from the comfort of your home. They give you a booklet filled with information about the snacks, including allergens. From the pop collection, my favorite snacks were the salt lemon Kit Kats. They tasted like bite-sized lemon pies. The Osanpo cotton candy, who doesn't like cotton candy, and my absolute favorite was the Pucci soy sauce senbei. I ate the entire bag just minutes after opening it. From the authentic collection, the Beni Imo Donut Boo, which is a sweet potato donut, also, the pineapple mochi manju. They had a chewy bite, while tasting refreshing. Another would be the pickled daikon okaki, which were little rice crackers that had a crazy unique flavor. Finally, it also came with a bigata uchiwa, a very pretty fan, that is popular during Okinawan festivals. I'd highly recommend these boxes to anyone who likes Japanese snacks, or even if you've never tried them. It's the perfect experience.
Nice.
Check the pinned comment for $5 off for your first box. The manhwa starts with a man saying he hated the world, and we see him being beaten by 3 men in an alley. He says he hates the world, as there was no reason to like it as he was treated like an animal. This led to the man not trusting anyone. We see the man fighting off a group, and explaining how he is alone, and at the start of 2020, the world changed. Dungeons popped up around the world, and monsters flooded from the gates. This led to cities being destroyed, and many deaths. Mystical beings called Nimbus also appeared, and gave those designated as players authority. People believed that players could save the world, but the players instead took advantage of the chaos from the gates and used it for selfish gain. Everyone thought this would be the end of the world, but for the man, it didn't affect him, because he didn't trust anyone. That is until he met Se-Jun Lee, one of the first players. He was the strongest player, and he protected the weak. Se-Jun declared he would kill the boss, and put an end to the game, thus saving the world. He formed a guild called Messiah, and the other heroes worldwide slowly flocked to Se-Jun, and it was the first time he had comrades he could trust, and follow along with. And if it was them, he thought they could change the world. We see them approaching the final door, and the man says it's time for the final battle, and Se-Jun tells him it is the final battle for him, and we learn the man's name is Woojin Kim. When he turns around, he gets stabbed by Se-Jun, and he tells him he did well. And that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to make it this far. Woojin has fallen under a curse, and his stats were heavily reduced. He asks Se-Jun if this was his plan from the start, and why. A woman walks out from the shadows, and says that once the final dungeon disappears, everything else will too, and nobody will obey them anymore, so they can't rule the world. The woman's name is Shinhei Park. Woojin looks up at the two and screams as the poison begins to spread throughout his body. Shinhei compliments his resistances, and tells him that just the poison alone was enough for everyone else. He asks what she means, and he is shocked when he realizes what she means. He tells her that they trusted in them, and they really wanted to change the world, yet they still got rid of them. She tells Woojin thanks to him dealing with all of the bosses, they should easily be able to control the world now. Woojin yells out for Se-Jun to say something, but he walks away from him. Woojin realizes there wasn't anyone to trust from the start, and this is how he died. A status window appears saying, starting the game. Woojin suddenly hears voices of multiple people talking, and then opens his eyes and is confused about what is going on. Just a minute ago, he was stabbed by Balmung, and died, and now he is wearing his military uniform, and wondering if he's dreaming. The truck he is riding in suddenly comes to a halt, and we see there are orcs in the street, and the driver yells, telling the soldiers to get their weapons out. The soldiers quickly dismount, and the orcs notice them, and begin charging at them. One of the men yells out, telling everyone to only shoot when they are sure it'll hit, but is interrupted by the sounds of gunshots. And they all look over to see Woojin, mowing down the orcs. He quickly kills 2 more orcs, then evades one of their attacks, and kills it too. He lands on his feet, and the last orc begins to run in fear, but he gives it a free haircut. The other soldiers are surprised by how quickly he eliminated the orcs, wondering how that's even possible. Woojin confirms that the sensations he's having are too real to be a dream. The man from earlier approached him and yells at him, but Woojin ignores him, because he knows it's not a dream, and that he's truly returned to the past. He sits down while the other soldiers gossip about him, and he thinks about Shinhai and Sejin, but he suddenly hears a sound in his ear, and a status window appears, saying he has awoken as a player. He sees a pop-up that shows his class options, but is surprised that there are 3 options. One of them is called Agent of the Dark World, and it allows one to control curses, poison, and dead mobs. And unlike the other classes, the authority is heavily biased, and resulted in one player monopolizing all of it. The player was John Georg, or King of the Undead, and he was the opposite of Sejin, the hero. And in order to defeat him, Woojin meticulously analyzed the man's class, so now he will become a monster and hunt down Sejin. It cuts to an explanation of guilds, and how there was a guild called Phoenix, that paved the way for the Messiah Guild, and then were introduced to their headquarters. We see them offering Woojin a contract, and he asks how he'll prove his qualifications as a player, because nobody but the player can see their window. The man hits him with the Nurge special, and pulls out skill pages for Woojin's class, saying if he's telling the truth, he should be able to rip one of the pages. Woojin looks at the pages, and a skill called Poison Blood catches his eye. He recognizes it, and some of its uses, so he chooses it. He rips the page, and acquires the skill, and it cuts to him recalling a moment in his past life with his comrades, and they make a joke calling him a dog, and then he tells them to prepare for battle, and the flashback ends. Woojin says since he's returned to the past, they are probably alive too, and he should be able to meet them soon. The location changes to a sports park, and we see a group of people in a parking garage, talking about how it's their first time hunting, and they are waiting on their last member. They hear the car, and turn to see an old beetle, and they comment on how he's late. A girl from the group calls his car ass, and another one comments on how he looks poor too, and that they shouldn't pay him any attention. One of the men in the group tells the rest that they can just pretend they are a man down. It cuts to them finishing their briefing, and we see they are raiding a goblin's lair, and the man who briefed everyone gets them to double check their inventories, and we see Woojin saying that since he doesn't know anyone here, he won't need to worry. They head to the dungeon, and one of the group members is surprised by the size of the gate, and they all head in. On the other side, they are no longer in the downtown of a city, but in a forest. One of them says it's like they've entered a game, and Baldy tells everyone to stay alert because it isn't a game. Woojin inspects some of the surroundings, and notices there will be a lot of goblins, and Baldy approaches him, and tells him to scout the area while they set up camp. He agrees and walks off. One of the members laugh calling him an idiot for agreeing after he's left, because it's dangerous, and Baldy tells everyone now all of the items will belong to them. Woojin recognizes he's being used as bait, and says he predicted as much. It cuts to the Messiah Guild, and we see Shinye introducing a new member to everyone, and a shadowy figure enters the room. One of the members, Ji-Hu Yang, who looks like an orc, is annoyed, and the figure introduces himself, saying his name is Suzuki Eiichi. The man tells everyone that since everyone else looks familiar, there won't be any need to introduce himself, and Sei-jun tells the man he has guts, and introduces himself. Suzuki asks what he will be doing from now on. And the orc-like man gets angry, asking where his manners are. We're introduced to more of the Messiah Guild, and Suzuki asks Piggy why he's angry, and if he was rude, or if it's because he's holding a grudge. Sejin tells them to stop, and the orc quickly sits down, saying he'll get his revenge. Shinye says that's enough for greetings, and asks how long they'll have to wait. Suzuki tells her it's just that finding the location of the material is difficult, so 3 days. Sejin says that's not bad, and it cuts back to the dungeon Woojin is in. He's inspecting a tree and smirks while saying it seems all of the rumors about the dungeon are true, and that it's almost funny since almost everything he was taught was by Suzuki. He recalls one of his teachings, and we see their conversation about how regardless of your strength, you will have a weakness. And Woojin realizes he was talking about the guild. Not only was Suzuki a ruthless killer for the guild, but he was also their loyal dog, and now the teaching he taught Woojin will be used against him. A rock quickly flies at Woojin, but he dodges it, and we see 3 goblins square up with him. He pulls a dagger out of his inventory, and he cuts his hand, saying that the goblins will be a good target to test his poison blood on. One of them charges him, and begins to swing its club, but Woojin dodges and stabs it in the arm, then pulls his dagger out. The goblin is now afflicted with the skill, and swings at him again, but he dodges, and Woojin comments on how the skill must not be effective if the goblin isn't affected. One of them leaps at him, and he dodges as it slams its club into the ground, and he yeets his dagger into its skull, instantly killing it. He comments on how they won't be difficult to deal with, but if he drags it on any longer, they'll just keep showing up. He pulls out the whip, not a car, and we see that the whip has a fear effect for goblins built into it. They are terrified, and he says he's glad he prepared it beforehand. It cuts back to the group inside the dungeon with Woojin, and they hear movement behind them, and turn around to see a horde of goblins charging at them. The girl screams and puts her hands up in fear. She feels blood splash onto her face, and opens her eyes to see Baldy has protected her. Everyone calls out to Baldy, and he tells them it'll be light work. Piggy tries to pull his sword out of the corpse, but it gets stuck, and one of the goblins bonks him in the think tank, causing him to fall to the floor. Piggy gets up and starts crawling to everyone, asking for help, and tells them to stop just watching. Two of the members charge in to help him, and it cuts to one of the goblins being sliced down its chest. Woojin smiles, and we see a goblin try to run from him, but he latches his whip around its throat and breaks its neck. He levels up, and we see a status window saying he's being noticed appears. He says the standard must be low if this is all it took to be noticed, and he says that only fools will waste their time swinging a heavy weapon around because even a whip is enough for a goblin. We see the group sitting down, and one of the members asks what they think happened to the newcomer, and Piggy says he's probably dead, and they begin arguing because Piggy was the one who made him go alone. The girl is terrified, and suddenly, they all hear the sound of a goblin, and they instantly panic and group up. It cuts back to Woojin, and he's leveled up again, and unlocked the ability to summon a skeleton soldier. He's surprised he's got the skill already, and explains how Georg abused it to create an army, but it had a flaw that allowed Woojin to capture him. And that is, you can only summon mobs you had killed, which was part of the flaw. Woojin quickly learns the skill, and approaches a goblin corpse, and we see the corpse's flesh begins to melt, and the skeleton rises from it. Woojin looks at the skeleton, and says he likes its eyes. We see the skeleton standing over a goblin corpse, and Woojin wonders why it's so much weaker than his expectations. And says it's too weak to use as his main attack. We see the remains of some players on the wall, and he comments on how monsters exist to harm humans, so he needs to remain merciless to them. Nighttime comes, and we see the group he came with sitting around a fire, and they are panicked, worrying about what they should do now. Piggy starts yelling that he can't die like this, and everyone looks at him, shocked. He tries to encourage them by saying sure, they struggled, but they can do this. And they point out to him they aren't staring at him, and point behind him. And they see the level up notification, and Piggy is lost. Get this man a map. He says, how they are leveling up when they aren't fighting. And they realize the only way they can level up while idle, is when a party member is in combat, and that Woojin must be alive. We see Woojin at a goblin cave, and he has it barricaded off with logs, and he explains the most effective way to kill is by doing this, and he throws a torch onto the logs. We see the logs are consumed in fire, and the goblins inside begin to be consumed by the smoke, and begin to pass out. Some of them try to run to the entrance to escape, but the flaming barricade blocks them. Woojin watches as they scramble, trying to escape the smoke, and they end up BB-ching themselves, while screaming. Woojin smiles as he watches, and the screams slowly fade as the fire rages. We see the aftermath, and he talks about wanting to see someone's face but doesn't specify who, and wonders if he has a different hiding spot. The ground rumbles, and we see a giant goblin emerge, and Woojin says it's a relief that he's appeared, because it's who he has been waiting for. And he's grateful the goblin champion has shown itself. He explains how before the Messiah Guild could intervene, the champion killed a lot of rookies, and that meeting the champion in a dungeon like this would be instant death, but he doesn't plan to allow any more victims. Woojin watches as the skeleton gets into a fighting stance, and the skeleton's expression changes. Woojin leans against a tree and watches as the skeleton dashes toward the champion, and the skeleton quickly dashes between its legs, slicing its heel. Woojin recognizes the technique, and at one point in the past, when they were up against some giant monster, Woojin explained to everyone that they needed to attack its legs, and he demonstrated it to them by performing 2 slashes. He says he's certain it's the same movement. And we watch as the champion falls to his knees, and the skeleton quickly dashes behind it. Woojin immediately recognizes the fighting style as his own. He knew that the skeleton's strength would be affected by his magic skill, but didn't know it would also copy his fighting style. He starts to mansplain to Skelly Bones, and decides he'll have to change his plan after learning this. He gets interrupted by a status window, that's alerting him that he's obtained a legendary skill page. He's clearly excited by the skill he obtains, then it cuts to outside the dungeon, and people are shouting that the dungeon has been cleared. Everyone runs to the gate, and we see the Inting Bot Lane walk out from it. One of the managers is shooketh that it only took a day, and is glad they returned, but notices it's only 4 people and asks where Woojin is. They Donawall him, of course, and he's prepared for the worst, but then someone yells that another person is coming out, and everyone is surprised to see Woojin. He ignores them, and the gate closes behind him. The manager runs him down, and Baldy wonders how he cleared the dungeon by himself, and then wonders who he is. We see on the news that Sejin has cleared another floor in the dungeon, and the stock group of the Messiah Guild sponsor has skyrocketed. And Baldy is swiping left on Tinder while malding about how players are going to seem like greedy trash, and another man at the bar tells him not to worry, and asks what the deal with the dungeon was this time. Baldy tells the man not to even ask, because he almost died because of a newbie, then blames the bandages on his head as Woojin's fault. And the man asks Baldy if the rumor is accurate, and Baldy explains that Woojin wanted to get an item, so he rushed into a group of enemies, and that he jumped in to save Woojin, which is why he's bandaged up. The man says that Woojin should be punished, and they talk about it for another minute. Then it cuts to Woojin playing detective, saying he can't get close to Sejin this time, and he has to be strong enough before Sejin is interested in him. He has his detective wall pretty well mapped out, and picks up one of the notes that mentioned an orc hunter. Woojin then heads into an office building, asking to participate in the orc dungeon, and one of the men asks him if he's trying to redeem himself because of the rumor. Woojin says he doesn't know what he's talking about, and that he needs money. The other man at the table tells Woojin that he should worry about his life first, and not his money, and even offers him a loan. Woojin says he'd prefer to go to the dungeon. It cuts to after the meeting, and we see the 2 men from the meeting discussing how the rumors are true about Woojin, and one of them asks what's the status of the dungeon he's trying to enter. The other man tells him that a man named Yongyu Joan had his party wiped, and how the man was a rising star, and even he failed. They decide to support Woojin, and see how it goes. Woojin then says that in order to kill a hero, the first step is to grab hands with the villains. It cuts to Woojin at the area of the dungeon, and we see a manager run up to him, asking if he's really alone. Then calls him a loner, but guides him to the dungeon even though he thinks he's crazy. We see the gate, and now inside of it, Woojin looks at his stats, and realizes that it may be too much for him to handle, but if he can kill one orc and make it a skeleton, he'll be fine. An orc quickly approaches from behind and attacks him, but Woojin slides under its legs, then breakdances and cuts its legs, but barely scratched it because its skin is thick. And he realizes that based on the orc's power, he's dead if he gets bonked, but if he can make him a skeleton, then clearing the dungeon is possible. They lock eyes, and then the orc swings at him again, but he dodges while being scraped by debris. He quickly gets behind it, and then dashes towards its heels again, striking the wound from before, and then slashes its legs over and over. He dashes in front of the orc, but it cannot do anything, and then we see blood pour out of its legs, and he falls to his knees. Woojin tells it that without its legs, it's just a dirty creature, then gives him a haircut. Then the status window appears, saying the skeleton soldier has been summoned. It cuts to 2 men talking, we aren't introduced to them, and one of them says what he's looking at is interesting, and the other man asks him what he's looking at, and asks if he's being a weirdo again. The man tells him he can see it for himself, and passes him a clipboard. He looks down, and we see Woojin's information, and is confused by how a newbie cleared a dungeon solo. The other man tells him that it seems like Woojin entered his second dungeon alone. The other man says there's no way, because even he struggled a lot at first, and then says it's just fake news, and while he's calling him gullible, a woman walks in and then asks if there's something wrong with her report. He panics and says it makes sense now if Secretary Lee was the one who made it, and that he thought it was too perfect, then asks how she got such high quality info. She slams the drinks onto the table, saying it's because it's her work, and the other man says that it's 100% trustworthy if it's from Lee, but then looks down to see instant coffee packets, and then turns into mega mind while barking at her for buying instant coffee. He then asks for her excuse, and she says she bought it a while ago, and her report was made with reusable paper. The man instantly changes his mood, saying it's the best, and transforms into Buddha while singing her praises. The other man stares at his bald-ass head, and says that's why he's bald. The man then asks Lee how the purchases of dungeons is going, and she says there are a few good ones. The man with hair then asks the baldo about their other dungeons. The bald man then hints at how the other man will be entering it, and then he begins saying he deserves to rest. The bald man then tells him if someone rests for too long, they become lazy. It cuts back to the orcs, and we see they are fighting Wujin's skeleton, and he comments on how the durability is weak, but he learned something from Georg in his previous life, and he turns another corpse into a soldier. The orcs watch as it begins to form from their fallen comrade, and Wujin says as long as he has mana, the number of soldiers he is will always be the same as the number of sacrifices on the battlefield. The orcs begin to feel fear, and then get off-screened. We see he levels up, and his poison blood skill levels. He's surprised by how fast he leveled, and says that it will be ineffective to level here, and he should look for the orc hunter already. He thinks about it and begins to try and work out where the hunter is. He starts by drawing in the dirt, and while he's eliminating spots the hunter can be in, we see Mr. Skelly Bones peeping at what he's drawing. Skelly Bones is totally lost, and Wujin keeps trying to pinpoint where the hunter is at. And if it's where he thinks it is, the only soldier he can use would be Mr. Skelly Bones, and he decides that he needs a different plan. It cuts to an orc's pearly whites, and we see it dragging another orc, turning him into a meat crayon. Wujin watches, hiding from the hunter, and explains that a dungeon boss is much stronger than a normal monster, and it would be dumb to fight without a plan, but if he can pierce it with his poison blood arrow, it might work. He nods to Skelly, and we see Skelly walk out into the open, to which the hunter quickly notices, and the two begin to charge at each other. They clash, trading blows, and then the hunter begins to bite Skelly, and based on the eyes of the hunter, Wujin confirms its identity, and says that he has to avoid the thick skin. He shoots an arrow toward the hunter's eye, piercing it. The hunter stands his ground and then pulls the arrow out of his eye. We see the poison has affected the hunter, and Wujin explains that the weaker the area, the faster the poison will spread. The hunter begins to make a weird sound, and another status window appears, saying that the hunter's health will decrease. It falls to its knees, and Wujin mentions that it won't be fatal, but it's useful for stuff like this, and now it's over. Skelly kills it, and Wujin approaches a pile of remains from what the hunter killed. Wujin kicks them, and notices one of the injuries wasn't dealt by the hunter, but rather it was the action of someone who was used to murder. This means he's on the right track, but there's not enough time left in the dungeon to get closer to the murderer, but it would be nice if he could find something to get closer to Yongwan Park. He sees a shiny object from a cave, and decides to go to it. He crouches into the cave, and sees a skeleton in armor, with an oddly clean weapon. This means that while his allies were being slaughtered, he just sat in here counting his days, and we learn the corpse belonged to the rising star of the Phoenix Guild. He notices a book beside the bones, and opens it. He says it has no important information, but then he finds out that it's actually a blacklist for the Yongwen faction, and he can make good use of this. Wujin gets a gift for soloing the hunter, and obtains a legendary skill called the Eye of Anubis, and can look into the memories of the dead, and he makes a joke about how his luck is good in this life. He puts his hands on the skeleton's head and activates his skill while making a bad one-liner. His eyes begin to cloud, and a shadowy aura emerges from them. A beam flows into the skeleton's eyes, and we get a flashback of his memories. We see him stressing over his allies dying, and how he was killing humans with the backing of the Phoenix Guild. He deactivates his skill, and is confused by the memories, saying that it wasn't a pleasant experience, and it consumes a lot of mana. But now, his preparation is over, but with all of this new information, he's in a good position. It cuts to a man being beaten because of someone else clearing a dungeon, and then the man gets dragged out while begging for a second chance. Park Yongwan is reading a paper about Wujin, and asks about his reputation. His secretary explains about Wujin's past raids, and even mentions the rumor of him being greedy, and while they are discussing Wujin, Yongwan is alerted that someone is at the office to see him, and that someone is Wujin. It cuts to two dungeon managers discussing how the slots are assigned how many people can fit into a dungeon, and that there are a lot of empty spots this time around, and it's going to be difficult to find people to fill them. They suddenly get notified that Yang Wen called them, and that he's asking for Wujin to be put into the dungeon, but since Wujin is a loner, the other guilds won't care if he's there. They discuss how they will handle putting Wujin into the dungeon group, and they misinterpret the situation as Yang Wan being some genius with Wujin as his trump card. It cuts back to Yang Wan, and his secretary is asking why he accepted Wujin's proposal, and he says it was fun seeing him bring the blacklist book like that, and that Wujin is someone he can manipulate and throw away when he's done. We get a flashback of Yang Wan holding the book, asking if Wujin is trying to blackmail him, and he tells him no, but instead, he has a proposal for him, and that he would like to enter the A+ dungeon. Yang Wan laughs at him, and asks if he's aware of what kind of place that dungeon is, and Wujin tells him yes, and he's aware the Phoenix and Messiah guilds are fighting over slots for the dungeon. Yang Wan calls him insane for wanting to enter while knowing that, and agrees to his proposal on one condition, but doesn't say what. It cuts to a university, and we see Wujin attending a seminar on the dungeon report, and we learn it has over 1,000 orcs, and an orc champion. Wujin comments on how in the past, the survivors of this attack were only 70 people out of the 150 entering, and considering all of the people participating are elites, there's no way that many would from just monsters. So there is a high likelihood that the players were murdered, probably so their items could be stolen. The reward for killing the champion is the Orc Fang, which was given to Sejin in his past life. Wujin says even if Sejin is the one behind the killings, the Messiah guild probably didn't do it themselves, but used a spy in another guild instead, and he plans to use his past life to predict their next move. It cuts to the gate, and we see a large group entering. The big guilds are all there, and even a few smaller ones. Wujin says his first goal is to take the Orc champion's loot. One of the Messiah members yells for their guild to take the front line, and others look on in awe, and another one says that just because they move first, it won't matter. Someone yells that there's an orc, and we see it standing in front of the Messiah guild. A man with a giant shield says the Messiah guild will get rid of it. He slams his shield into the ground, taunting the orc to attack him. It hits the shield, and pushes the tank backward. The orc is surprised, and the tank asks if that's all, and a mage begins to speak eldritch creature, and giant vines appear and restrain the orc. The orc screams while trying to break the vines. The players then feel the ground rumbling, and wonder what is going on. They begin to get nervous as they realize the rumbling they hear is a stampede of orcs. The orcs and players engage in combat, and some of the players get bodied, but some casters send rocks flying toward the orcs, and the Messiah guild rushes in to create a front line. Wujin watches from atop a tree, and realizes that nobody will notice if he disappears, and now it's time for him to move. The orcs won't push back the players, so he plans to find the orc champion while they are busy, and the clear condition is both the champion, and the 1,000 orcs, so the big guilds will try to reduce the numbers first. But during this time, Wujin can get the Orc Fang before the rest of them. It cuts to a random area in the dungeon, and we see a group of orcs, and one on a throne, with the fang around its neck. They execute one of the kneeling orcs, and his head rolls. The other orcs watching are afraid, and the champion raises his axe into the air and shouts. The other orcs listen to his screech and begin walking toward the players. Wujin is glad he found the champion, mainly because he just sent his underlings away. Now, while fighting in the front line, he can fight the champion. It cuts to the Messiah guild over a large number of orc bodies, and tells them they should keep pushing ahead. The man from the guild realizes the number they've fought is too little, so the actual main force is somewhere else. A man quickly appears, telling him a large number of orcs are charging straight for them. And it's around 900 orcs, it looks like their entire main force. He yells, telling everyone that's enough for the day, and that they will need more equipment to go against the whole army of orcs. This causes some of the other guilds to get butthurt, and they start yelling they aren't the Messiah guild's dogs. The Messiah guild tries telling them while competition is important, if they split up, they will all die. One of the men tells him that if he isn't confident, he shouldn't have entered in the first place, and his guild walks off. The Messiah guild ignore them and decide to rest and prepare for the next fight. It cuts back to the actual content, and we see Wujin with two skelly bones standing before the champion. The champion begins walking toward them, and we see Wujin has the blood poison arrow ready. One of the skeletons rush in, but the champion's fang activates, and he instantly destroys one of the skeletons. Woojin is surprised, and then the champion brings down his weapon onto the other one, but it evades and dashes toward its leg. The champion begins to kick at the skeleton, and Woojin realizes that he won't have much time, and that there's only one chance. And right now, while there's only one soldier left, we see the last skelly dodge yet another attack, and then Woojin's arrow flies through the air at the champion, but he dodges it. Woojin realizes he's stronger than what he's heard about. Skelly takes this chance and attacks, but the sword it's using breaks, and the champion doesn't miss a beat, and shatters Skelly. Woojin realizes this is troublesome, and he needs to change plans. Woojin says it will be impossible to fight the champion while it has the fang, and it would be better to retreat because his mana is low too. He begins to run, but it doesn't follow him, and he's confused as to why. The champion turns his head, and Woojin quickly flees, saying it's good he can freely leave, because the boss found it troublesome to chase him, but he will make it regret letting him go. We see some of the minor character guilds see Woojin running, and one of them says maybe Woojin found the champion before them, and the leader says they won't know, but they should confirm it themselves first. Because the drops should be claimed by their guild first, but we see them all start passing out, and the man begins to panic because he hasn't heard about any monsters other than orcs, and then he realizes it's not orcs, and he begins to scream then turns into a liquid. Woojin makes it back to main base, and he says it's good there aren't any factions taking interest in him, but realizes the mood is very heavy. He's surprised so many people died on day one, and realizes something must be wrong, and wonders if the guilds have started fighting already. He watches as some no-names talk amongst themselves, but they quickly comment on how it's strange that there aren't any survivors. Woojin is sure there's someone behind all of the attacks and murders, and he understands that his plan will fail if the main forces weaken more, so he must get to work. Some orcs begin to walk out of the forest, and the players are afraid, and we see them squaring up like a Lord of the Rings fight. Woojin watches from afar as dust clouds form, and he realizes it must have started. But the problem is still how he will be able to injure the champion with his current items, because he can't use the skeleton soldiers as bait as their durability is too low. He has an epiphany, and wonders if the skeletons can shoot arrows. We see the status window say he's summoned one, while he's standing in front of the champion. Woojin comments on how relaxed the champion is, and says it's time for round 2. The orc activates the fang and stands up from his throne, then instantly charges at Woojin, and while it's in the air, an arrow flies toward its head, but it deflects the arrow, then looks over to see 2 skeletons with bows. It smacks the floor, then golfs the debris at the skeletons, to which they quickly dodge, and shoot more arrows, but they are blocked. Woojin is above the champion, and is glad the skeletons are doing as expected, so it's all going as planned. Woojin quickly Beyblades while in the air, and slashes down its chest, breaking the necklace that holds the fang. The fang drops to the ground, and lands in Woojin's hand. He activates it, and the champion begins to weaken. It smashes at Woojin, but he evades, and then 2 arrows land into the orc's leg, which poisons it. It looks over at the skeletons, and Woojin is glad he has the fang now. We can see the item is pretty good, and then he earns a title for having it. He turns emo and cuts himself on his sword, and the fight continues. The champion tries to kill the skeletons, but they avoid him and continue to shoot arrows, and while he blocks one, another lands straight into his gut. Woojin takes this chance and rushes in, and the champion swings at him, but he surfs that shit, and uses the momentum to stab its arm. It releases the axe, then Woojin dismounts the orc, while the axe is sent flying. One of the skeletons catches it, but is slow mentally, so takes a second to drop his bow and prepares to use the axe. It cuts to some random dude in the trees nearby, and he hears the champion's roar, but wonders who is fighting against it, and he needs to see then quickly report it. He sees from atop the cliff the 2 Mr. Skelly Bones and Woojin are toying with the champion, and he gets frightened of our boy, and runs away. But Woojin heard him and smirks. The man continues to run until an arrow launches into his shoulder, and he falls to the floor, then, wonders who attacked him, and wonders if it was Woojin who saw him previously. He turns around to see an edgelord phase into existence, and then loses his speaking privileges. Then he awkwardly stands over his body. We see the edgelord begins to mark out a picture inside of a book, which looks oddly similar to the blacklist Woojin gave Yongwan. Another edgelord member says to hurry up and steal the man's items, and one of them asks if he really plans to get rid of the man from earlier Woojin, and the other says yes, because he's going to be tired after fighting the champion. And then he leaves, while leaving the rest to the other guy, and he drags the man's corpse away. They weren't aware Woojin was lurking and heard and watched all of this. We see the main guilds have just finished killing a group of orcs, and while they are saying things are progressing smoothly, they all see a status window saying that the orc champion has been defeated. One of the men is shocked. They all begin talking about who it was, and the Messiah Guild representative is confused because all of the main guilds are with them. They all misunderstand and think it was the Lion Guild no names from before. It cuts back to a view of an axe being pulled out of an orc, and we see Mr. Skelly Bones has finally killed it, and Woojin levels up. He unlocks a new skill, and hopes he gets something nice, so he rips the page open to find that he got a skill called Botker, which is like an inventory that can store dead monsters. And he goes to try it out, and we see Mr. Skelly Bones gets the life sucked out of him, and it swirls into the book, and then the darkness fades, and this will get rid of the need for him to kill monsters as soon as he enters a dungeon, and this gets rid of one of his most significant weaknesses. One of the men from before that saw the notification about the champion is running through the woods, but we're going to skip their boring dialogue, and instead focus on the edgelord gang. They quickly change their mind about killing Woojin, and decide to clean up the rest of the people first. They ask about a newbie, and the white-haired man from before says he'll properly educate him after this is over, and what we can assume is their leader says, they must not be identified, or else they will be in hella trouble. And if they do, they should just unalive themselves. But since they are running out of time, they need to move stealthily. Before they leave, they see the newbie running at them, and behind him are two Mr. Skelly Bones, and then they realize he must have provoked Woojin. They prepare to engage, and they yell at the newbie for leading the Skelly Bones here. And they begin to wonder if maybe Woojin knows something about them, since he decided to attack them, but when he resolves himself to fight, he turns around to see his boys are catching the hands. The newbie was actually Woojin, and they quickly fall to the floor. The leader is still lost, wondering what happened, and he wonders if the newbie betrayed them. But he sees Woojin take off the cloak, and realizes. It cuts to Woojin reading the memories of the actual newbie, but he couldn't find any memories about the Messiah Guild, but he notices the dead guy, and realizes he was missing in his past life too. He puts the mask on, saying he'll need to meet the master of the edgelords, and he walks off. It cuts back to the present, and we see the leader of the edgelords wondering where he came from, and the Skellies begin approaching the other alive members. Woojin is glad everyone from the newbie's memories are gathered here. The Skelly boys kill the remaining edgelords, and Woojin approaches the leader. The leader realizes Woojin isn't hesitating to murder, and tells him he won't find anything out from him. The leader realizes that even if he lives, he'll be a disgrace. He then commits Sudoku as a joke. Woojin says that was pointless, and then realizes he probably had a lot of information to hide. He activates his think tank reading ability, and the too long didn't read of the flashback explains how some people were trying to monopolize dungeons, and build their own empire called the Yamamoto State. And he introduces the edgelord to the people who will guide him down the right path, and it's two of the men from the Messiah Guild meeting. And that after the dungeon, they will need to kill a dungeon broker named Osei-chan. Woojin feels disgusted, because the two men were his previous comrades, and he conquered many dungeons with them. They were his teachers, and his support, and he trusted them greatly. He refuses to let them have their way this time, and he thinks about their next target, and says that because he doesn't know, Seiken, the assassination was successful, and if the Yamamoto guys were to fill his spot, then Sejin would profit. And since they need to get rid of Seiken, he can use this like gathering moths to a flame, and he needs a broker anyways, so he should start preparing to exit the dungeon. It cuts to two managers outside the gate talking about how the area will become chaotic once the dungeon is cleared, because the players will be fighting each other. And other than the Messiah Guild, everyone will be trying to get an extra item. One of the men looks surprised, and the other guy calls him annoying, and then makes a pog face, and we see Woojin exiting the dungeon. Everyone starts to exit, and chaos ensues. Because of the number of casualties, the entire edgelord guild was wiped out, and the dungeon rewards are missing. Even Yongwan is annoyed that they can't find the dungeon reward. We see the Phoenix Guild apologizing to Yongwan, and he asks them how they plan to compensate him for his losses, because it isn't a charity business, and he asks them to bring him a large sum of money. They yell, and now they've left. He asks his secretary about Woojin, and she tells him he is in the hospital still. He calls him useless for being injured by a dungeon mob, and then she tells him he said it wasn't from a monster. He asks if she's certain about this, and she says it'd be best to hear it from his mouth, and Yongwon tells her they should go ahead and go to the hospital. We see a man leaving Woojin's room, telling him to contact him if he remembers anything, and when he's walking away, he is sighing that Woojin doesn't remember anything. Then he passes Yongwon while he's entering the elevator. Yongwon catches the guy's mood, and realizes Woojin isn't talking. He enters his room, and asks Woojin how he's feeling. It skips the recap that Woojin gives him, and then Yongwon says he's never heard of the Skull Guild edgelords, and Woojin tells him that he saw them attack the champion, so whoever killed them took their items, and they were using a skill called covert. Yongwon says he recognizes the skill, and he's confident they were targeting other players, and Woojin tells him that if it weren't for his bloody poison skill, he would have died. Yongwon tells him he's lucky, since all of the edgelords died, he's the only one who witnessed it. Woojin then asks if the Phoenix Guild were able to get anything, and Yongwon molds thinking about it. And he thinks that in order to minimize his losses, he needs to get as much info about the edgelords as possible. He tells Woojin to drop the innocent act, and tell him what he wants. And that he approached Yongwon with something in mind. Woojin tells him he wants to find a person, and then asks him to help him find Osecon. Yongwon then tells him that he needs to pick up his phone when an unknown number calls, and he goes to leave while saying that Secon is arrogant and is picky with his clients, and he reminds Woojin to stay quiet, because rumors will be dangerous. Woojin tells him he knows, and Yongwon says they'll meet again. Woojin begins to sit up, and says everything is going to his plan, and even if Yongwon doesn't know about the relationship between the Messiah Guild and the edgelords, he will dig into it. This will make the Messiah Guilds turn their attention to Yongwon, and he finds it funny that Yongwon doesn't even know that Woojin's injuries are self-inflicted, and that he can use this opportunity of them fighting to gain strength. It cuts to Yongwon in his car, explaining how because the edgelords don't have a sponsor, it means they are selling items abroad, so he will need to investigate the black markets to find out more. We see Woojin walking, and he says he should have been contacted by now, and plot convenience happens, and he receives a call. He hears a voice saying he heard he wanted to strike a deal with him. And Woojin tells him he needs dungeons, and Secon says the deal can be finalized after he sees his skills, and he'll text him the details later. He receives a text about a dungeon, and Woojin thinks it'll be great if he can make a deal with Secon. It cuts back to the two men previously, and we learn that the bald man is actually Osecon, and the other man still hasn't been identified. Still, he tries to warn Secon about if Woojin potentially wants to harm him, and Secon says if he's skilled enough to kill him, then that's good, because it would mean he will be talented enough to destroy the dungeons and clear the game. The other man asks how he can say that, when he's sitting right here. The other man tells him that he still has a long way to go, because he can't even solo a dungeon. Secon says he sent Woojin to a kobold dungeon, so they'll see how it goes, and then they banter, and it cuts back to Woojin approaching a gate. Woojin says that kobolds are hard for normal players, but that's only for those who don't know how to defeat them. We see Secretary Lee watching Woojin enter the dungeon, and she asks if she should turn the timer on. Secon is surprised at how quick he is, and asks her if he brought anything, and she says no. He thinks he's reckless or dumb, and the other guy says it seems as if he's just overconfident. Secon wonders about if it isn't a bluff. It cuts to a member of the Messiah Guild talking to the two Japanese masters Woojin's comrades he mentioned previously, and the messenger Jae-hoon says there wasn't much damage, and one of the men get angry, saying 5 of his men died. Jae-hoon realizes it was a mistake to say that, and the other says they were only there because Sejin asked them to go, and he asks if he's meant to believe that his men died due to just orcs. Jae-hoon bows and apologizes profusely, saying he'll investigate it properly, and they tell him don't bother, and offers him a drink. Because regardless of how things went, they are in an alliance with the Messiah Guild, and he wants him to know how deeply insulted they were. He purposefully misses Jae-hoon's cup, and tells him if there were any issues between comrades, sharing alcohol helps to smooth things over, if they were comrades, of course. Jae-hoon realizes he done goofed and that he needs a new plan. It cuts to the masters leaving, and they talk about how no one on their hit list killed their men, and the only people left are the Phoenix Guild, but leave it open that it might have been an unknown party. It cuts to some people near the kobold dungeon, and they are talking about how Woojin went in solo, and how he's not sane, and any minute now, the gate will activate and open again. They hear the sound of the gate, and the other guy with an afro says it looks like he was right, and the man tells him that's wrong, and that the dungeon has been cleared. They quickly scramble to find out where Woojin is, and Afroman points out that he's already in his car and leaving. Second yells at them for letting him go, and for taking his money if they aren't doing their job, and Secretary Lee covers her ears, and tells him she didn't pay them, because they are from Second's hometown, and came to help him. Second seems confused, and she tells him that he planned to take them out for drinks as payment, and he tells her too bad because he just quit drinking, and she makes the Saitama okay face. She tells him that she'll take her leave now, and not to worry, because he'll contact them soon if he has plans to work with them. He calls her cold, and recalls how he first met her, and we see she was found in some rubble. The other man comes back with a bag full of food, asking if something happened, and Second says she had somewhere to go, and informs him that Woojin cleared the dungeon, but asks why he has so much damn food. They banter again, and it cuts back to Woojin driving, and he sees on his car a walkie-talkie, and a piece of paper, and he wonders if they are truly planning to make a deal with him or not. And the paper tells him to contact them during their working hour. It cuts to a car, and we see Jae-hoon wondering how he's going to fix this, and he receives a phone call about the Skull Guild, and quickly drives off. It cuts to Young-won talking to someone about dealing with an issue quietly, and then we see Jae-hoon from above watching all of this, and wondering how much Young-won knows. Some weirdo approaches Jae-hoon, and says he also wonders how much he knows, and that he also wants to know, because Young-won talked to him and mentioned something strange too. The man tells Young-won that he cannot disclose info about the edgelords, and Young-won says that he knows a secret of the guys who died in the recent dungeon. Jae-hoon is shocked, and realizes that he can't solve this by himself, and that if he reports it to Sejin, then he'll be in trouble. He then asks the other man who Young-won is talking to, and we learn that the man Young-won is talking to is named Jong-hoon Young, and that he's a mercenary who will do anything if you give him money. Young-won finishes his conversation, and Jae-hoon thanks the weirdo for sharing information, and then Jae-hoon looks down while thinking. Then he approaches Hoon Young asking to talk. Young is surprised, and Jae-hoon tells him he's not sure what Young-won told him, but he has a proposition for him, and it's related to cooperating with the Messiah Guild. Young asks him to make it simpler, and Jae-hoon tells him that he's talking about a great business profit, and says this will take longer than he expected. It cuts to Young-won sitting in traffic, and his secretary tells him she secured a public dungeon as he requested, but this is unlike his usual methods, and she's worried it'll complicate things. Young-won tells her the Skull Guild will have to take action against him, in some discreet way, and now that he's set up the stage, it's time for the main star, and he calls Woojin. It cuts back to Jae-hoon alone, and he's anxious thinking about Young-won's plan, and recalls Young telling him about how he and a few others are guarding Woojin, and Jae-hoon finds Woojin's name on the dungeon list. But says there's no way he killed all of the edgelords himself, and that it's an obvious bait, but he's unsure if he should take it. It cuts to Woojin in his car on the walkie-talkie, and he's saying he surely passed their test, and Second replies saying it seems like he hid his skills, and then confirms he wanted to buy a dungeon, so he sent him the list of dungeons he owns and to pick one out. Woojin tells him okay, but he has some things to do first, and he'll call him in a few days. Second says he'll be waiting. Then he has a brief conversation with his employee about while it's risky to trust Woojin, it's part of the job. It cuts to Woojin asking Young-won if he's meant to be bait, and Young-won tells him yes, because somehow their conversation got leaked, so it's a matter of time. And he'll lose his life if he just sits around, and that's he's recruited a few dudes to guard him. Woojin asks if there's a reason he needs to do it, and Young-won tells him yes, and how he owes the other men. Woojin tells him he understands, but he'd like to have more pay, and Young-won thinks that Woojin fell for it, but it was the opposite way around. The secretary tells Woojin that Young-won prepared something for him. We see it's a skill page. Woojin thinks about how in his past life, Young-won actually allied with the Yamato faction, but Woojin is glad by the skill he got. We don't see what it is yet. It cuts to the Phoenix Guild in a dungeon complaining that Young-won sent them here, and we see an edgelord mask lurking in the shadow. It cuts to a group under a bridge, and we see Young getting off the phone with Young-won after telling him the preparation has been completed. And then we see him confirming with someone he needs to hand Woojin to him. And the guy tells him yes, and Young tells him that it seems like they are getting too little money, since they are losing an important customer. We see the man is Jae-hoon, and he tells him that he can always get more after they finish, and find them customers. Young says he would rather strike a deal with Messiah, and if they do, then additional pay won't matter. Jae-hoon tells him he can't do that since it's a personal request. And Young agrees. He and the other mercenaries bow to Jae-hoon leaving. And he tells the rest they'll be rich after this is over. One of them comments how it's weird that Messiah is okay with this, and Young says not everyone is a saint like Sejin, and it doesn't matter, they need to enjoy their life after this job. It cuts to a gate closing, and one of the men waiting outside sees the Skull Guild walking out, while the Phoenix Guild under Yongwon is nowhere to be seen. He asks them to wait, and asks if they know what happened to the Phoenix Guild, and asks for at least an explanation for the families of the deceased. One of the men pulls his mask down, saying he ripped them apart, and they are unrecognizable. The man sweats at his response, and we see the other man tell him that Master warned them not to create any issues. And he tells him he got it. The other man then gets on the phone, and we learn his name is Matsumoto. Matsu says they have more work, and then we see Jae-hoon saying the target is entering the dungeon soon, and to hurry. Matsu asks why he needs to listen to him, and Jae-hoon says he can't miss this chance. Matsu accepts, and we see on his phone he has the dungeon information. It cuts to daytime, and we see Yongwon realizing there's a foreign faction in Korea, and that he thought it was a waste for him to only work here in Korea, so if things don't go to plan, he'll still have the Skull Guild info. And he looks at his watch, saying it's time, and we see Woojin approaching Young and his group. They tell him to come over, and they trade introductions, and Young says they should do their best, and there's another team that's meant to be joining them. We see a car pull up, and it's the Skull Guild from earlier. Woojin sees them, and asks where the bathroom is. Young follows him, and when Woojin leaves, he asks if he's the one they are meant to escort. And then says it's time to enter, so they should walk and continue their conversation. Young tells him the other group doesn't know they are together, and that Woojin should move alone, but not to worry as they'll have someone following him. Young says it'd be difficult if they started killing each other instantly, and again reassures him that he knows what he is doing, so to trust them. Woojin tells him all right, and Young tells him to go in first, or else it would look suspicious. Young grins and says it's going to be easier than he thought. Inside the dungeon, we see everyone, and that the first floor is mostly just exploration. Young tells everyone to split up, and tells Woojin that since he's alone, they'll send someone to accompany him. The manie's name is Jinwook, and Young tells everyone to hurry up so they can move to the next floor. We see everyone take off, Young and Woojin nod toward each other, and Woojin realizes the next fight will take place on the second floor. Matsu asks why they aren't killing Woojin now, and we see Jae-hoon tell him that the guys he hired will escort him well, and not to worry, and what is the plan as if Woojin tries to run. Matsu asks if he is doubting their skills, and Jae-hoon tells him it isn't that deep, and thinks that he just came to kill Young and his men here. It cuts to Young asking his group what Woojin is doing, and one of the men informs him that he's killing orcs. Young begins to ask if there's anything else, and they tell him not to worry that much. Young tells them that Yongwon and Jae-hoon wouldn't pay a hefty amount if he's weak, and asks if Jinwook is still following him. And we learn he's planning to go to where they are, and when he lets his guard down, they'll capture him. We see Young and them walking, and one of them says, that Woojin was just here, but now he's gone. Young says he's confident that this is the right place, but is surprised Jinwook isn't showing up. And that it doesn't feel right. One of them points out to Woojin and Jinwook lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Young tells them to check on Jinwook first, and the rest will scout the surroundings, while one of them heals Jinwook. He is quickly shocked and yells out that his neck is injured, and Minshik healer tells him to stop trying to talk because he can't heal him in this state. The man points to Woojin, and Minshik tells him that Woojin isn't important, and to focus on living. Young asks him how Jinwook is, and he tells him he's seriously injured, and that he might die at this rate. Young wonders what happened, and says there's no way they fought, but then recalls his conversation with Jae-hoon, and wonders if he was planning to kill them all too. Minshik tells Young to snap out of it, and that Jinwook is bleeding heavily, and that healing magic won't, but is interrupted by Mr. Skelly Bones appearing from behind him, and then slicing him in half. Minshik looks down to see that he got turned into a sandwich, and the rest yell out, and Young realizes they focused the healer on purpose. Young tells the rest he thinks Jae-hoon tricked them. The boys surround Young's group, and then it cuts to the edgelords, and one of them is saying the monsters know he's handsome because they keep attacking him. The other one tells him that's not it, and he just reeks. The other guy starts sniffing his pits, and the other guy tells him more of his fans are coming. The man turns around and yoinks one by the throat, and grabs its leg, then opens it like a bag of chips. Another one approaches, and he punches its head off, and stares at the last hyena thing. It cuts back to Young asking why he betrayed them, and we see Woojin off-screen them, and says that even while dying, he isn't being honest. And that his greed crossed the line, even though he was the one who said each person's worth is valued differently. He wonders how he knew that, and he recalls his conversation with his men about how the plan is to capture Woojin, and one of them says if they don't kill him, then Young can't enjoy his hobby, and we see him roll his sleeve down and he's played guitar on his arm. And one of them mock how one of the last people begged for their life, and it would be nice if they had more requests like this. Then Young says the line that Woojin hit him with. And we see Woojin was lurking at the restaurant. Woojin pulls a weapon from his inventory, and says he is curious about how much Young's life is worth as he cuts his head off, and then he walks away. It cuts to night, and Woojin finds a goblin that was hiding, and kills it, saying he needs to head to the next floor since the Skull Gang is waiting for him. They see a beam of light confirming that the first floor has been cleared, and they wonder what happened because Young was meant to wait for him to send a signal if he found the goblin. Matsu says, based on Jae-hoon's reaction, it seems like it's not going according to his plan, and that the first floor has been cleared. It seems like they are going to wait for them on the second floor and kill them. They begin running toward the gate, and Jae-hoon wonders if they found out his real plan. We see Woojin standing in front of the gate, and he opens the door, moving to the second door. It cuts back to Youngwon again, and the secretary is telling him that one of the items Woojin bought is strange, and Youngwon wonders what he is thinking, buying a collection socket. It cuts back to the gate being opened, and the Skull Gang tells his men that Young's group might be setting up an ambush, and one of them thanked Jae-hoon for making this situation more fun. They walk into the gate, and it shows us the second floor and some giant eye open under some water. Matsu says it's weird that nobody is attacking them, and the stinky dude says they are probably just hiding out of fear, and he steps on a tripwire. We see a lot of arrows fly toward them all, but they block them, breaking the vials of blood on the tips of the arrows, which gets on them. They are confused because it's a collection socket. Matsu says he doesn't understand because it should have been a great chance for them to be attacked, and the stinky guy stays. The blood smells, and Woojin appears, saying he thought it matches how much the dude reeks. Jae-hoon is surprised to see Woojin, and the rest ask where Young is. Woojin realizes they think he's on Young's team, and tells them he knows they were planning to kill them all, and he didn't think that Jae-hoon would follow them all here. But he tells them there isn't enough time to talk, and Matsu hears something approaching them from the water, and we see a giant lizard creature appear, and munches on one of the edgelord's heads. The rest are shocked as they watch the man's feet dangle in its mouth. Matsu yells, asking Woojin what he's done, and Woojin explains that the liquid they are covered in is goblin blood, and it's the lizard's favorite snack. And now they'll become a great dish for it. Matsu yells, saying he'll kill him, and yells while charging at Woojin. Stinky tells him that he can't leave them, and we see him clash swords with Woojin. Matsu says he'll claw his eyes out, and Woojin says he's all bark, no bite. But he notices the Master Swordsman's sword from the Messiah Guild, and he tells Matsu he sees that he's the Master's disciple. Matsu is surprised and asks how he knew. Jae-hoon looks around, looking for Young's men, saying Woojin isn't the problem, and just the four of them clearing the dungeon isn't a problem. But Stinky tells him to focus up on the fight, and asks for help. Jae-hoon realizes that if Young's men appear now, they will be wiped out. It cuts back to Matsu asking how he knew, and Woojin says it seems like as if the master is losing his senses, making Matsu a disciple. He angrily attacks Woojin, and Woojin is glad that he's falling for the provocations, but says it'll be hard to beat him with just his sword, then bites his lip. Matsu swipes at him, and he leaps into the air to avoid it, then spits blood into his face, hitting Matsu in the eyes. This angers him, and he realizes he's been poisoned, and that if this fight drags on, it will be bad for him, and he tells Woojin he will end the fight now. He begins to imbue his sword with mana, and Woojin recognizes the attack as a skill only those chosen by a certain nimbus can use. Matsu puts his sword in front of his face, then slashes toward Woojin. Woojin watches, and we see a large amount of dust gets brought up. Matsu says his body is getting tired, but realizes he was meant to bring Woojin back alive. Woojin quickly attacks him from behind, and Matsu wonders how he avoided the attack, and then he gets sliced like a pizza. As he's dying, he recalls his teachings by the master, and how he can only use the ability once, and the master tells him while his copy of the skill is good, it's too much for him to use in a real fight, and he needs to refrain from using it against someone who recognizes the skill. And if he ever meets someone unharmed after being hit with the skill, he will be caught and killed by that monster. As he's dying, he tells his teacher he ran into that monster today. Stinky yells out for him, and then gets tail swiped, and lands into a tree, and falls down. Jae-hoon says they are all useless, and that even Young's group hasn't appeared, so they cannot win. He tells Woojin to call it a truce, and they don't need to fight, and they should conquer the dungeon together, or else they'll die to the lizard man. Woojin smirks, saying he doesn't need to worry about that and that killing everyone will make it easier for him to clear the dungeon. Jae-hoon, nervous, asks what he means. We watch as the Skelly boys crawl from the floor, and there are quite a few of them now. Woojin says that he can't trust Jae-hoon since he wanted him dead a few minutes ago. Jae-hoon realizes it wasn't only the blood poison skill, and turns around to see the lizard man biting at him. He dodges backward, but gets swiped by the tail, but it is blocked by Stinky, and he barks at Jae-hoon for not helping him earlier. The tail coils around him like a snake, and lifts him into the air. Stinky tells him to move his face away, and ironically tells the lizard that he stinks. And it snaps him like a twig. Jae-hoon realizes he isn't going to make it out alive. It cuts a little, and he is surprised by the skeleton's movements, and how it's almost like a high-level player, and that there are 5 of them. And he realizes if Woojin is this strong, then Young's group is dead. And now the confusion on how the edgelords all died in the previous dungeon has now been answered by this, but he needs to try and escape to write a report on this. But he is confused as to why the lizard man is ignoring the skeletons, and just tunnel visioned on him. One of the skelly bones runs beside the lizard man and cuts its leg, causing it to fall onto the floor. It's now inflicted with blood poison. Jae-hoon wonders if they beat it, and watches as the lizard man stands back up, and looks at one of the skelly bones, but quickly turns its head back to him. He's devastated because it's like the skeletons are invisible, and the chase ensues again. Woojin says it's easier for him now that he's distracting the lizard man, and while he probably doesn't understand, and he recalls some past memories. We see one of his old party members asking if she really has to spread this mud on her body, and the tank tells her yes, and asks Woojin if it's right, and he tells them that's not it. The flashback ends, and he wonders if they are doing well, and Jae-hoon is still running for his life, and realizes he can't keep doing this. Since the lizard man is only targeting players, he dashes toward Woojin, saying he won't suffer alone. Woojin watches, and one of the skeletons stand in his way, and Jae-hoon leaps over it, but doesn't see the second and gets cut down his face. He falls to his knees, and the lizard man doesn't miss this chance, and Dolphin dives toward him. Munching his leg, Woojin just watches as Jae-hoon cries about his leg, and he looks over to see the skeletons atop the lizard man, and is glad they killed it. Woojin starts walking at him, thanking him for distracting the lizard man, but now they need to wrap things up. Jae-hoon tells him to wait, and to talk about it first, and Woojin says he should say that to the guy behind him, and points to the lizard man. And says he's probably curious as to why it's only focusing on him, and Woojin explains that its eyes work as a heat sensor, so he isn't even interested in the skeletons. It leaps at him again. It cuts to the news, and we see a new dungeon was discovered, with a boss called the Needle Snake, and multiple guilds rejected going into the dungeon. We see Yongwon's secretary telling him this is terrible timing, and that it couldn't be any worse. Because now the public opinion of the Phoenix Guild is horrible. Yongwon says it's irrelevant, and now they need to focus on the 6th floor dungeon. We see the Messiah Guild publicly announce that they'll delay their raid of the dungeon, and second comments on how even the Messiah Guild is afraid of it. The other man, who still isn't named yet, says the Needle Snake is named the Snake of Death, because there hasn't been a single player who has hunted it yet. So anything that discusses this boss is useless. Second is contemplating on why such a dangerous monster has appeared, and wonders if the Messiah Guild has any ulterior motives for their announcement. And he realizes something, and asks the other man what he thinks will happen if every guild delays entering the dungeon. The other guy says that only those without fear would gather, and when time passes, the government would also want it to be cleared, and second says exactly. And that the dungeon will be conquered on a broader scale, and then asks what happens when someone defeats the Needle Snake, and the guy replies that they would become famous. Then realizes the guys from the Messiah Guild are trying to buy more time. Second says he's not certain, but there's gotta be a reason they are delaying it, and that there will also be a lot of items without an owner in the dungeon too, so when the Needle Snake dies, they will obtain fame and wealth. It cuts back to a notification saying you've obtained the achievement of Lizard Warrior Hunter, and we see the skeleton boys atop the lizard man's corpse, and he's gained more authority. Woojin says things ended faster than he thought, and since he's gotten involved with the Messiah Guild now, it'll be difficult for him to move freely, and we see he's gotten Matsu's weapon now too. And hands it off to one of the skeletons saying he can use it, and it looks at its own face through the blade, and Woojin decides it's time to read Matsu's memories. It cuts to outside, and we see someone screaming the dungeon has been cleared, and one of the managers run up, asking Woojin where the others are, and he says they are dead. The guy asks what he means, and to explain it. Woojin says to just write the boss was strong. Woojin heads inside his trailer, and answers a phone call saying it went as Yongwon predicted, and that one of the guys targeting him had a unique sword that the master swordsman used. And since he's an important member of the Messiah Guild, he's sure the Yamato faction is part of the main branch of the Skull Guild. He looks at the TV and notices something, and says other than that, there's nothing he could find out, and says he'll contact them again as he leaves the trailer. We see the TV was recording him, and he turns around and smirks while leaving, and it cuts to a flashback of Matsu talking about a bug that has been installed, which is from the memories Woojin got from him. And now that Skull Guild will fall for their own trap, and he's curious as to what they'll do to Yongwon. He receives a call from Yongwon, and he tells Woojin he heard about what happened, and asks if he has anything to report. Woojin says he couldn't find much out, but he knows where a branch of the Skull Guild is at. Yongwon tells him to come to his house and tell him, and they agree to meet. Woojin gets in his car, and it cuts to him at a station, opening a locker, and he's curious if Second knows he's a target too, and he hopes the dungeon list isn't disappointing. It skips to after he's read it, and he says it makes sense as to why the Messiah Guild is trying to eliminate him, because there's such high quality content in here. And most of these dungeons he conquered with Messiah in his past life, and now he realizes Second wasn't targeted for nothing. He's surprised to see that Second has a specific dungeon, because there's not much information about the dungeon reward, and he wonders what's inside of the egg the reward. But decides he can find out for himself, because previously, only Sejin knew about it, and now he needs to be the one to clear this dungeon. He walkie-talkies Second, and Second is glad it's time for their first deal. It cuts to Woojin at Yongwon's house, and we learn he's told Yongwon that Young and the Skull Guild died fighting each other. Woojin tells him one of the edgelords was strong, and based on their style and equipment, they have a connection to Japan. Yongwon says there are a couple of important factions there, and he'll look into the issue, and we see on the news he's publicly announced his attack on the 6th floor dungeon. He tells Woojin that the Skull Guild will continue to watch over him, and to refrain from acting alone. And snaps his finger for his secretary Kim to tell him that she's deposited the money into Woojin's account. Yongwon tells him he'll contact him again after he clears this dungeon. Woojin leaves, and smirks while saying when he's back, because now they will be targeting Yongwon, rather than him. And he's looking forward to seeing Yongwon's reaction in the future, and he wonders if he should go against Yongwon's warnings. It cuts to a trailer outside a gate, and Secretary Lee is telling Second she doesn't know if Woojin will agree to their situation, and Second tells her not to worry. We hear her tell a man named Lee Jinna to get ready, and he tells Secretary Lee not to call his name, and we hear Woojin listening to their conversation from outside. He recognizes the name as a Phoenix Guild member, and opens the door, and we see it's the man who's always with Second. Secretary Lee tells her that Jinna will accompany him, and if he agrees to go ahead and sign the contract, and she'll answer any questions he has. We learn that Jinna is considered immortal, and how when he was a Messiah hunting dog, Jinna escaped from him twice, but there wasn't a third chance. Woojin says it's his first time hearing about an examiner, and confirms they need to enter the dungeon together, and then says Jinna's name, which angers him. Because he hates his name, and he makes a comment about it. Woojin apologizes, but sarcastically calls him Mr. Jinna barks at him, and Woojin asks if he can talk to Second, and Secretary Lee tells him the walkie-talkie will reach him. He asks Second if he can hear him, and Second asks if there's an issue. Second asks if there's a problem with the examiner, and Woojin says that's not it, and questions about what happens if Jinna dies. Jinna wonders if he's being threatened, and Second says he won't need to worry, and Woojin says he understands. Jinna stands over him, and grabs the walkie-talkie telling Second that their new client is crazy. And if they enter the gate and he's not as expected, he'll eliminate him. Second gets angry, and then they start to banter again about calories and food like they usually do. Secretary Lee thankfully stops them, and says she'll guide them to the entrance, and as they are walking, Jinna tells Woojin not to try and pull anything. Because he isn't merciful to those who try to attack him, and he's never let anyone off the hook before. Woojin realizes he isn't bluffing based on his past life, and he's glad he ran into the immortal Jinna so early, and says he's going to be of good use. It cuts to Secretary Lee on the phone asking Second if everything will be alright, and what if Jinna doesn't return. Second says if that happens, Woojin will be their enemy. They enter the gate, and Jinna asks if he's glad he's pissed him off, because he'll do his best ignoring him. And he wonders how Woojin will catch all of the dire wolves by himself because he will sit here and watch until he's begged to help. He sits down, and tells Woojin to get moving, and Woojin stares at him. Jinna begins to pig out on some food, and says if Woojin asks for forgiveness, he will help him. Woojin then describes about Jinna's blessing, and how it's a legendary skill, that even if he lost his head, or had his heart ripped out, he would not die. Woojin says he's probably thinking he's lucky to be immortal. Woojin summons a skeleton while saying that now he's met Woojin, Jinna will understand that it was just a delusion that he thinks he's We see Mr. Skelly Bones kill a mob, and Jinna tells Woojin his cutie is good at fighting, and asks for its name and gives it a bad nickname. Woojin ignores him, and Jinna says he understands now how he was able to clear a dungeon by himself. We see a horde of dead monsters under Mr. Skelly Bones, and Jinna is sweating nervously, because the skeleton has the skill of a high-level player. And it's scary that he can summon more than one skeleton, so it would be dangerous to be Woojin's enemy, and he should tell Second about him when he's done. Woojin asks him how it was, and Jinna says he doesn't think Woojin will need his help, and that he'll tell Second about this when he's done. Woojin informally tells him K, and Jinna asks if he heard him correctly, because it sounded informal. He stands up and looks over to watch as the skeletons form, and then he sees he's surrounded by them, and asks Woojin what he's doing, and he realizes there are 5. Woojin says that didn't Jinna tell him earlier he was planning to sit back and watch if he didn't beg him. Jinna tells him it was just a joke, and that he didn't mean to offend him. He takes a step forward, then dashes and swings at Woojin, calling him a bastard. Woojin smirks, then shoulder throws Jinna. Junna looks up to see Woojin telling him it was a good idea to attack the summoner. Then Jinna realizes that Woojin predicted all of this, and has been hiding his skills, and wonders what his real goal is. Jinna tells him he won't get anything out of him, and that he's good at keeping secrets. Woojin replies by saying it doesn't look like he is, and it doesn't matter anyway. The skeletons all put their swords to his head, and then it cuts to Jinna tied up and hanging from a tree, yelling to be untied. And he asks him how long it has been, and if he's planning to starve him. Woojin cuts the rope, and Jinna falls to the floor. Woojin tells him to prepare himself, and Jinna is confused. Woojin says he's shown him his skills, and now it is his turn. Jinna asks him what the hell he's saying, and Woojin says that he needs to be bait so the skeletons can attack easily. Jinna asks if he thinks he'll listen to him, and Woojin pulls up the rope and asks if he should hang him up again. Jinna realizes he's crazy, then says that he's right and he has a great tank. It cuts to Jinna running, and turning one of the wolves into Kool-Aid. The rest begin to jump atop him, and he says there's too many of them, and they dogpile on him. His arm raises out of the dogpile, then falls down. We see a skeleton shadow loom over one of the wolves, and it turns around to see my Skelly Bones, and then the onslaught ensues. In an extremely brutal fashion, they annihilate the dogs, and then we see Jinna yelling and knocking the rest of them away. Woojin watches, as Jinna cleans up the rest of the wolves, and Jinna is clearly tired, and he looks over at Woojin. Woojin says while it's not the same as in the past, he still won't die as easily, so he will be useful in the future. We see Woojin running, and Jinna says it's crazy because Woojin isn't giving him a break at all, and there's a horde of wolves behind him. We see the wolves getting diffed by the Skelly boys, and Jinna sees one left as it's biting his leg. He pets it, and gently throws it to one of the skeletons. It smiles the best it can, and a clear message appears. Jinna tells the Skelly boys they are being overworked, and met the wrong master, and unlike Woojin, they are working hard. And offers them a high five. One of them contemplates it and then turns his head away. Jinna angry. He goes to put his hand on its head, and it avoids. Woojin watches this and realizes Jinna is different than he was in his past life, a man with a powerful body who fought against the Messiah Guild, and that he was one of the strongest men he's acknowledged. His style was giving up his flesh to land hits, and Woojin had a hard time against him. But currently, there is no anger in him, so there must have been a trigger that made him that way. And he thinks maybe Second's death is the trigger. And if Second lives, the Messiah Guild will have their plan ruined. Jinna looks over at Woojin and says he may not know his intentions, but Woojin lured the perfect amount of mobs so that Jinna wouldn't be overpowered, and it was multiple times. So it wasn't just a coincidence, and that it's scary how quickly he's gauged this. Jinna admits that Woojin is superior to him, and Woojin says it's time for the next floor, which confuses Jinna, and Woojin says it's a much better floor than this one. They head to the second floor, and Jinna says he's so tired he thought he would die, and asks if they can take a break. Woojin pulls some vials of blood out of his storage, and Jinna asks what they are for. Woojin asks if he's good at running, and Jinna is confused. Then Woojin throws the blood onto the floor around Jinna, and tells him he better start running. They hear a sound in the forest, and Jinna turns around to see a giant lizard emerge from the tree line, and calls Woojin evil. It cuts to Second reading the news, and we see his predictions were accurate, and he wonders how many foreign guilds will appear for the raid. Secretary Lee tells him that she'll analyze the list she's got. Second says good, and they still have time before Juna returns, and she asks if he'll be okay. It cuts back to Jinna booking it, and wondering how he is the only one being hunted down, and we see the skeletons running behind the giant lizard. Jinna realizes he's meant to act as bait, and then stops running to confront the lizard. And he wonders how this is better than the first dungeon, and threatens Woojin. We see him blocking the lizard's attack, causing him to slide, and Woojin continues to watch from a tree. It goes back to Jinna, and we see he's managed to stop the giant lizard, and tells it that it's time to stop dragging it on, and we see one of the skeletons leaping into the air behind the lizard, and then a second, and they stab it, inflicting it with poison blood. It falls to the floor, and Jinna comments on how the skeletons have been trained well, and how normally they are just used as support. The lizard stands back up and swipes at the skeletons, and one duck under it, and the others leap into the air. It looks at the skeletons, eyeballing them up for a minute, and then looks around, and Jinna realizes it can't see them, and realizes it's why he's the only one being chased. He wonders how Woojin knew all of this, and then Jinna realizes it was all planned from the start. He gets hit by the lizard, and yelps as he gets sent flying through trees, knocking them down as he crashes through them. The dust settles, and he stands back up, and heals completely. Woojin says it's as expected, and he watches Jinna do a JoJo pose to the lizard, who is drooling excessively. Jinna says it's a waste of his calories, and equips knuckle weapons from his inventory, and then dashes toward the lizard. He gets close and rears his fist back, then launches a flurry of attacks onto it, essentially dead-legging the lizard. It falls, and the skeletons quickly approach it from behind, and Jinna watches as they continue using him as bait, and they stab the lizard's sides, causing it to roar, as it's inflicted with poison again. One of them leaps through the air, and lands on its think tank, landing the finishing blow. It falls, and Jinna lets out a sigh. Woojin hops down from the tree, and we see a ton of status windows appearing about level ups, and how his skills have ranked up, and he's gained more authority. Woojin smirks, and then it cuts to some Ben 10 monster getting ganged up on by some dripped out skeletons. They manage to take it to the floor, and begin killing it. And a hooded man says the skeletons are stupid, and that he needs to summon more. We see it's his 50th troll kill, but the Nimbus is ignoring him, and he wonders who is being noticed by the Nimbus. It cuts back to Woojin and Jinna is hungry, so he tells him they should leave, unless there's more to do. Woojin says they still have the most important thing left. Woojin begins to run his fingers across the lizard's abdomen and talks to himself, asking if it's here, and then slices it open, and we see him open the stomach and reaches inside to reveal an egg. And that the Messiah Guild hid whatever is inside of this, and now he'll find out what it is. Jinna mentions how the clear condition of the dungeon was to secure something, and asks what he's going to do with the item. Woojin cracks it, and Jinna yells, asking what he's doing. The shell continues to crumble, and we see it glowing like, and he looks inside to see a skill page, and he shakes that they killed people over just this. And we see it's a skill page for his class, and it makes him immune to all poison types. He wonders how the king of deadly poison's skill is here, and how brutal the man is with killing people, and that the Messiah Guild lost many of their members trying to kill him, and he gets angry thinking about it all. And he realizes that it would have been impossible that the Poison King stole this from the Messiah Guild, So they must have given it to him so he could be a villain, and they could be the saviors. Which means all of his allies' deaths were useless, but now he's obtained it, their deaths won't be repeated. He learns the skill, and states again that he will be the one to kill Sejin. Jinna watches and wonders why he's in such a lousy mood, and that they aren't fit to be a duo. We see them exit the dungeon, and they head into their trailer and see a bag on the table. Jinna thinks it's food, and runs over to it only to see walkie-talkies, and water. Second hears the walkie-talkie, and says they finished faster than he thought, and asks them how the dungeon was. Woojin says it was fine, and asks if anything happened, and Second says that Yongwan's group is unreachable, and that some foreign guilds have joined the raid, and that a man caught a golden dragon. Woojin recognizes it, and mentions how the scales were used for armor as they have a high heat resistance, but it was really the dragon's juice that changed the world, and while he's unsure of the actual uses, it can be used to remove seals/curses, and that even Sejin's sword was unsealed using it. And that he needs to obtain it before people figure this out. Second asks if there's anything else he wants to know, and Woojin says that's enough. Second asks to speak with Jinna, and says he'll give Woojin a phone for later, then starts barking at Jinna, telling him to get back to the office already. Jinna says he should rest because he worked so hard, and Second mentions food, so, of course, Jinna, being the pig he is, instantly gets up. As he leaves, he wonders if he will have to stick around with Woojin in the future, and then he leaves. It cuts to the office, and we see Jinna asking Second why he called him here so early in the morning, and Second says it's because of the report he wrote, and tells him to read something. Jinna sees it's the Needle Snake dungeon, and he asks if he's meant to go in alone, and Second tells him that he'll be going with someone skilled. Jinna then starts naming who it could be if Second is saying they are skilled, but he doesn't mention a certain someone. Second says he's forgetting about Woojin, and Jinna says he doesn't want to do it. And that he's a maniac without a sense of camaraderie, and his personality is evil, and if he has to work with him again, he'll go on hunger strike. Second says he'd be grateful for that, and he pulls out a recording of Jinna getting caught in 4K, admitting that he doesn't care about his comrades' personality if they are skilled. And Second asks if he remembers this. Jinna calls him cheap, and Second informs him he's already signed them up, and they've given the other guilds good bait. Jinna is confused. It cuts to a deserted building, and we see Woojin sharpening a sword, and he says he needs a proper workshop, and then opens a suitcase, surprised by an item Second gathered for him, and he's glad he gets to meet the edgelords again. It cuts back to Jinna and Second talking about if there are any spots left in the dungeon, and Second says he's already prepared it in advance with Secretary Lee. Jinna says won't it be hard for Woojin to participate, and asks if he's spending a lot of money. The door opens, and Second turns over and asks Secretary Lee if she's finished her work. She says yes, and that the bidding has finished, and she gave Woojin the item, and she's brought the masks he's asked for too. Second tells her good work, and we see the news discussing the raid. It cuts to the raid site, and we see behind the Moscow door Jinna is wearing a mask, saying it's uncomfortable, and then calls out to Woojin, who is going by Isaac Disguise, asking if he's okay. Woojin tells Jinna he's a fatty, and asks if he's nervous. Jinna says no while stuffing his mouth, while internally, he's having a breakdown wondering how Woojin is so calm. He then asks Woojin if he's nervous, to which he says of course. Jinna tells him to believe in him. Woojin goes through his inventory, saying he's glad he's got an item, and Jinna tells him to buy him meat after they finish, and that they need to fight together, so don't do anything weird like last time. We see the item is called the Grim Reaper's Mask, and it allows him to control the skeletons better, and increases his mana power, and recovery, and he didn't know he'd have the item. It cuts to him previously on the phone with Second, and when Second asks if he's thought about the Needle Snake dungeon, and Woojin says it's dangerous. Second laughs, saying he knows, and tells him he's prepared a suitable item for him to help with controlling the Skelly boys, and it's a legendary rank. A man enters the room, telling them to prepare themselves, and Woojin says he needs to test the mask on the first floor. It cuts to everyone inside of the dungeon, and they see it's a survival quest, and everyone begins to panic. Jinna tells Woojin it seems simple, but surviving here will be hard, and asks Woojin what they will do. And he replies by saying they'll carry out their test. Jinna is shocked, then gets PTSD and asks Woojin if he didn't listen to him in the waiting room. Woojin says he just received a new item, so he needs to test its performance. Jinna claps, and says he's right, and he should test it. Woojin says they should go to a quiet place. We see him summon a skeleton, and Jinna greets it. And compliments the skeleton's drip, and begins playing with Mr. Skelly Bones. Woojin opens his inventory and pulls out the mask, and he opens his eyes and is surprised to see a string attached to the skeleton. And he wonders how to control it, and he reaches out and touches the string, and feels it begin to run through his nerves, and is now connected. He sees a flashing light, then opens his eyes to see Jinna. Jinna pats his head, saying he's acting weird, and Woojin tells him to get his hands off him. Jinna flips out, and the skeleton begins to move awkwardly, and then falls over. Jinna asks if it's dead, and then kicks its head. Woojin tells him to move his foot away, and he realizes controlling the skeleton is harder than he thought. We see some people asking a man named Youngjun what his plan is, and we learn they are from the Heedy Guild, and he tells them they should move carefully. And they'll stay here for a few days and see what everyone else does, because a larger group increases their odds of survival. They see everyone else, and wonder if they also thought the same thing, and that since nobody else has as much authority as the Messiah Guild, and they need to persuade others so their guild could focus on hunting. It cuts back to Jinna, and he's punching an orc, sending its head flying. He wonders why he was worried because the numbers are all weak, and wonders if he got stronger. He hears the sound of slashes, and turns around to see one of the Skelly boys kill 2 orcs, and then he makes a perfectly normal face, and is Woojin with the criminally offensive side eye. And explains how he was struggling to walk, and he kept falling over. But now he's running around murdering orcs, and since they were already strong, this is just too much. He says it's unfair that he has to tank, while Woojin sits in the back and reaps the benefits. He looks over to see the small skeleton beside a giant one, and then realizes Woojin can summon them while controlling the skeletons. Woojin explains that it consumes a ton of mana, and he doesn't think he can use the blood poison skill. He asks Jinna through the skeleton how his condition is, and Jinna tells him to look him in the face when he's talking to him. And asks Woojin if he needs to be taught proper etiquette. Woojin asks if that's so, and appears behind him, asking if he prefers this. This scares Jinna, and he repeats his question about his condition. Jinna tells him he feels better, after teaching those without manners, and then says he didn't mean Woojin. Woojin asks if it's time to go out all out now, and Jinna says that he's been fighting crazy the entire time, and asks why they are going all out now, and asks about the orcs from before, and we see the skeletons behind Woojin. And he tells Jinna it was just a warm-up. Jinna begins to panic and says that his body doesn't feel good, and he says he's got anemia, then fakes being dizzy. One of the skeletons begin tapping his side with a sword, and Woojin answers by saying he'll inject iron into him, and Jinna says that's a sword, and Woojin tells him it's going into his body anyway. Woojin tells him to follow as he's got a plan. Jinna is angry he can't do anything to him. It cuts to a tree falling, and we see Woojin chopping trees, and Jinna wonders what he is thinking, because he's just been chopping trees instead of monsters. It cuts to day 2 of the dungeon, and we see some members of the Heedy Guild chasing some goblins, and they quickly take them out. And then day 3, it happens again, and one of the players say it's boring, and another one says it's strange that they are small mobs. Youngjun says they are being too relaxed, and they need to scout the area even if it's risky. We see a wall built from logs, and Woojin gets another reward from his Nimbus, and he sees that he's gotten a buff for the Skelly boys. He grins, and then tells Jinna it's time to move. Jinna asks why now, because they just worked hard to build this fort. Woojin says change of plans, and Jinna asks why. Woojin takes his mask off, and we see him summon more soldiers, and Jinna is shocked, and says wasn't he only able to summon 5? Woojin says that was before, but now it's different. It cuts to Youngjun, surprised, as they stumble onto a massive number of orc corpses. They wonder how many there are, and he wonders who could have done such a massacre, and wonders if he missed a skilled person. One of the men tells him to look over here, and there are more. And he asks what he means, and we see they've spotted a labyrinth, and we see it's all made out of wood, and he wonders if it was meant to lure the mobs and trap them. And just based on the sheer number of bodies, he wonders who planned this, because it's so unique, and then he realizes this is why they were able to relax even though it was a survival quest. And he decides to gather all of the leftover players. It cuts to Jinna, and he's telling Woojin that it's not his usual style to trap monsters, but it works, so whatever, and asks why they keep moving around so much. And asks if they'll need to make it again, and Woojin says no. because now that their manpower is increased, the mazes are a waste of time, and it's faster to hunt them right away, while being surrounded by the boys. Jinnah says he likes this, and now he can show off his skills. One of the skeletons point their sword at Jinnah, and he tells them he just recovered from his anemia. Woojin tells him he'll take the lead. Jinnah is fired up, and says he won't let him run in front of him. It cuts to Jinnah tired, and he's asking Woojin if he can wait so that they can rest. One of the skeletons runs up to him and shakes their head, and this angers him, and he asks if he's making fun of him. He barks at it while it runs away, and he wonders how Woojin has so much stamina, and says their styles are so different. While Jinnah is brawling, he runs out of stamina quickly, but Woojin just one-sidedly kills his enemy and escapes, and it's an efficient fighting style. And he wants to learn it too. Woojin turns around and asks Jinnah what he meant by him going to show him his skills. Jinnah wonders why he remembered that, and says he was about to show him. He charges into a group of kobolds, and decides to go all out. Woojin comments on how if he was the Jinnah he knew, then he would show him the moves he saw earlier, and that nobody was able to guide him this far. So he puts a lot of trust into his body, and is inefficient in his fighting style, but says he'll become more useful as time passes, then says he will make sure he's useful. It cuts to day 5 in the dungeon, and we see a kobold's corpse, and a notification saying there's only 24 hours left for the quest. And Jinnah wonders why he's going so far for a survival quest, and wonders if Woojin lost something to the monsters. Woojin's Nimbus gives him a reward, and Jinnah yells, saying this is too much, and that he's not a machine. Woojin gives him a break, and Jinnah is happy. It cuts to him eating, and he sees one of the skeletons, and asks if it wants food. He tells it to stick its hand out, and then is surprised when it does. He asks Woojin if he saw the skeleton, and that this is true camaraderie. He says he feels moved, and there's something that can't be explained about comrades, and when he goes to ask Woojin if he's hungry, he sees the skeleton handing him the food. And gets angry because he was the one controlling the skelly boy, and gets angry he was toying with him. Woojin says he wants to know what this so-called comradeship tastes like. And then they banter, and Jinnah says that Woojin will turn bald like Sekon. Woojin is surprised to hear that, as it's his first time hearing about Sekon's appearance. They hear a rescue signal, and Jinnah wonders what it's for, because they massacred a lot of monsters. Woojin tells him it isn't a rescue signal, and Jinnah asks what it is. Woojin tells him that since they are going to the second floor, they are deciding the order of the needle snake hunt. Jinnah calls them arrogant, and Woojin says since they've made them feel comfortable over the last few days, they have gotten confident. Jinnah says no way, and Woojin pulls out a gold skill, and Jinnah is shocked. Woojin smiles, saying it was Georg's main skill, and we see the Skella boys can turn into little bombers. It cuts to Youngjun gathering all of the players, and he yells out to them, saying since most of them are here, he will tell them now. In a few minutes, they will move to the next floor, and that his alliance will try to hunt the snake first, and asks if there are any objections. Jinnah says it's crazy that Woojin predicted this, and Woojin ignores him. Youngjun says since there aren't any objections, but he will warn everyone and don't interfere with their hunting, or else he will kill them. Woojin realizes it's a personal warning, and Jinnah asks what his plan is now. A man pushes Jinnah, asking if he didn't hear what was just said, and as he goes to beat the dude, Woojin stops him, and tells them good luck. Jinnah asks why he stopped them, and Woojin asks if he is planning to fight them all. Woojin explains that they are all in an alliance based on their armbands, but of course, Jinnah didn't notice. Jinnah acts like he knew about it, and he realizes there's nobody without a band. He asks if they have a chance, and Woojin asks what he thinks. They move to the second floor, and we see Clifford, the giant snake roaming through the forest, and some players are hiding behind the trees, waiting to strike. Some are very nervous, and then as it approaches another group, Youngjun yells, telling the men to fire. We see they launch magic attacks at the snake, and it screams as a massive explosion erupts in its face. Jinnah asks Woojin if he's just going to watch, because they might catch it. Woojin says nah, no shot. Jinnah asks why, and Woojin asks him what's the first thing he'd do when he encounters a mob, and Jinnah says he'd try to jab it, but he won't go all out. Woojin says exactly, and asks if Jinnah would punch the snake. Jinnah sweats, then says of course, because getting rid of it with manpower is good. Woojin agrees, but says if it were an easy task, someone would have cleared the dungeon already. Then asks why he thinks they failed. Youngjun tells everyone to proceed, and the snake begins to run away from them, and Youngjun does the nerd glasses thing and says it's just a matter of time until they catch it, and he'll be the first to kill it. We see the snake begins to grow needles out of its head, and it rams headfirst into some rock formations that appeared out of the ground, and it begins to recoil around on the floor. Jinna says it seems like they've prepared everything, and Woojin tells him the real fight starts now, and that the snake hasn't ever attacked properly, and asks if he thinks its hair is weird. Youngjun continues his attack on the snake, and we see them hitting it directly. One of the men notices a shadow looming over his head, and then sees the tail coming down and smacks them all, creating a wall of dust. When the dust fades, we see the man from a second ago is fine, and a wall of shieldmen saved him. He decides to finish the attack, and everyone resumes firing onto it. Youngjun tells his men to charge in, and we see them rushing toward the snake. It goes straight into the air, and then expands, and we see the giant spikes expand. Youngjun goes to warn his men, but it's too late as the needles fly out from the snake, landing all around the players, but not hitting them, and the snake lets out a roar. Woojin says it's like he thought. Jinna is surprised by the attack, and we see the snake created a ring around itself. Youngjun wonders if that was all, and says he thought something was up, but the attack wasn't strong. One of the men pushes the needle over and sees they break very easily, and that the inside of empty. Youngjun yells out that the snake has no needles, and to attack before it recovers. And they all rush in, and again the nerd does the glasses push, saying it's no big deal. One of the players sees someone stopped, and asks what he is doing. Then notices he spits out a ton of blood, and collapses. And then more begin to collapse, and then they realize poison is everyone, and they tell Youngjun this, and that almost all of their troops can't continue. He wonders how it happened, then realizes it was the needles. And if all of the tankers have fallen, it's deadly. We see a skeleton hanging out in a tree, and Woojin is creeping. He says it's gruesome, and Jinna asks him what's going on. Woojin informs him, and Jinna wonders how they were poisoned. Jinna asks if they'll join everyone else, and Woojin says no, we know it's trump card now, so it's time to move. Jinna asks if he's crazy. Woojin tells him he'll go alone, and to wait here and prep himself. Jinna says that's a relief, and says he's not here to be ordered around, and Woojin jokingly tells him he can go to the needle snake then. Jinna tries to play it off like it isn't what he meant. The snake stands back up, whipping its tail around, and we see Woojin beside the snake and says the poison is very stealthy, and now he understands how they all fell for it. And by the time they noticed, it was too late. But he's different from them, and we see his poison resistance activates, and he smirks, by the fact when his poison resistance is activated, his own poison is strengthened. He sees a spear, and comes up with some plan, but doesn't say what. We see Youngjun realizing he messed up, and asks how many people escaped, and one of the men say maybe 30, but they need to go back and get the rest, to which he replies no, and they are probably dead. The other man argues, saying they need tankers, and Youngjun tells him they'll lose more by doing that, and he's given up on winning. Everyone is angry that they can't go back in, and Youngjun thinks that fighting without a tank is just suicide, and that he needs to remain calm. They hear the sound of the snake, and begin to panic. Youngjun tells a scout to find its location quickly, and he tells them that it's currently fighting a player. Everyone is surprised, and Youngjun says it makes no sense, because who can breathe through the poison? Everyone watches in awe, and wonder who is fighting the snake, and how they are doing it. Youngjun wonders if the poison has faded, and realizes there might be people still alive, and tells his men they should go back for the survivors. One of his men asks if he's crazy, and he tells them the poison should be gone, and they won't get another chance. We see the snake gets hit by 2 arrows, and he sees the skeleton firing at him. Woojin says it's as he thought, and the arrow can't pierce through its skin. But he can avoid the skin by poisoning it. He rushes up its side with spears in hand, and the boys keep shooting it. The snake hisses and dashes straight at them, and they dodge its attack. Woojin uses this chance to leap from its side and then twirls his spear as he stabs twice. The snake has been poisoned and turns around quickly to see him. And he says since the needles are gone, there are many holes in its body. Seuss, and he decides to poison the holes. And since it's like a human's pore, it must be painful. He taunts it, and it charges at him, and he explains that the poison comes from the holes after the needles are gone. He throws a spear at the snake's eye, hitting it directly. inflicting it with poison again. The snake recoils all over the place, and Woojin dashes away, and says it cries a lot for a giant, and wonders how it likes being poisoned. It cuts to Jinna moving orc corpses, and he wonders why Woojin wanted him to do such a weird task, and it makes him angry just thinking about it. And when he curses Woojin, he replies to him through a skeleton and scares Jinna. He asks Jinna if he's prepared everything like he was asked. Jinna says yes and asks if the snake will really come here. Woojin tells him to finish quickly, and while Jinna barks, he disconnects from the connection. Woojin says that, now that the preparation has been finished, decides it's time to start and connects to one of the skeletons, which is hacking away at the snake. We see him drop his sword, and turn around to see a bunch of spears coated in blood. He grabs one in each hand, and rushes at the snake, quickly bouncing off the trees and flying through the air, like it's Attack on Titan. He lands on the snake, impaling it with the spears, causing it to screech. The snake turns around to see Skeleboy, and Woojin disconnects from it, and we see it attack the skeleton, but another one quickly comes from the sky and lands on it again, repeating the process. As the snake falls, Woojin says he'll make it fit the name of Needle Snake. We see he continues just stabbing it with blood-coated spears, and he speaks through a skeleton, explaining that the poison took a while due to the large frame of the snake. He eats a spear at it, and then connects to a Skelleboy on the snake and catches the spear out of the air, and then lands on the snake, stabbing it. The snake's stats begin to decrease considerably, and it lets out a roar, and the Skelleboys hold onto their spears the best they can, as they rodeo this bad boy. The one Woojin is controlling leaps off and grabs a tree, and comments on how the snake is running away, and he smirks. We see the snake running straight over the pile of corpses from before, and Woojin explodes the corpses using his skill, creating a giant explosion, and causing the snake to rock backward, but it shakes off the explosion, and begins to run in the opposite way. We see it running to another group of bodies, and as it's right over them, it looks down and explodes again. Its stats decrease considerably again. It cuts out of the dungeon, and we see that the Phoenix Guild's raid has failed, and Second says it's the end of Yongwan's elite group, and that he's probably going to have his pride hurt. He tells Secretary Lee to prepare a car for the Needle Snake raid. She asks why when they still have a week. And he tells her he didn't spend a lot of money for nothing. She says since they are in disguise, they shouldn't get a trashy car. And that she'll prepare a diplomatic car immediately. He goes to tell her to wait, by asking a question, and she quickly answers and closes the door. It cuts back to the raid. We see Jinna watches all of the explosions, and Jinna finally realizes how much Woojin has predicted in this raid, and the snake coils up. Woojin approaches it with the boys, and it hisses at him, and he says it's too late. Another arrow hits it, and it turns around, but then gets hit on the other side. This repeats, and he tells the snake to stop trying to dodge, because the longer this goes on, the more it'll hurt. Youngjun says he's been hearing the nasty screams for a while, and wonders who is fighting the snake. A message appears, saying the snake has been defeated, and everyone is shocked by it. The players begin to realize they can leave, and Youngjun is in disbelief. He says it doesn't matter, and they didn't come here for no results, and he needs to see his face at least. Woojin gains more authority from his Nimbus, and we see he gained a buff from being the first to kill the snake, and his skills have all ranked up. The exit forms, and a status window tells him to retrieve the pearl inside the snake. And he says it's troublesome. As Youngjun approaches, Jinna yells at him in English to stop. They wonder why he's blocking the road, and Youngjun tells him they aren't bad people and approach him, but quickly sees the boys got Jinna's back. He says that since they weren't affected by the poison, they are effective, but it doesn't add up because there's no way his attack failed, but some skeletons could have done it. And he says he needs to confirm the snake's corpse first. They hear a roar, and then everyone panics, and they all look up to see the snake's corpse turns into a skeleton after Woojin tells it to arise. Youngjun is shocked, and Jinna realizes he's making it a soldier. Youngjun rushes in to go see Woojin's face, but Jinna clotheslines him, and sends him flying backward. And then tells him he said to stay back. Youngjun tells everyone to remember his face. It cuts back to Woojin, and we see a glowing orange pearl inside of the skeleton. And then a message appears saying his rank is too low to turn Clifford into a Skelleboy, and he shatters to the floor, creating a wall of dust. It fades, and we see Woojin holding the yellow dragon's magic orb. We see it has some huge effects. It cuts to outside, and we see a reporter in a van wondering if the attack failed on the snake because it's been a week. The other guy says nobody expected it to succeed, and wishes it would end quickly so he can leave. They hear the dungeon has been cleared, and quickly run out of their car, and they are shocked. The reporters begin swarming the gate, asking who is in charge of it. And Youngjun is all suited up, asking where his support team is, and he tells them to stop the Russians because they killed the snake. One of them point to our boys, and we see they are dripped out, and everyone is going crazy about it, but 3 men stop the reporters from pestering them as they get into their car. Youngjun goes to grab the tag, but sees it's a diplomatic car, and realizes there's nothing he can do. Inside the car, Jinna wonders how much money Second spent on it, and Woojin takes his Isaac mask off. Jinna does too, and asks about the orb, and he should at least tell him about it since he worked so hard. Woojin gets a phone call and answers it, and we see Second asking how it feels to be a hero, and Woojin says he doesn't know, and asks how the image is. Second tells him that the media is paying a lot of news to him, and says it'd be a waste to throw his reputation away. And that if they increase the value of Isaac, they can play him on a bigger stage. Woojin realized it'd be useful to use the name to get into certain dungeons, and was going to propose the idea first, so he just agrees. Second tells him something interesting happened, and asks if he knows about Youngwon's personal guards, specifically Jin Hae-mi, and he tells him that her entire team was jungle diffed. And it's not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it doesn't seem special, but it seems like there was a spy from the Skull Guild in her party. Woojin asks why he's telling him this, and Second says he's well aware of Woojin's relationship with Youngwon, and the Edgelords. And Woojin realizes Second isn't an ordinary person. It cuts to the car stopping, and Woojin tells Jinna to get out, and of course, he thinks it's about food, and Woojin tells him they are swapping cars. And he makes a goofy face. Inside of the car, he's barking because it's cramped, and he insults the car, asking who would drive this trash, and Woojin says it's his car. He quickly begins to praise the car, and Woojin tells him there's a fee for meals inside the glove box, and he can have it. Jinna is really excited, then sees it's just a few coins and is emotionally obliterated. We see all over the news that everyone is asking about Isaac, and Youngjun did some dumb interview, lying about Isaac, and everyone in the comments flame Isaac for assaulting him. Secretary Lee informs Second that everyone went from curious to angry about it all, and asks if they should do one too, and Second says yeah, and they need to reply properly. We see Woojin did an interview as Isaac, and how he says he's always admired the Messiah Guild, and that Sejin is his idol. Which quickly makes everyone change their opinion of Isaac. Woojin compliments Second's ability to manipulate everyone, and now realizes the Messiah Guild may try to recruit Isaac, and it never occurred to him this would happen, and he wants to see their reply. He gets a notification, and sees Youngwon cleared the 6th floor dungeon, and smirks. It cuts to Youngwon getting pictures taken of him, and his secretary runs up and tells him about Jin Hae-mi's group. He changes moods quickly, and ends the press conference, saying he needs a medical checkup, and angrily walks away. We see in the car his secretary informs him of what happened, and he asks if they can trust the information. She says it seems to all add up, and Youngwon is angry that there's a rat in his elite group, and that the Skull Guild has screwed them over. It cuts to the Messiah Guild, and they are debating on how to deal with Youngwon. Shinhai suggests leaving him to the public, and the Swordmaster says he's working with the Skull Guild to try and get rid of the mess. Shinhai tells him to stop acting reckless, and asks about the Lizard Warrior dungeon, and tells him to do his job properly. Because even Jae-hoon is probably dead, and asks if he's trying to make their relationship to the Skull Guild public. And she says they can't work with the Skull Guild anymore, and to stop any business with them. The swordsman tells her they can't do that, and it's not her decision. She tells him he's misunderstanding, and it is the master's decision. Awkward stares ensue. We see the master swordsman and archer talking about how it's time to split up from the Messiah Guild. It cuts to Woojin talking to Youngwon about his elite group that got killed, and that it's a surprise it happened. Youngwon tells him to cut the shit, and to speak honestly. He tells Woojin they need to annihilate the Skull Guild. We get a short backstory on how Youngwon is ambitious, and a few years from now, he'll sell all of his items and go into exile, because he is afraid of the Messiah Guild. Woojin says he'll become his guard, and tells him it seems like he's trying to use him, but he has no intention of being thrown away. Youngwon is surprised, because he didn't think this idea would come up, and decides it doesn't matter what his intention is. He accepts the idea, and asks Woojin if he'll hunt the Skull Guild down for his protection, and Woojin says yes. Yongwon is happy with the news, and Woojin leaves. And he's glad that Yongwon will be responsible for everything that comes next. It cuts to Woojin signing a contract to become part of Yongwon's royal guards, and when he exits the room, they wonder how Woojin got the position, since he just started. And the other man says he doesn't know, but Yongwon isn't the type to act without reason. In the elevator, we see people talking about how a traitor got into the royal guards, and the others mock how Woojin got into the royal guards, saying he must be sucking up, and is just lucky. Woojin thinks to himself his luck is good, but it doesn't matter, because the hunting is about to begin. We see Second receiving a call from Woojin, and he makes some small talk, then is surprised that Woojin wants a fake id. Jinna wonders what he's planning, and Second tells him that it isn't something he can't do, but it's difficult to manipulate dungeon managers, but he'll prep it ASAP. Second then tells Jinna they'll find out soon enough. Jinna asks why he's helping him without knowing the plan, and asks if he trusts him that much. Second tells him that he doesn't believe in people, and he's just trying to find out his loyalty, so they can find out if he'll betray them or not, since desires do not lie. It cuts to the Baberager from the Messiah meetings, talking to one of his lackeys about Woojin going to war with the Skull Guild because of Yongwon. And many of the Skull Guild members are entering the same dungeon as Woojin, but Woojin may have a fake ID now. The crybaby says he doesn't care about any of that, as long as he's in the dungeon. It cuts to Woojin arriving at the Incheon dungeon, and when they ask for his name, he tells them it's Lee Jong-yun. He signs some stuff, and they give him a brief, and he sees that the dungeon is low ranked, but has a high capacity. He realizes it's an obvious trap to lure him out, and then he gets blinded by some headlights and watches as people exit their cars. He recognizes one of the men as the crybaby Yang Ji-hoo. It cuts to Second, and he's wondering why he's participating in the raid, and Secretary Lee, and she informs him that he's entered under an alias. Second asks if it's the same dungeon as Woojin, and Jinna asks who Ji-hoo is. Second says he's a troublesome guy, and is part of the round table, and they are screwed. It cuts to Ji-hoo the crybaby, and Woojin recognizes him, and conveniently explains that the round table is a group of players with legendary items related to King Arthur. They exist to protect those on behalf of the government, just like the Messiah Guild. And over time, the round table became weak, and became Shinhei's guards, and this was all their scheme, and the Poison King was the one who weakened them. Woojin mentions how the necklace that Ji-hoo possesses was taken from the original owner, but it's still a dangerous item regardless of who owns it, so there's no need to hold back. Skella boys get a quick buff, and then a man shouts that everyone will be entering the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, we see the clear condition is to kill 3,000 mobs, and some of the players are complaining about it. One of the men tells Ji-hoo it's not dangerous, but it might take a while. Ji-hoo says it's a good chance to find where Woojin is, and to stop wasting time and find him. Another man calls out to Ji-hoo and points to the Skull Guild. Ji-hoo is confused why they enter the dungeon like that, and that they keep messing things up. Because they were told not to interfere by the masters, and he will kill them after this. He tells his men to ignore them, and they just need to focus on taking care of Woojin, and to report it to him instantly, and that he uses poison, so be careful, and kill anyone who interferes. It cuts to a man running, saying he didn't expect to attack the Skull Guild immediately, and blames Woojin. He hides behind a tree and is shocked to see the Skelly boys fighting the Skull Guild, and wonders why he hasn't seen Woojin yet. Woojin quickly drops from above him, and the man goes to attack, but obviously gets beaten. He asks Woojin why he's doing this, and says it's a misunderstanding, because he has no connection to the Skull Guild. Woojin says that's odd, because the man above said he did have one, and he looks up to see one of the dead Skull Guild members. And he says there's no way he would have said anything. It briefly shows the dead man's memories, and the other guy screams out he's never seen him before, and asks why he's doing this, but gets slashed. He falls to the floor, saying he doesn't know anything, and Woojin tells him he'll only speak the truth when he's dead, and activates his memory skill. It cuts to him reading the memories of some Skull Guild members, and there's no information about Ji-hoo, and he wonders if they really weren't sent here by the Messiah Guild, and takes them moving without permission, as the group's falling out. It cuts to night, and we see some players saying they were looking forward to the 3,000 monsters, but it's easier than they thought, and while the players talk, it cuts to Ji-hoo's group saying it's strange. They've yet to run into Woojin, and one of them says he must have run away from them. Jihu then says it seems like he's just a coward, and he's more worried about the Skull Guild's whereabouts. Because they don't know what kind of situation will occur, so bumping into them sooner would be beneficial. Day arrives, and we see Jihu and his group running, and they still haven't seen Woojin, and begin to wonder if he's going to stay hidden. Jihu sees something, then quickly dodges an arrow, and the rest of his men block and dodge them as well. The skeletons arrive, and they say it seems like Woojin's finally arrived, and that he has a necromancer in his group. And begin to laugh at the Skele-boys. He's going to regret it. Woojin appears, and Jihu asks if he's going to use the skeletons to fight, and tells him it's ridiculous. Woojin pats one of the Skele-boys, and Jihu tells him he wouldn't get hurt if he continued to hide, and says it's time to test him. The skeletons rush in at Jihu. He goes to swing at them, but both of them avoid it, and he's confused that they avoided his attacks, and it's his first time seeing skeletons like this. While he's distracted, Woojin quickly dashes in, and swings his blade at Jihu. But Jihu blocks it, and Woojin realizes he's faster than he thought. He twists the sword then strikes down at Jihu, but he blocks it, asking what he's doing, and asks if he made him wait this whole time to show him this trash level of skill. Woojin leaps backward, and realizes this isn't going to be an easy fight. Their Nimbus take an interest in the battle, and Jihu comments on it. And he says he doesn't get the notification unless he's fighting a decent guy, and that it'll be fun. Woojin stares at him, and reiterates that it won't be easy. It cuts to Jinnah eating pizza, asking why he's making a big deal out of nothing. Second asks what he means, and Jinnah asks if he's wondering about what kind of player Woojin is. Second says he knows he's stronger than him, and they continue to banter like they always do. Jinnah says that Woojin is very cunning. Second asks him to explain, and Jinnah says he'll never fight a losing battle, because he wouldn't fight if there were a chance for him to lose. It cuts to a group of Skele-boys being summoned, and Jihu is nervous, because the fight just started, and Woojin summoned all of his skeletons. Woojin walks between the soldiers, and Jihu realizes he doesn't have a companion who summoned them, and then tries to count, but is stupid. Woojin rushes in, and they clash swords, and the Skele-boys follow up behind him. Jihu tells them to bring it on, and we see the Skele-boys just run past him, and he realizes they weren't after him, and he hears his men scream and sees them getting ganged on. One of them begs Jihu for help, and Jihu calls them useless and asks Woojin why he's such a coward. Woojin asks if he just heard a dog barking, and then says it's more like a puppy. Jihu gets angry, saying he's messing with the wrong man. He activates his necklace, and begins to glow, emanating a yellow aura. Woojin is glad he used it. The skeletons get behind him, and he turns around, slicing them, shattering them into pieces. Woojin is surprised by the necklace's skill, but it's time to start the next phase. Woojin yells retreat, and Jihu looks around and sees the skeletons all dip out from the fight, and he wonders if Woojin is going to hide again, but understands he needs to get rid of him before the dungeon ends. He calls to Jihu and tells his men he'll chase Woojin, so deal with the skeletons. Woojin begins to run, and comments on how Jihu doesn't care for his subordinates, and it must be due to his confidence. But it's understandable because of his necklace, which increases every stat, but for someone like him who doesn't know how to utilize it. He notices Jihu behind him, and realizes he can't ignore their stat difference. Piggy is very angry at him. We see Jihu run over some corpses, and we all know what's happening here. They explode right underneath him, and everyone can see the giant explosion, and while one of them panics, the other reminds them to stay calm because it isn't enough to kill Jihu, so to focus on the remaining skeletons. But is quickly hit with an arrow, and screams, being inflicted with poison. They see one of the skeletons, and tells his men they need to brace themselves. The dust settles around Jihu, and he roars, telling Jiwoo to fight him like a man. Woojin, after taking the Reaper's mask off, says he knows he'd lose in a fight with him, so if he wants to catch him, then to run faster. Jihu angrily says he's going to rip him apart, and the chase ensues again, like Tom and Jerry. Jihu activates a haste skill, and quickly catches up to Woojin. Woojin sees it, and when Jihu goes to attack him, the floor begins to crumble from underneath, which surprises him, and he begins to fall down into a pit, which is full of monster corpses, and then an explosion goes off. We see a large crater, and Jihu tells him to stop playing around. Woojin says he's sorry that he's too dumb to understand strategy. Jihu wonders what he means, and Woojin mansplains what strategy is to Piggy, and then he takes shots at him for being a horrible leader. Ji-hoo wonders why he's catching strays, and he recalls an incident of people mocking him for being the sole survivor from his group, and he yells at them to stop talking behind his back. And then Suzuki mocks him for not caring about his subordinates. And then calls him dumb, and says it's obvious after what he did. Ji-hoo rushes at him, but gets dodged, and then gets tripped onto the floor. Ji-hoo says they didn't die because of him, and Suzuki says he's refusing to take the blame, and that he's useless. And he says that Woojin's strategies are very similar to his. And this makes it unbearable, because he wants to kill them both with his own hands. Woojin tells him it's about time, and Jinhoo asks what he means. He lets Ji-hoo know that his Skelly boys don't need a verbal order. So he didn't need to yell retreat. Jinhoo, shocked, wonders if he did that to lure him out, and Woojin tells him it looks like he understands, and then says his blessing is about to end. Ji-hoo is confused about how Woojin knows the length of his skill, and yells out, asking who he is. Woojin says it's pathetic he doesn't know yet, and goes to tell him. But Jinhoo just gets confused even more, and the skill ends, putting the necklace on a cooldown. Woojin says it seems like it's ended, and that he's an idiot for falling for that till the end, and Ji-hoo begins to insult him, but then Woojin says they're done with their job. And we see some feet appear behind Ji-hoo, and that the Skelly boys have all returned. Woojin tells him he was too tunneled, he doesn't even know where he is. And explains to him that this is where he first came across them, and they just ran in circles. And thanks to the time he bought, the skeletons killed all of his allies, so they could quickly arrive after they finished their job. Ji-hoo is surprised by his underlings being slaughtered, and then it turns into anger, and he tells him he's looking down on him. Ji-hoo pushes off the ground with great force, and dashes into Woojin, and swings his sword down at him. Woojin doesn't even bother moving, and Ji-hoo immediately gets blocked by a Mr. Skelly Bones, and Woojin tells him not to get excited, because it's just starting. It cuts to a car, and Jinna is driving it while complaining about being overworked. He has a file on Ji-hoo, and he wonders why he needs to go check up on the dungeon, and we see a flashback of Second asking him to do it. And Second says he wants to know if Woojin is doing alright, and Jinna says he's sure that he'll make it back alive, and asks if he's worried that Ji-hoo will beat him. Second says it's the opposite, and if Ji-hoo loses, then they'll need to make sure of something but doesn't say what. And how it's the same for Woojin. And that he'd also like to know what their objectives are, like why they had to create the fake alias of Isaac, and how Youngwon is tied to the Skull Guild, and why they keep helping Woojin despite knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind everything, because it's all to take them down. It's difficult to know Woojin's intentions, and they need to confirm if he'll still work with them in the future. It cuts back to a group of Skelly Bones slumped over, and Ji-hoo is fatigued from his fight, and the poison. He complains there are too many skeletons, and we see one swinging at him, but he blocks it. As he blocks, a skeleton quickly approaches his side. Ji-hoo notices, but it's too late. Mr. Skelly Bones cuts him like a birthday cake, but Ji-hoo does not fall. He grits his teeth, and roars while making them social distance from him. He falls now to his knees, as his legs have given out. Woojin says he held up pretty well, and it would have been bad if he didn't use the Mastery Stone to increase his Skelly count. And now that he's fully affected by the poison, he doesn't need to entertain him anymore. Ji-hoo yells for them to fight him, he swings and eventually falls to the floor. Still repeating to fight him, and that he can continue. But as he crawls, he dies, and we see Woojin gain more authority from his Nimbus. He approaches Ji-hoo's corpse, and opens his inventory, taking out the necklace that carried him. And he says it's his first time owning an item from one of the Round Table Knights, and because of Ji-hoo's death, someone will show their face, doesn't say who. He reads Ji-hoo's memories, and we see Suzuki trash talking him, then says he meant his subordinates. Ji-hoo tells him a dog should act like one, and since he's going to see the masters, he'll let it slide, but next time he won't. Suzuki smiles, saying he's looking forward to it. We see Ji-hoo greeting the great hero, which is revealed to be Sejin. Woojin gets angry seeing his face, and says that if they find out Ji-hoo died, they will retaliate. But he will ensure that anyone who supported Sejin and ignored justice will pay. We see some orcs on the ground, and some players are attempting to capture a two-headed dog, and one of them tells the other to attack it once it takes their bait, so that they can do it without casualties. But they get a notification about the dog being defeated, and they all make goofy faces while being super lost. The dungeon is cleared, and we see Woojin walking away from the gate, and he's surprised to see Jinna greeting him. He asks what he's doing here, and Jinna says he was in the area, so he stopped by. And he has something to give to Woojin anyway. We see them in the car, and Jinna tells him that Second wants them to enter another dungeon. And then asks how Jihu was. Woojin expected them to know, and that Jihu entered a fake alias, which meant Second knew why Woojin wanted a fake alias, and still agreed. Jinna repeats his question, and asks him how he was. Woojin says that he was stronger than Jinna. Jinna quickly barks back, asking if he has a scouter for power levels, and asks him how he knows his true skills. Woojin tells him that Jihu took down 10 of the 12 Skelly boys, and if Jinna wants to prove he's stronger than him, he can test him if he wants to try. Jinna makes a super convincing face, and says a true man shouldn't brag, and quickly changes the topic to work. Woojin tells him about the Horned Fox dungeon, and Jinna says since he knows about it, he'll skip the explanation. And that it's obvious, but he'll be going as Isaac, and he's sure he knows why. And asks what he thinks. Woojin realizes that being sent to another dungeon immediately after beating Jihu means something, and agrees to do it. We see Woojin driving away from Jinna, and Jinna quickly calls Second and tells him that he told him not to worry about Woojin, because he doesn't take a losing fight. Second asks if he agreed to the dungeon, and Jinna tells him agreed without even thinking about it, and he knows the dungeon details already. Second says that's good, and warns Jinna to resolve himself. Because now that Woojin agreed, there is no turning back. Second thinks about how even though he can't trust him entirely, they need to do something now to stand against the Messiah Guild. And that they only have 2 to 3 hours at best, so if someone doesn't come along and put them in check, they won't hide their aggression. Woojin has arrived to his hideout, and he recalls that right after he cleared the Horned Fox dungeon previously, and we see his recruitment into the Messiah Guild. And Woojin tells her that if they want him to join, the guild master himself should ask. A foot exits from a car, and says he likes his guts, and that they need his strength to save the world. Woojin turns around, and Sejin asks if he will be his ally, and this was their first meeting. Woojin receives a text, and Second tells him to show off during the new raid in 2 days. Woojin smirks, and says he bets just like before he returned, the Messiah Guild will be there, and that's good. He plans to shock them all at the value of Isaac as a player. We see him pulling the needle snake leather out from his inventory, and says he'll be busy in order to finish preparing, but since it's a dungeon, he's already cleared once. It will be the perfect experience to show off. It cuts 2 days to the location of the dungeon, and someone yells over the intercom for the players to get ready. And we see Woojin and Jinna exit their car. Woojin asks if he's ready, and Jinna says he's cleared the impossible dungeon, so of course he is, and this'll be easy. But quickly panics as he cannot eat his snacks, due to them freezing. We see someone yell for everyone to enter into their Arctic gear, and she tells them to make sure to look after themselves. Because if they get left behind, they will get in people's way. Woojin compliments her knowledge, and how the environment can be scarier than the mobs. Jinna is shivering, asking how cold it is, if a tank like him is freezing. Woojin tells him it's time to move, and we see them dash off. After a bit, Jinna asks if it wouldn't have been better to move with the Messiah Guild, because acting by themselves in this environment, but gets interrupted, and Woojin asks if he can't use his strength in the cold. Jinna tells him that's nonsense. Jinna says his nickname is the Siberian Brown Bear, and this kind of temperature is nothing to him, and it feels great. Woojin smiles and says it's good to know, and that this dungeon will be harder than their previous one together. Jinna asks how much harder it'll be, and Woojin says he'll know soon enough. Due to the necklace from Jihu, Woojin begins to feel warm, and equips his mask too. He tells Jinna it's time to move, and that they'll feel warmer if they do. Jinna agrees, and asks if he'll be properly fed this time. Jinna asks what his plan is for the dungeon, because it's a survival quest, and if they are going to build a fort again. Woojin says no, and Jinna is glad he doesn't need to build again. The Skelly boys are summoned, and Jinna is flabbergasted by all of the skeletons having upgraded drip. We see them in red armor. Jinna asks why he only bought them leather armor, and not something better, but realizes it's from the needle snake. Jinna is angry that he took all of the leather, and that it would cost so much for just one, but every skeleton has armor. Woojin says his office should have gotten his share, and Jinna yells at the baldy. It cuts to the girl who gave orders earlier, and she realizes 2 people are missing. She asks if anyone saw where Isaac and his companion went, and a player apologizes, saying they were all too busy with building. She says that sorry doesn't cut it, and asks if he forgot their order. We learn that her true goal is to determine if forming an alliance with Isaac is worth it or not. She tells the player to guard the camp, and that she'll scout. The player says she doesn't need to, and she says it's fine, and she needs to see it for herself anyways, how skilled Isaac is. We see some wolves snarling, and then the Skeleborys are bodying the dogs, sending them flying through the air. Jinnah yells out headshot in Russian, and we see the skeleton boys continuing to put in work. One of them slices a wolf in half, and the woman witnesses this and thinks it's crazy that a skeleton soldier is this strong. One of the players with her asks if they should help, and she says they don't need it, and are showing off that it's their hunting ground, and they'll get in their way. She realizes they are much more skilled than she is, but it's expected of someone who hunted the needle snake. She says she must report it to the guild. She immediately hears the whistle, and realizes it's the emergency whistle. Woojin notices them leaving from their hiding spot, and we see some wolves running through the forest, and the players are attempting to hold them off, while saying they just need to hold on until the captain comes back. Someone quickly jumps from the ground, and leaps through the air slamming into a pile of wolves, turning them into meat crayons. It's the woman from before, and she asks what everyone is doing and that it's just some floor 1 mobs. And instructs them to form a defensive line, and that they'll slowly move back to camp. A wolf atop the cliff begins to howl, and the ground starts to shake and rumble, as a scout from up ahead sees a massive horde of wolves running together, forming a monster wave. The captain is nervous by the fact that what they've been dealing with wasn't even a wave. We see Woojin and Jinnah watching the wolves, and Jinnah says that everyone will die if they don't help, but there's no way Woojin is thinking of going in, right? It cuts back to Woojin on the phone with Second after having asked him for a skill page, and Woojin thanks him. The skill is called Aura Field, and it will buff, or debuff within a certain area. Woojin learns the skill, and tells Jinnah he's glad he doesn't have to explain everything to him anymore. We see the girls group from before is surrounded by wolves against a cliff, and she says she should have paid more attention, and that she was careless because it's just the first floor. An explosion occurs behind the wolves, and one of the men asks if it's reinforcements. The woman says there's nobody else who would be in the dungeon, but then realizes she is wrong, and we see Woojin throwing wolf corpses off the cliff he is standing on, and smirks while exploding them. Jinnah bursts out from the explosion, and with the help of some skelly boys, begin to annihilate some wolves. They quickly secure an area amongst the wave. We see that one of the skeletons has the buff from Jihu's necklace, and his eyes glow yellow as the buff begins to spread to all the remaining soldiers. Jinnah is confused, as he watches the yellow aura emanating from the Mr. Skelly bones, because he's never seen this before, and he wonders if they've gone crazy or something. They all begin to roar, while turning into super scions. One of them grips his axe, then lets it rip, smacking multiple wolves away. Jinnah says it's like watching berserkers, and wonders what Woojin has done. We see him atop the cliff still watching all of this, and he explains that rather than selfishly using the necklace's buff, it's best to share it by using the aura field, and that it's much more efficient. He watches as his soldiers one-sidedly annihilate the wolves, and then throws another corpse down, exploding it again. The woman is shocked that they are acting like a barrier and blocking the monster wave, and realizes this is the true ability of the needle snake hunter. She tells her men that now the wave has been blocked, it's now their chance, and to charge in. It cuts to Second's office, and Secretary Lee asks if they are saving the Messiah Guild. And he tells her yes, because they are praised as heroes, they won't be able to show their saviors hostility. And will be pressured to reward their saviors. So they'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and she says it's a good idea, but will they succeed? Because the Messiah Guild has many skilled players, so to make it work, Woojin will need skills that are much greater than theirs, and he asks if he possesses that. Second says that he certainly does, and he would even be happy to give him a loan. This surprises her, and she asks if he really rates him that highly. He says yes, and while they are in the dungeon, they need to do their best to make sure their identities aren't revealed, so they can continue to farm the rewards. It cuts back to the dungeon, and one of the players says it's finally over, and if the Russians weren't here, it would have been impossible. The girl from before greets Woojin and Jinnah, and thanks them. Woojin doesn't respond instantly, and she realizes he might not speak Korean, but he quickly replies in bad Korean on purpose, and leaves. She tells him to wait, and Jinnah asks if he forgot about their plan. Woojin says they got rid of the biggest threat, so don't worry. And sticking with them will increase their chances of exposing their identities, and now that they've demonstrated their skills, they won't be able to claim the dungeon as theirs, so now they can farm levels. Jinna says please, no, not again, and Woojin smirks. It cuts to night, and we see Jinna is gassed out, and says he must have gone crazy teaming up with Woojin. A level up notification appears, and we see them both looking at it. Woojin says now he's level 35, he can't ask for any more now. We see he gains more authority, and his poison skill levels up. He looks at the skill, and we see it is at the X rank, not sure if highest or not, and he says now his skill is at this rank, he can realize his plans sooner. Jinna asks why he's making such a serious face, and if there's something wrong. Woojin says no, but before they move to the next floor, there's one thing left they need to do. Jinna asks what he's planning to do now. Woojin says it's to eat, because they'll spend more energy on the next floor. Jinna asks him if it's true, and we see them cooking some food on a fire. While pigging out, Jinna says it seems like they are a real team now, and tells him to eat. Woojin says he's got something to ask beforehand, and says even though he's immortal, he can still feel pain, so would he pass out from pain in the middle of a fight? Jinna says, of course not, and that he's the many lead Jinna, and he won't pass out. Woojin says, if that's the case, then what if he was pierced by the horned fox? How long could he withstand it? Jinna drops his food, and asks if he has done something wrong, and if he should beg for forgiveness. It cuts to the second floor, and we see the players are all just getting toyed with, being sent flying all over the place, and we see something Sonics all over the wall. They wonder how they are meant to fight it, and one of them watches as it lands beside them and then instantly gets caught in its mouth. It then runs through everyone else, and the captain realizes that everyone is going to die at this rate, and that they need to seal its movement somehow. She grinds her teeth while trying to figure out what to do, and then sees Jinna walk in front of her, and tells her that he'll kill the fox for her. She wonders what he's planning to do by himself, and as he walks forward, she tells him he can't just charge in without a plan, and we see the reflection of the horned fox in her eyelids. Jinna approaches it, and it snarls at him, and quickly dashes, bearing its fangs directly at him. He barely dodges, but still gets scraped by it, realizing it's faster than he thought. It turns into Bellamy, and Jinna says it's as Woojin said, and that it's not strong, but insanely quick. So all he can do is block currently. He begins to lose balance, and he realizes this. The horned fox leaps at him, stabbing him, piercing his body. He begins to lose consciousness and recalls Woojin talking to him, that the skeleton soldiers would break too quickly, and a trap would take too long. Jinna says he just needs to stop its movement, right? But it makes sense why he suggested they eat now. Woojin asks him if he can do it or not. Jinna opens his eyes, and grabs a hold of the horned fox, and begins to stop its movements, causing them to slide across the snow. Jinna's blessing activates, and he says it hurts, but he's finally caught a hold of it, and we see he's stopped its movements. The captain is in awe of him actually stopping it, and realizes he won't last forever like this. An arrow flies by her head as she talks about how it'll be for nothing if they don't kill it now. The arrow continues to soar toward the horned fox, and gets closer to its eye, and then hits it. We see it is inflicted with poison, and she turns around to see Woojin holding a bow. He takes a step forward, and we see as the boys begin to haul cheeks to save Jinna. She watches, and is low-key afraid of how strong they are while both being under level 40. And we see the Skelly boys go to work on the horned fox, and she calls them monsters in comparison to them, and says that they are on a whole different level. They successfully kill the horned fox, and the gate begins to open. People flock toward the exiting players, and ask if it was Kang Young-ji girl captain, or if it was Isaac, and that they need to interview them. They watch as a diplomatic car pulls up, and realize it's Isaac's car. Inside of it, we see Woojin pull out the horn from his inventory, and he tells Second to make a statement for him. Second asks why he needs one, and Woojin tells him to let them know if the Messiah Guild wants it, they are willing to donate the horn. Jinna asks if he's crazy after putting him through all of that, just to donate it. Second says he understands, and it's quite a plan. Jinna barks at him too. Woojin adds one more thing, and says to emphasize the, if the guild wants it part. Second says alright. We see on the news that the statement is released, and that Yongji says they would have failed without Isaac. Woojin, in his hideout, reads through these and says he's glad they took care of it so quickly. He quickly receives a phone call from Youngwon, and it cuts to him at his office. And we see on the TV they are trying to find out Isaac's identity, and Youngwon is annoyed that he's all they are talking about. He then says Woojin is better at taking care of things than he thought, and informs him that the Skull Guild left Korea, and are back in Japan. And part of him wants to go and annihilate them. He realizes he's satisfied with how things turned out. And since Woojin kept his side of the deal, he will be rewarded properly. His secretary passes him a skill page, and Yongwon tells him that he needs to continue to grow stronger. The skill is called Blood Mist, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Yongwon reiterates that he needs to become stronger as a member of their elite squad. Woojin tells him he understands. On the TV, we see that the Messiah Guild has released a statement, and they are grateful for Isaac's words, but will only accept the sentiment. And that they will send him a gift to repay him. Yongwon calls them idiots for losing out because of their pride. Woojin gets a flashback of the night prior and says if he remained quiet, they probably would have robbed him of the thorn by stirring up the public. But that only applied to their enemies, and on top of saving their members, he even offered to donate the item. So there's no way for them to paint him in a negative light, and if they wanted the horn, they'd have to pay for it. Woojin then replies to Yongwon's statement about them losing, and tells him it depends on what the Messiah Guild reward him with. Woojin looks at the Blood Mist page, and realizes that the reason Yongwon gave it to him, is to tell him to focus on leveling up, so he asks Yongwon if he secured any dungeons that he can focus on leveling in. Yongwon says yes, and to just purchase some through a broker and send him the invoice, and he'll take care of it. Woojin thanks him while grinning. It cuts to Jinna watching the news while eating, and wondering if Woojin knew this would happen from when he said he'd donate the horn, and now he gets to keep the horn while getting a reward. He tells Second he's curious as to what they'll give him. Second says it'll be a skill to summon golems, and Jinna asks how he knows, and he tells Jinna they've already come to an agreement before their announcement. And regardless, it looks better to gift something before announcing it. And when they offered the skill, they accepted instantly. Jinna says but then screams what does he get, because he worked really hard and now won't get anything. So shouldn't he get table scraps or something, at least? Second puts a lot of snack boxes onto a table, saying here's his table scraps, and that he's been stocking up a present for him. Jinna yells at him that these are gifts sent by the people who think they are Russian. So why is he acting like he bought them, and he wants skills or items too? It cuts to Jinna eating the snacks, and he's asking Second what he's looking at, and we learn it's a dungeon purchase request from Yongwon. Jinna tells him he thought they stopped making deals with him. Because last time Second just cursed Yongwon, and then asked why he would even need a dungeon broker anyway. Second tells him it's because he wants to buy some in order to raise his new elite soldier, and that he sure does love his underlings. Jinna asks who the soldier is, and Second says he knows him well. Jinna guesses that it's Woojin, and then says that they are shaking Yongwon down, and calls them con artists. Second says it's called businesses, and Woojin should teach him this. He shoves a dungeon paper to Jinna, asking what he thinks of it. He says that survival quest only dungeons are rare, so it should sell for a bit. We see the dungeon stats, and it's a 7-day survival quest. Jinna says that it seems like the perfect place to level, and hands it back to Second. Second asks what he's doing, which confuses Jinna, and then he tells him that he needs to go deliver it, because he needs to level up as well. Jinna drops it and begins to tell him he doesn't think it's the best option, and Second tells him to hurry up. It cuts to inside the dungeon, and Jinna is annoyed that he has to do another dungeon with Woojin. Woojin turns around and asks if they should start by going on a light walk while smirking. It cuts to the Hansung Corporation, the #1 financial company in Korea, and they are Messiah's biggest sponsor. We see Shinhai learning about Jihu's death, and how he died while going after Woojin. She asks why Jihu did something nobody asked him to do, then asks about the necklace. The guy panics, and she tells him to retrieve it no matter what. She thinks that while it's not hard to replace Jihu, there is no replacement for the necklace, and that the Skull Guild's failures seem to be a small deal. It's led to great tension between the Masters and the Messiah Guild, which is cracking their alliance. And that the source of all of this is Yongwon, and she wished she eliminated him sooner, and now she can only chip away at his strength. She asks about the new member of Yongwon's elite squad, and the man replies they are trying to get rid of Woojin currently, but Yongwon is doing all he can to protect him, and he's even heavily investing into him. She says to stop with the excuses, and she wants to know the plans to eliminate him. He tells her they formed a team to capture him, and she asks who is leading it. And he tells her it's Suzuki Eiichi. She says she can trust him because he's a round table member, and asks where they are. He tells her they are sitting on standby in Kaesong. We see a level up notification, and Woojin has reached level 40, and gained more inventory slots too. And now, he can use the skills he received earlier. We see Jinna gassed out, and he's impressed by Woojin, and says he's probably the only one who can level up this quickly, because he is so efficient in everything he does, and is even very knowledgeable about the dungeon types, and the monsters in them. Including the best way to hunt them, and he seems to know everything. Almost as if he's experienced it all before if only he knew. Woojin tells him it seems like he can walk out of anything alive now, and he learns the skills he was gifted. Jinna asks now that they've achieved their goal, can they take it easy and clear the dungeon now? Woojin says it's the opposite, and now he got new skills, so he needs to give it his all, so they can figure out how strong they truly are. Jinna begs, and then it cuts to Woojin walking out of the gate, and Jinna crawls from it. Secretary Lee greets them, and quickly runs to Jinna, asking if he is alright. He lets out a grunt, and she asks if he's hurting, and it turns out his grunt was him trying to say hungry. Woojin asks to speak with Second, and she says yes, and hands him a phone. Second asks Lee what's wrong, and Woojin greets him, and tells him he is somewhere he wants to go. Second looks worried that it's Kaesong of all places, and wonders what Woojin is thinking. We learn that after the gates appeared around the world, North Korea opened a small door to receive help from outside. And this is Kaesong, and if you can clear a dungeon, anything is allowed. So it quickly became a city affiliated with a crime. It cuts to a bus driving in Kaesong, and a man is nervously shaking his foot. Another man asks if it's his first time being a shuttle, which confuses the man, and he explains that the man is an inventory mule who will be forced to bring items out from the dungeon. The man says it isn't true, and the other guy says everyone can see it from just one look, and that he doesn't seem like a violent criminal, and asks if he's a con artist. And even though many of them are violent, they are untouchable due to being players. And it's nice, right? He then asks the nervous man how he ended up here. The man says he was betrayed by someone he trusts, and the guy says, damn, he's sure the other guy will pay for it after he works hard, and as he walks away, tells the man if he needs help, then to ask. Of course, it's Woojin in disguise, and he thinks to himself that he'll make Sejin pay for betraying the world. The man from earlier gets a text asking how the shuttleists are, and the man replies, saying it's all good, and they can treat them like trash. The bus enters a gate, and everyone is quickly asked to exit the bus. It cuts to Second's office, and Jinna is saying that Woojin must have gone crazy for wanting to go to Kaesong, and because it's full of criminals, he wonders why Woojin went to the lawless city. Looking at the food bill, Second says the crazy one is Jinna, for leeching off of him. Jinna asks him about the needle snake leather from last time, and Second quickly swaps topics saying he has yet to learn why Woojin is in Kaesong. Jinna notices this and asks him if he's hiding something. Second ignores him and continues saying it's unlucky timing because that guy is also in Kaesong. Jinna asks who he means, and Second says it's a monster even stronger than Woojin. And that in his level range of 50, nobody is a match against him, and he hopes they don't run into each other. Jinna says there's no shot someone is stronger than Woojin, and if he existed, he would have heard of him already. Second says he probably has, and that he's the Messiah Guild's hunting dog named Suzuki Eiichi. It cuts to him on the phone, and Suzuki is telling someone he'll start the preparations, and when someone asks what that was about, he tells them they have their new target, and that it's Woojin. One of them says he's never heard of Woojin, and we see him exit the bus while they keep talking about how he is probably not an ordinary guy. Suzuki says it's irrelevant, and they need to do their job. And they should quickly clear this dungeon and start investigating him. Then he asks about the shuttles. One of the men say the guy in charge texted them that it was all ordinary, so they can proceed as planned. Suzuki tells them to get everyone ready. Woojin, in disguise, says he didn't think he'd meet him like this, and that he's been avoiding him. He explains that Suzuki was a hunting dog, and once he reached level 100, he became very restricted. Due to that, the Messiah Guild needed a new hunting dog, but it's only something he discovered out later, and if it weren't for that, then Sejin wouldn't have scouted him in person. But regardless, Suzuki is someone he shouldn't underestimate, and he's probably already got Lancelot's ring from Shinhai, so if he is left alone, he will become an unstoppable monster, so he needs to deal with it now. They enter the dungeon, and we see one of the shuttleists killed one of their members and ran away. Suzuki looks at the man's corpse, and another man asks what the plan is. Suzuki turns into Sherlock Holmes, and realizes that the killer has done this quite a few times, and he tells his men to take care of all of the shuttles. They begin pulling their weapons out from their inventories, and surrounding the shuttles. The man from the bus asks what's going on, and he tells them they don't even have weapons, so chill out. He continues to talk, but one of the men fruit ninja him, and the others watch in fear of the fruit ninja. One screams for the rest to run, and a bloodbath ensues. One of the men tells Suzuki they've taken care of them all, and asks if they should split up and search for the one who ran away. Suzuki tells him that the enemy is trying to drag it out, and since he's alone, he's trying to take them out after they split up, and asks if they need to even entertain such an obvious tactic, and rather finding out information takes priority. They see a tree fall down, and look over to see a golem walking out from the forest, and are curious. Suzuki instantly realizes that the enemy's Nimbus is emissary of the underworld, and that since the man can't use summoning skills without a sacrifice, the golem is a distraction. He tells his men they'll chase after him, but to kill the golem first. Some no-name activates a spell and roots the golem, and yells that golems are resistant to sharp weapons, so swap to a blunt one instead. They begin to light up the golem, by hammering into its legs. Woojin watches and compliments them on their teamwork, and how they are knowledgeable on the golem's weakness. We see them blow its legs off, and as it begins to fall, one of the men leaps above it. He readies his hammer, and strikes down onto its head, causing a giant cloud of dust to emerge. One of the men begins to hear a weird sound, and watches as an arrow flies straight at him, but Suzuki quickly slashes it. The man apologizes, and Suzuki tells him not to underestimate their opponent. Sherlock again notices that Woojin is going for the healer while everyone is distracted, and says that he must be incredibly skilled, and since he can use long-ranged weapons and summons, he wonders who he is. One of the men yells about another attack, and Suzuki turns around, and he and his men see a group of armored figures running at them. One of the men pulls out his bow and says he'll buy them time, so group up. He fires multiple arrows toward the figures, and as the arrows get closer, we see they just pass through the figures' clothing. The man is scared that the enemies didn't even attempt to dodge, and as the cloak breaks, we see one of the Skelly boys ready his sword, and swing at the man, but only manages to cut his face. The man is surprised to see a skeleton soldier, and disengages. The man says it's too nimble for a skeleton soldier, and we see the Skelly boys are engaged in combat with the players, and one of the men is being overpowered due to how careless the soldiers are, and is surprised by how well the Skelly boys fight. Suzuki instantly cuts one of them to pieces, and he says that since they are mimicking their summoner, he now has an idea of how skilled Woojin is. He says nothing good will come out of dragging it out, and dashes past another one of the skeletons, and we see the skeleton is split in half. The man calls out to Suzuki, and Suzuki tells him not to let their guards down, and to treat them like veteran players, so go all out. And since they are using armor, aim for the exposed parts. The man runs off, telling his men to focus on the gaps in their armor. Another skeleton loses his leg, and then another one falls too. Suzuki runs through the battle trying to figure out where Woojin is, because if he can take care of him, the summons will vanish. He sees a figure wearing a cloak, and instantly stops his momentum and turns, dashing toward the figure. He goes for a slash, and quickly cuts the figure in half. He turns around, surprised, and we see between the fabric of the cloak a man wearing a skull mask, and Suzuki wonders if it is Isaac. Another skeleton falls, and one of the players looks over to see Suzuki and a blonde man with a skull mask, instantly recognizing him as Isaac. The man is confused about why someone on good terms with their guild is doing this. Woojin looks at him and decides it's time for his second plan to start. He begins to retreat from the battle. Suzuki realizes that since he's a necromancer, the longer time he has, the worse it'll be for them. One of the players tells Suzuki they need to chase after him, and Suzuki says no, and they must remain on standby. The player gets agitated, and says there's no time for that, and he's weakened now. Suzuki thinks to himself that while it may seem like a good idea, what if, in reality, summoning skills aren't the only skills he has? He yells out it's a trap, and we see a blinding light, followed by a massive explosion, creating a shockwave. A fog begins to envelop the players, and one of them wonder what the fog is, and Suzuki tells his men to be on high alert, because, without their line of sight, they won't know what's next. One of the players walks through the fog, apologizing for losing self-control, but has been poisoned and begins vomiting blood. Suzuki notices this, and one of the players tells the man he'll heal him, but Suzuki stops him saying it's too late. The player drops to his knees, saying it's just poison and he'll be okay, so to heal him quickly. He then rushes at the healer, saying he doesn't want to die, and Suzuki takes away the man's walking privileges. And says there wasn't any info about Isaac using poison, and since it was so lethal, it's strange he didn't use it from the start, and then he realizes something and sees all of his men have cuts. One of the players say it's weird that the fog isn't going away, and then Suzuki's ring activates, and we see it gives him a resistance to poison. Suzuki yells, telling his men to avoid the mist. One of them says he hasn't felt anything, and then all of the players begin to cough profusely. Suzuki realizes this was Woojin's plan, and then one of the skeletons appear behind Suzuki, and then he realizes it's not aiming for him, but his subordinates, and then looks down to see Woojin below him. And they quickly exchange blades and distance themselves. They both instantly notice their nimbuses are interested in the battle, and Woojin realizes he's on a whole different level than Jihu, and if he isn't careful, he will die. It cuts to Second's office, and Secretary Lee is telling him that he was right, and that Woojin entered the same dungeon as Suzuki. Second realizes that Woojin is targeting the Messiah Guild, and that if he makes it back, he will be an incredible ally. Lee asks him what the plan is, and he tells her they need to have something ready. She asks what he means, and he tells her it's the thing she worked hard to gather, the Pharaoh's power. It cuts back to the fight, and we see all of Suzuki's men peacefully taking naps, and Woojin is on his knees while Suzuki kills his last skeleton. Suzuki asks Woojin if there are any more tricks, and Woojin is worried about how much of a gap there is even with the effects of the necklace, and that he's much stronger than he thought, and he was overconfident thinking he was ready for this. Suzuki tells him he's the first person he's struggled against, and acknowledges him, but since he's lost too much blood, he knows he won't last any longer. We see Suzuki is poisoned, but his ring resists it. And he says if it weren't for his ring, he would have died already. And that he's pretty worn out himself, so if he loses any more blood, he will die, while walking to Woojin. He raises his sword and tells him farewell, and Woojin watches, and begins to recall him talking to Yongwan. Yongwan is talking about how due to his poisonous blood, he is unable to receive a blood transfusion, and his secretary hands Woojin something. Yongwan says that it'll be useless in the future, but it may save his life at least once. His eyes glow with tenacity remembering the skill, and he rushes at Suzuki. Suzuki says he's struggling to the end, and Woojin puts his palm on his chest, and we see him cast a skill called blood absorption. Suzuki begins to fall backward and drops his sword, and the two tumble to the floor. We see Suzuki's stats are decreased. Woojin pants while on his hands and knees, and we see he's recovered 5% of his health. He stands up and tells Suzuki he should know that Sejin is a trash person, and asks why he follows him. Suzuki laughs saying is that the reason he attacked him, and that everyone is going crazy for Sejin, but it's not the truth and that the true goal is for the players to rule the world, and that finishing the game is just a facade. As he coughs, Woojin steals his ring, and we see the stats are really strong on the ring. Due to losing the ring, Suzuki is fully poisoned, and Woojin tells him that since he's stronger than him, he should easily accept his fate of dying to him. Suzuki continues to cough, and dies. Woojin reads his memories, and then we see the light clearing the dungeon. In disguise, Woojin walks out, and a man hands him a radio. Second congratulates him on killing Suzuki, and asks if he's going to try to deny it or not. Woojin asks what's wrong with killing a Messiah dog, and Second says there isn't a problem, and he just didn't think he'd cause such a problem, but he got his message now. And that he is very interested in what he's planning to do next, and asks if they can meet after he leaves Kaesong. And since it's an important topic, it should be discussed in person. Woojin says that's fine, and he has no reason to turn it down, if the business is killing the Messiah. We see Secretary Lee visiting a memorial site. She raises her hand, touching one of the memorials, showing a face of regret, then walks away. It cuts to the inside of a dungeon, and we see a fire in the forest, and a man blows a whistle, causing the players inside to retreat. While everyone else runs away from the fire, we see a man walk toward it. We get a closer look and see the man is Jinnah, who is saying something in Russian. He recalls Woojin telling him to grab something that's on fire, and Woojin asks if he isn't confident, or if he's afraid of being burned. Jinnah says that's not it, and he isn't scared, he's just asking if it's possible. Woojin tells him to endure it for 5 seconds, and he'll take care of the rest, and throws him the ring of Lancelot. Jinnah looks at it, wondering what it is, and Woojin tells him to keep it, and Jinna asks if he's proposing to him, and that he respects his preferences. Woojin tells him to stop talking, and explains it's Lancelot's ring, and it helps with anything impure, but won't help with the fire. Jinna says it's useless then, but Woojin tells him if the firefox's flames have any negative status effects, it'll cancel them, and he thought Jinna would know in A+ rank dungeons, these things are expected. Jinna is nervous, but remembers that Woojin said he'd buy him as much food as he wanted if he held the fox for 5 seconds, and he'll make him regret it. Jinna dashes in toward the fox, and it leaps at him too. He gives it a hug, then squeezes it with everything he's got, causing it to yelp, and then flames begin to pour from its eyes, and Jinna begins to feel the heat, then gets burned. The flames inflict him with blindness, but the ring of Lancelot resistances against the effect. Jinna encourages himself while being burnt to hold on for the 5 seconds so that he can get diabetes. The fox lets out a wave of fire, and we see Woojin has appeared and pulls out a spear made from his own blood, class item. He dashes in toward the fox, while Jinna is still holding onto it. The fox opens its mouth, and it cuts to Second reading the news. We learn that the Messiah Guild has obtained the rights to Japan's national treasure, so they must have something on them, and after Isaac's appearance, they've been more aggressive. So it's reasonable to expect they've gotten other countries' treasures as well. Secretary Lee arrives at the office, and Second notices her feet are dirty. She tells him she'll quickly give her report to him, and he tells her not to rush since it's pre-business hours. He looks at his calendar, and we see it's Secretary Lee's birthday, and he decides he should buy her something, and asks if she wants to eat steak. She's skeptical, and asks if he has a coupon or something, and they banter with each other. It cuts to the airport, and we see Jinna thinking about how if Woojin hadn't given him the ring, he might have actually died. And he didn't think that the fox's flames would have any effects like that, yet Woojin again had planned it all, and he thought he got closer, but he still has a ways to go. Woojin tells him it's time to split up, and Jinna asks him about the promise they made. Woojin is confused, and Jinna mentions that he would buy him food for 5 seconds. Woojin pulls out some nerged voice and says it was only 4.9 seconds. Jinna barks at him, saying how dare he pull something like this over food. Jinna begins to walk after him, yelling that he's a con man, and Woojin just repeats 4.9. It cuts to Youngwon reading the news about Isaac clearing the Firefox dungeon, and he says that he thought he was messing around, but he's actually impressive. Then asks Woojin if he agrees. Woojin says yes. His secretary comes into the room telling him she has some news, but sees Woojin, saying she'll be back. Youngwon tells her it's fine, then asks what it is. She tells him that Georg, king of the undead, has joined the Messiah Guild. Youngwon says it seems like they beat them to it, and Woojin thinks about how it's much faster than his previous life, and wonders if it's because he killed Suzuki, so it might have sped things up. Now he'll have to change his plans after observing. Youngwon gets a little angry, saying he wanted to use Georg to pressure the Messiah Guild, and now he's a threat, so they need to find a new plan. Woojin asks him about Isaac Ivanov, and Youngwon says it would be great if he could get him to help, but he has no information on him, so it won't be easy. His secretary mentions that, according to rumors, Isaac frequents the black market to purchase the Skeleton Knight book. Youngwon says it's a rare skill, and thinks about him trying to get it, and he says things might be easier than he originally thought, and Woojin grins. It cuts to the Messiah Guild, with Shinhai telling Sejin that Suzuki is dead, along with all of his subordinates. Sejin asks about his workshop. She tells him that Kaesong has been demolished. Sejin asks her who it was that's done all of this. She begins to panic, saying that one of Youngwon's men was spotted using a fake identity, so she believes it was Youngwon's forces that made the first move. He asks how she's responding to this, and she says if he's asking about Youngwon, she's done something about it, because soon enough, his foolishness of trying to keep their guild in check will cause him to crumble. Additionally, in order to keep Isaac in check, they've recruited a player who has been expanding all over Europe. His nimbus is the emissary of the underworld, and his skill is the skeleton soldier. This allows him to make an endless army immediately, so regardless of his opponent's strength, they are helpless against an army. Some players have witnessed this, and have given him the title King of the Undead. His name is Johann Georg. He's been mentioned many times before. Shinhai says that instead of the mysterious Isaac, it's easier to handle Georg because he's straightforward with his goals. Even though Isaac's publicly said he's grateful to their guild, they've taken too many L's from him. so they'll get Georg to match him in mid. Sejin puts his hand on her shoulder, scaring her. He tells her that the greater their desire, the easier it is to handle them. She turns around to look at Sejin, and he says Jirog's title, saying he likes the name, and he'll give her one last chance. She looks down in fear. It cuts to Youngwon getting into his car. He begins to think about something, and his secretary notices, asking how the negotiations went with the Frontier Guild. He tells her it's not about that, and the guild has been wanting to enter the Korean market for a while, but their ego wouldn't allow them to do business with the Messiah Guild, so they chose Youngwon's instead. She tells him that cooperating with one of the top 5 guilds in the world is great for them, and asks what's bothering Youngwon. He says there's no such thing as free candy, because people who approach you with overwhelming goodwill, they are bound to be planning something, and if they are screwing with him, he will make sure to use their fame against them. He tells her to call Woojin to his headquarters, and it cuts to the next day. Woojin asks if he needs to work with the Frontier Guild now, and Youngwon says he won't be working with them, he just needs to receive their protection and level up safely. And that they'll be entering a dungeon in a few days, so go in with them. Woojin says okay, and leaves the building. He comments on how Youngwon had no choice, but to make this plan, but it's a little too blatant. Because there's no way that Shinhai didn't anticipate Youngwon's move, so to partner up with the Frontier Guild now, they are probably working with the Messiah Guild. However, relying on presumptions is not good, so he needs more information, and calls Second. It cuts to Youngwon and some Phoenix members outside the dungeon, and they are excited to meet the Frontier Guild, saying how lucky they are. Someone from the Frontier Guild enters the room, apologizing late, and introduces himself as Jamie Kim. He says he'll brief them, then it cuts past all the boring talk, and he's telling them that the Frontier Guild is there for their protection, so it would be great if they cooperate with their restrictions. And it's prohibited to enter the dungeon without one of the Frontier members, and once inside, don't do anything. One of the Phoenix Guild members asks what he means, and Jamie says they seem not to understand the contract, because it only asks for them to level up safely. There's nothing inside of it about their freedom, so what he's telling them isn't a suggestion. And it's problematic if he doesn't listen, so sit and stay still. Jamie sits the member down, and tells him that he needs to sit in the dungeon and be spoon-fed like a baby. Weird analogy, buddy. He then tells them if they have any complaints to say them now, and he'll relay to Youngwon that they were the reason the contract was terminated. Nobody says anything, and he says they'll be heading into the dungeon soon. Youngwon wonders if they really plan to try this, and he receives a phone call from Second, who tells him not to enter the dungeon. Because it seems like the Messiah Guild and the Frontier Guild are actually cooperating. He says they've been acting weird, but he didn't expect this, and he'll need to dig deeper to figure out more, so give up on the dungeon, and he can find a safer one instead. Woojin tells him that he's underestimating him, and that he's plans to hunt them down. Second calls him reckless, and Woojin smirks saying that if he wasn't reckless, they wouldn't be talking in the first place, and now they know the two guilds are colluding, they shouldn't be talking right now. Second says it's true, and he'll come up with a plan. Woojin says he only wants 2 things, 1 update him in real time on the news, and second, to take care of the aftermath. Second agrees, and tells him to go on a rampage, and he'll clean it up. It cuts to some level up beams, and we see the members of the Phoenix Guild are bored, and how it's already the 3rd dungeon and sitting around is boring. Another one tells him it isn't bad, and at this rate, they'll be able to raid with Youngwon. They begin to talk about it, and Woojin thinks about how the Frontier Guild is just trying to ease Youngwon, because once he enters a dungeon, they can enact their plan. They receive a notification that the dungeon is cleared, and a man stabs his spear into the ground, then tells them he didn't say they could stand up. So why are they moving? The Phoenix Guild members say the message popped up, so isn't it over, and another says they should all get along. The spearman says they aren't here to become friends, and he'll say it again. They aren't allowed to do anything without orders. Woojin stares the man down. It cuts to Second on the phone with Woojin, and he's talking about how he hates it because they're not letting him do anything. Still, with Youngwon being vigilant, they can't do anything funny. But it's going to come to an end, because Youngwon is getting impatient. Woojin says he didn't have a choice, because he had to set his foundations out. Second tells him that the moment Youngwon enters a dungeon, the Frontier will show their true colors, but he's sure Woojin will do fine. Woojin asks about the intel thing. Second says he'll have it tomorrow, and it'll have a lot of interesting information. It cuts to a cafe, and we see Woojin telling Secretary Lee that he thought Second would be the one here today. She tells him it's been a while, and has a flashback of Second saying he will need to meet Woojin at least once, but Lee tells him she'll meet him tomorrow, and it's also important to her. She apologizes that Second isn't here, and says that something came up, and pulls some papers out of her bag, saying the business will proceed without problems. Woojin says alright and goes through the papers, and is shocked, because not only does it have information about the core members of the Messiah Guild, but also the guilds they have relationships with. Lee drinks some of her coffee, and says that according to their intel, the Messiah Guild hasn't only infiltrated the Messiah Guild, but all of the top guilds. So they need to first eliminate their helping hands. Woojin makes a bad joke, and she agrees with it. She mentions the payment, saying this should be more than enough, and Woojin is surprised. She tells him the information on the document is priceless, since it contains a list of items used by the Messiah Guild, as well as their moles in the top guilds. The document even has their legendary items. Woojin grins, saying she's right, and in the paper, we see the spearman from the other day, and we learn his name is Sam Oliver, and his weapon is Percival's spear. Woojin tells her he needs to relay a message to Second. She asks what he means. Woojin says he wants to get the same one as last time. Even she is confused by what he means. It cuts to someone talking to Sam, asking how many they are meant to take care of today, but gets ignored, so he asks Sam if he's alright. Sam says he's just lost in thought, and they only need to take out one guy. The guy tells Sam he thought he was worried that it was because of a lot of people, and then says he's glad he's teamed up with Sam, and he's got his nickname of Lucky Sam for a reason. Sam says that's true, and how the other groups have to take care of multiple people. Then recalls how he was told to start today since Yongwon is in a dungeon. He asks if this is why she called him alone. She says yes, and asks how he's been treating his weapon, then tells him that Woojin, the one he's been keeping tabs on, is a high priority elimination target. They didn't give him his spear because he's impressive, understood? Sam grits his teeth, saying he must succeed because he can't afford to lose his weapon. He yells they are entering the dungeon, and we see it's another survival quest. Sam is annoyed because if Woojin notices, they'll have to chase him for 4 days, and if he somehow makes it up to the second floor, it'll get even more complicated. Woojin turns away, realizing they are making a move on the first floor, and smirks, saying it's his turn to make a move now. The man from earlier asks Sam when they'll start, and Sam tells him to end it quickly, and lure him away somewhere, making it look like an accident. They hear a man screaming, and look over to see Woojin leaving the group. Woojin smirks at Sam, causing Sam to yell for his men to get him. Woojin darts off, and Sam yells again for his men to chase him. Some of the men run off, and the Phoenix Guild members are confused, wondering what happened. They say that Woojin ran off because he got hungry, but they are in a great situation right now, and it's peaceful. It cuts to the men who chased after Woojin wondering where he went, and they ended up losing him because of all the trees. One of the men asks if they should split up, and the other man says that's crazy, because it's a survival quest. The other guy asks what they should do, and they decide to go back and consult Sam. While they leave, we see Woojin on a tree, and he drops down after they go. He pulls a ring out of his inventory, saying he never got to test it. We learn that the item he obtained from the Firefox dungeon was the Plus Ultra ring. The ring allows one to go beyond their limits, and all of their skill ranks increase by 1, and we see this happens for Woojin, and every one of his ranks have increased. Due to his skeleton soldier being at max rank, he can now summon a new type. This thought makes Woojin smirk, and while he's looking at his stats, we see a wolf appear. Woojin says it's great timing, and decides to strengthen his power a bit. We see Sam's group angry that Woojin got away. They begin suggesting that maybe there's a traitor, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Sam says if their plan were leaked, Woojin would have asked for help, or rather not have come in the first place. One of the men asks what's the plan, because they can't wait until he reappears. Sam tells them to calm down, and since it's a survival quest, they can focus on finding him quietly. We learn they've killed all of the other members, and Sam says they had to do it, but they should leave before the monsters smell the blood. They begin running, and Sam talks about how Woojin isn't an easy guy, but he can't understand the situation, regardless of how much he thinks about it. They see a monster corpse which confuses Sam, then he realizes something, and it explodes. Sam quickly understands they are the ones being targeted. He yells out, telling his men to prepare for the next attack, and one of the men complain, saying he needs to be healed. And a skeleton soldier quickly takes advantage of this, which surprises the man, and Sam watches as it yoinks the man. Another man yells, telling Sam to do something, and how he can't see because of the smoke, but is interrupted by an arrow piercing his chest. Sam realizes they are going to be wiped out without putting up a fight, and he activates a skill called Wind Wall, slamming his spear into the ground. We see the fog begins to clear up. Sam quickly notices a skeleton soldier behind him, and it swipes down at him, but he dodges it, having his spear cut in half. He says he didn't want to use this here, and we see him open his inventory, and pull out Percival's spear. Woojin watches and comments on how he knows it well, since he fought someone else who wielded it. And due to its increased armor penetration effect, it cannot be blocked with unique great armor, and wounds caused by it will have a hard time healing. Woojin begins to summon more soldiers, and Sam watches as all the ones around him start to evade backward. And then, a dog skeleton approaches him. Sam realizes the movement is too quick, and we see Skelly Dog running at him, and begins to pull a Bellamy and bounce around Sam. Sam watches as it gets closer and says, he has to wait for it to charge at him, and with his spear, one strike should be good enough. It begins to rush directly at him. We see his spear glowing with an ability called Final Blow, and he runs directly at the Skeledog. He thrusts at it, but the dog avoids it, and Sam watches it dodge, and wonders what the dog is doing. The Skeledog bites his arm, and begins to treat him like a chew toy. We see Woojin used his mask to control it. Woojin explains that despite having clowns and sharp teeth, the beast types aren't stronger than normal Skeleboys, and the human types can use weapons, which the beasts can't. However, due to the body structure of a human type, they are much slower than a beast type. The Skeledog is nibbling on Sam, and his spear is on the ground. He says he can't die here, and it won't matter if he loses his arm. He just needs his spear. As he reaches toward it, he watches as Woojin appears and grabs the spear, and he begins to say even if he has a strong weapon, it's useless if he can't land a hit. Woojin says that he doesn't know why he targeted him, but since it's come to this anymore, talking is useless. Sam begins to plead, saying he was just following orders, saying if he lets him live, he'll tell him everything he knows, and if he kills him, then he'll make an enemy of the Frontier Guild. Woojin smirks, and then it cuts to a man telling Madame Spell, Sam's boss, about a problem. She asks what it is, and he tells her she needs to see it herself. That all of their guards at the entrance have been eliminated, and the one who killed them is. It's interrupted by her watching the video and being nervous. We see some guards shooting into the dark, and Sam quickly comes out and kills the two guards. She wonders what's going on, and if she was too harsh on him. Then we hear Sam tell Woojin it's all done. Naomi begins to sweat, wondering why it was Woojin of all people, because if he betrayed her, knowing what's behind her, she's done for. So she needs to get rid of them herself. It cuts to a van, and we see Jinnah telling Woojin he's done the cleanup, and Woojin replies, saying it's time to move on to the next step. Jinnah says if he stirs up the Frontier Guild too much, it might be bad, so maybe be quiet for a bit. Woojin takes off his Sam mask, saying he will rest inside a dungeon, because there's no better place to hide. It cuts to a flashback of Woojin's conversation at the cafe with Secretary Lee, and we see he asked for a Sam face mask. The flashback ends, and Woojin says it's time for the next dungeon, and tells Jinnah to prepare himself. Jinnah barks, asking why he needs to do it, because he doesn't need to hide. Woojin calls Second, asking about the Frontier Guild. Second tells him they haven't moved yet, and it seems that Naomi is trying to do it by herself. Woojin says in that case, they can't say the entire guild is related to this. Sakan says, but since it's Naomi's spell, she's likely to be the informant of the Messiah Guild. Woojin thinks about it. Seems as if the Messiah Guild haven't gotten deep into the Frontier Guild, because the only executive in Sam's memory was Naomi. Second says that since Sam betrayed them, things already went wrong, and Naomi will try to settle it before Yongwon appears. And if Yongwon finds out, it'll be bad for her, so make sure to spend a lot of time in a dungeon, and he'll get Naomi to take the bait. Woojin says that was his plan, and Second asks if he had a dungeon in mind. Woojin tells him that it's a dungeon in Taiwan, named the Frozen Forest of Violence. Second is shocked, and wonders why that one, because it has 23 failed attempts. Jinnah thinks that Woojin is mental. Second continues and says even the Messiah Guild has failed it 4 times, and asks if he knows this. Woojin says he does, and even before he traveled to the end, it was not cleared until the end, and the last he remembered the failed attempts were 43. We learn that monsters have flooded through the gate, which caused most of Taiwan's territory to be filled with monsters, and there's a level limit for the dungeon, so even Sejin couldn't do anything. The cap is level 60, and he won't be able to clear it if he goes above the cap, and even if there's something in the dungeon that could help in the war against the Messiah Guild, he'd pass by it. So to deal with them, the information he knows now isn't enough. Second tells him that even if he tried to stop him, he'd still get in somehow. Jinna tells him not to give up, and Second agrees that they should do it, and Jinna has an existential crisis. Second asks Woojin his odds, and he tells him less than 10%. Second thinks he meant the odds of failing, and tells him 10% is more than enough. Jinna realizes what he really means, and as Woojin keeps talking, his soul leaves his body. Rip Jinna. Second tells him if he uses Isaac's name, it'll be easy, and asks if he needs anything else. Woojin asks about using public opinion, so they can get support from the Messiah Guild, because they shouldn't do it for free. We see on some newspapers that Isaac's publicly announced he'd attack it, and that he's requesting support from the Messiah Guild. People begin to discuss if they'll help him or not, and we see some people from all over the world reading the article, saying they can't miss this opportunity. The Messiah Guild make a public announcement, saying they'll help. Second smiles, reading the article, saying not bad. Jinna asks what he means by not bad, because what will they do with just one unique item? They should give them some legendaries too. Second says it's not something to be considered simple. And if things work out, the Messiah Guild will have to give expensive items to keep their pride. But most importantly, a cutoff has been made. Jinna asks what he means, and Lee tells him it's exactly like it sounds. The price for clearing a dungeon of this grade is a legendary unique class item, so if it's a dungeon they've failed to clear, they can't pay for it with just unique items. Jinna finally understands now with her explanation, and they move on to Lee giving Second Sam Oliver's expense statement that they've faked, and that she's leaked it to the Frontier Guild too. He tells her good work, and says it's time to go. Jinna asks where Lee is going, and she rolls a suitcase over to Jinna, and Second asks why they would go anywhere, and that Jinna needs to go to Taiwan for the dungeon. It cuts to Taiwan, and we see the dungeon data. Jinna is surprised by how many people showed up, and says they must be influential now, especially with the players knowing that the Messiah Guild failed. And they gathered quickly, so it's inspiring, and asks Woojin what he thought. Woojin tells him that most of the players belong to the guild that failed to clear it, and from the outside, they are here to avenge their allies. But not everyone came with good intentions. He then breaks down some quantum physics shit, explaining how if it's an 80-player limit, and 23 fails, there are a lot of items, and some of them must be legendary. So there will be people more interested in the items, rather than the dungeon. A man knocks and quickly enters the room, saying they've got an hour until they enter the dungeon. Woojin raises his hand, and the guy asks him what he needs. Jinna gets nervous, and the man begins to make a shocked face. We see him leading Woojin to the main stage, and then it cuts to Naomi being told that Sam's trace has vanished, and it appears someone is assisting him. Naomi gets annoyed, saying to find Woojin and Sam's whereabouts, and kill them. Because they can't meet Yongwan. It cuts again to Second watching Woojin make a speech, and he's thanking everyone for being here. He says that he only has one goal, which is to end this game, and he'll do anything he can to do it, so don't get in his way. Lee asks Second what the plan is, because they didn't plan for it, and it's challenging to block the video before it spreads. Second smiles, saying that Woojin made a blatant declaration of war, and that he really knows how to hunt. The dialogue ends, and we're back in the dungeon. We see the players avoiding Woojin. A random no-name begins to cry about it, and his buddy says it makes sense because of his strength. The man asks how he knows, and he explains that he witnessed it in the Firefox dungeon, and that he'll see how strong he is for himself. Jinna asks Woojin why he did that, because now everyone is on guard. Woojin says they are hard to persuade, especially the people who only came for the items. The only way to convince them is by showing his power off, and being in their head rent-free. He begins to summon all of his Skeleboys. There are quite a few of them now, and Woojin says that'll stop them from trying anything. One of the Kunlun Guild who sees this thinks it's crazy, and they need to quickly find a specific item, and he tells his men to get moving before it gets dark. It cuts to night, and the players have set up campfires, and they begin to talk about how much of a monster Isaac is, and how at first, they were mad when he made his speech, but now he knows why. The retriever group from earlier asks where all the other bodies are, because they only found 2 of them so far. And their leader says the other groups must have stolen them. At least, that's what he thought. But now, after seeing all the mobs on the first floor, and there not being a strong one, it's doubtful high levels would die here, so what they are looking for is on the second floor. Bullcut McGee begins to say that Van Gogh's bracelet is on the second floor, and one of his members covers his mouth while looking up. He begins to leap into the air, climbing one of the trees and lands beside a skeleton on a branch. He says he heard a sound from here, but wonders if he was mistaken, and then kicks the Skeleboy out of anger. He takes it back down, explaining to his leader that it was just the sound of the skeleton swaying in the wind, then yeets it into a tree. Man has anger issues, must have a bone to pick with the skeleton. The leader explains they need to retrieve the item for the Kunlun Guild, even if they have to fight Isaac. We learn that Woojin is peeping into their conversation while using his mask, and he's glad he got information. Still, he doesn't remember ever hearing about this item, but if one of the major Chinese guilds wants it, it won't be useless. While at a campfire, Jinnah says it's taking longer than he thought, and then asks if they are the only ones fighting. Woojin says that's correct, and it has to be this way, or else there will be a war over the items. Jinnah says he was glad there were a lot of players, but in the end, it looks like they have to clear it again, and he asks when he can rest. Woojin says once they get to the second floor, they can rest. Jinnah smiles, asking what's changed, but gets ignored. It cuts to the second floor, and we see everyone is greeted with fierce icy winds, and they all begin to talk about how cold it is. Some players say it's cold, but this isn't due to the wind, and it's from a monster. Jinnah wonders where the monsters are, and Woojin says it'll be harder than they thought. He explains how a living creature's body stiffens up when exposed to fear. While it doesn't last forever, but it's long enough to matter in an intense situation, and would lead to death. He says it shouldn't be a dragon, but there aren't many monsters that use fear if you take dragons out, and he begins to wonder what kind of monster it could be. Some players say they'll analyze the surroundings first, and they begin to split off from the group. Jinnah comments on how greedy they are, and asks Woojin if that's alright. Woojin says they won't be of any help anyway, so it's better to plan without them, and they head out too. It cuts to the retriever group, and they search some corpses, then take off, saying their item isn't there. Eye Patch Man from earlier sees them and realizes they must hurry, and tells his men to check on them. They begin to retrieve items from the corpses, and Eye Patch starts to wonder what they are looking for. He tells his men to take the items, and quickly leave. It cuts to a nervous Jinnah, because even though Woojin kept talking about greedy hyenas, he's now searching a corpse. We see that Woojin is reading their memories, and finally found a member of the Kunlun Guild, and his allies died on the west side. He tells Jinnah to follow, and quickly takes off. Jinnah watches him pick up another corpse, and his eyes glow as he begins to read the memories of the dead. We see the memories of a man being absolutely demolished, and a bracelet falls off his arm, landing on the orc's clothing. Then it throws him to the side like a broken toy, and the man's final moments are reaching out for the bracelet. The memories begin to end, and Woojin's skill ends, and he says he's gathered all the information now. Jinnah says regardless of how good the item is, he shouldn't mistreat the deceased, and he's been tolerating it, but won't anymore. Woojin calls out to him, and Jinnah barks asking if he's done anything wrong, and Woojin calls him a nice guy, which confuses him. We see Woojin build a grave, and says he'll explain the plan. He begins to summon a skeleton, and we see the Skeledog appear before him. Jinnah asks if he can ride the Skeledog, and Woojin says of course. Jinnah hops atop it and saying it feels great, and asks when he prepared it as Woojin opens his inventory. Jinnah says he thought he could only summon human types, and Woojin hands Percival's spear. Jinnah says he hopes the plan isn't that he's going to involve him taking the spear and just rushing at the boss monster. Right? Woojin says he understands well, even if he didn't explain it. Jinnah rides away, looking sad. It cuts to the Kunlun Guild, and we see one of them saying there's something strange, and it's the grave Woojin made earlier. One of them says it's weird, and asks if they should dig it up, and the leader says no, and to leave it, and they Naruto vanish. It cuts back to the boys, and Jinnah is being informed that the final boss is an ogre, and Jinnah is saying it's not going to be easy, since the leather is thick. Woojin says it's worse because it's become a hunter. Jinna asks what he means, and Woojin explains that uncleared dungeons are refilled with monsters. However, the monsters that survive become stronger and smarter. So monsters that survive through repeated battles aren't common, but there are exceptions, like boss monsters. As long as the dungeon isn't cleared, the boss monster will get stronger each time. And it's probably noticed players keep gathering around the dead bodies, so it's been using them as bait, and it's survived 23 times. Jinna asks if he's sure it's an ogre, because it has such a powerful fear, and asks how he can be confident, when he hasn't encountered it yet. Woojin says he's been collecting info until now, and Jinna says he thought he was just stealing items. And Jinna is confused because he doesn't know about Woojin's skill. It cuts to some players being happy about all the player corpses, and Eyepatch Man is anxious as they all run to the corpses. He realizes something isn't right, because of their bodies all being together like this, and if it were the Kunlun Guild, the items would be gone. He begins to pull a Detective Conan, and understands, but when he goes to warn the players that it's a trap, the fear begins to overwhelm them, stopping their movement. And one of the players turns around to see one of his allies ripped apart on the floor, and two more just get sent flying. He turns around to see an ogre swinging its club, and then gets turned into a human pancake. Eyepatch Man dashes in, and slices the ogre, but makes a goofy face when he realizes that his sword broke from the attack. And then he gets overwhelmed by fear, saying he can't die like this. It cuts to the boys arriving, only to watch the ogre drink Eyepatch Man like a Capri Sun, then spit his body out. Woojin tells him the plan will continue, and Jinna is angry about it, but says screw it and rushes in on the new whip, charging straight at the ogre. The ogre turns around and sees Jinna getting closer, then releases his fear. It begins to eliminate all around him, and Jinna rides straight into it and gets afflicted by it. But Lancelot's ring negates it, and he's happy to have it. He's glad it's going well, but the dog starts moving weirdly, and he wonders why it's acting like this. It begins to run straight into him. Jinna says it's too close, and then gets pulled in at Mach 4 and dashes past the ogre, and straight into the wall, bouncing off of it. He flies over the ogre, and lands on a rock behind it. Woojin talks through the dog, and tells him to hold on tight. Jinna says that was dangerous, and asks if he's trying to kill him, and they go straight back in. They land on the ogre's back, and Jinna stabs through its shoulder, comparing it to pudding, and we see the ogre's Regan has been weakened. Jinna realizes it's going to take a while, and asks when the Skeleboys are gonna arrive. Woojin tells him to make 10 more attacks like this, and he'll take care of it after. We see the boys are dripped out behind Woojin, and even have blood weapons. It cuts back to the retriever group, and they are feeling the boss's fear from far away, and they wonder if it's being attacked. Due to this, the leader says they need to hurry. His members tell him they've found it, and we see a skeleton with the secret armor that tells them the treasure is in the west. This confuses the leader, and then he understands it's the grave he ignored. It cuts back to Big Chungus, and we see that he's been turned into a porcupine by the Skelleboys. The blood poison has infected the ogre, and Jinna is surprised by Percival's spear, due to how easily it pierced the skin. Jinna tells Woojin that with the spear, and his blood poison, no dungeon will be an issue, and Woojin says if they were only 2 floored dungeons. But the 3 floored ones are much harder, and this won't be enough, especially not enough for Sejin, and he needs to get stronger. We see a notification that the ogre has died, and for being the first to clear the dungeon, Woojin gets a skill from this. The skill allows Woojin to turn a target into a berserker. Jinna gets jealous and asks what his Nimbus is doing, saying he did all the word, and that's its discrimination. While he's yelling, we see Woojin gets atop the ogre, and takes the bracelet off of it. It cuts to the outside of the dungeon, and people are cheering for Isaac. The Kunlun Guild is wondering what to do since they couldn't get the bracelet, and the leader says they have no choice but to report it. They begin to discuss how they found themselves in a terrible situation, and that they often leave clues in a secret language for their brothers that come in after. Hence, if you don't know the language, it's almost impossible to find the bracelet. Still, if someone was lucky enough to find it, he really hopes it wasn't Isaac. We see Woojin looking at the bracelet, and he's happy that he found it, and says it was worthwhile to enter one last time before going to the 3-floored dungeon. Woojin explains that the maximum number of accessories a player can use is 5, 1 necklace, 2 rings and 2 bracelets. Even if you wear more, only one of the effects is applied, but if it's Van Gogh's bracelet, it allows you to receive all the ring effects worn on that hand, and the downside is that the items cannot be unequipped, and players usually swap rings based on the dungeons. So he'll need to carefully plan what he'll wear. Jinna asks what he's thinking about so seriously. Woojin goes to reply, but gets interrupted by a phone call. Second asks Woojin if he's good to come back immediately, and Woojin asks why. Second tells him that Yongwon just came back, and Taiwan and Korea are in havoc right now, and that it'll help change the reputation of Yongwon. Woojin says alright, and they'll move right away. Yongwon's reputation growing is good, because Woojin can use it as a shield. The call ends, and Jinna, being the pig he is, says while they are in Taiwan, they should go eat, but Woojin says, bad pig, and they are going to Korea. Jinna looks nervous, then yells, saying that they came all the way here, and aren't eating any Taiwanese food, and Woojin tells him to eat on the plane. It cuts to Yongwon after Woojin has informed him of what the Frontier Guild have done, and he tells Yongwon that he barely survived, and didn't know who to trust, so he waited for Yongwon to return. His secretary hands him some notes corroborating Woojin's story. This angers Yongwon that they did this when he was gone. Woojin asks him what the plan is now. Yongwon tells him they'll pay the price for touching him, but he wants Woojin to do something. His secretary puts a suitcase on the table for Woojin, and it cuts to Second smiling, and Jinna asks who's got him smiling like that. Second says he's gotten more items from Yongwon, and Jinna asks how he plans to get the Skeleton Knight skill page back, because he's been struggling to get it. Second says don't worry, and the person who is getting it is already at Yongwon's, and it takes Jinna a smooth brain a second, but then he realizes who it is, and Second grins. It cuts back to the office, and we see Woojin leaving Yongwon's holding a briefcase, and he calls Second, who asks how it went. Woojin grins, saying he got the Skeleton Knight skill page, and was told to hand it to Isaac. It cuts to the news, and we see Yongwon made announcements saying he'll support Isaac. Shinhai is reading the news, saying it's unexpected, because if Yongwon gets the public's attention, it'll be hard to handle things in the future. She tells Naomi she should take responsibility, and Naomi is clearly nervous about it all. It cuts again to Yongwon's office, and his secretary is on the phone with Woojin, saying she'll talk with the boss first, and thanks him for his effort. Yongwon asks if it was Woojin, and she tells him yes, and that he's finished delivering the skill to Isaac, and he's asking about what his next move is. Yongwon compliments him, and says that due to his hard work, he'll let him debut in a 3-floored dungeon. AC rank 1 should be fine, so send him people in with him and provide support, and that he needs to show something to grab his attention. It cuts to some Phoenix Guild members, talking about Woojin, saying he's probably weak, just like his name. One of them says that he's strong, and he's cleared some difficult dungeons. We learn one of them is named Young Yeonhong, and she's still mocking Woojin, saying if he was strong, Yongwon wouldn't have sent them to escort him, then stomps the ground for some reason. She barks, saying that since Yongwon became the guildmaster, he's shifted too much into politics, so she's been thinking about transferring to the Messiah Guild, and she asks what Woojin's nimbus is, and his skills. One of the men tells her the name, and that his skill is poison blood. He also mentions that since blood poison can affect allies, he's been moving solo. Yeonhong asks if he can summon Skeleboys like Isaac, and another man says that nobody has seen him use a skill besides poison blood. She calls Woojin annoying, and says he'll be a burden. She then asks when he's arriving, and we see his beautiful Bugatti pull up. One of the men tells her he's here, and she turns around and is in absolute awe at his beautiful car. It turns out she admires the fact he's using an old car, and gives him a thumbs up. Inside the dungeon, we see the first floor is to kill 1,000 monsters, and Woojin thanks Yongwon for giving him a guide, and he says something is a waste of time, but he has no choice. Yeonhong asks Woojin if it's his first time in a 3-floored dungeon, and then tells him there's nothing he can do, so shut up and listen to her, or else she'll kill him. She tells him to hunt some monsters so she can see his skills. Woojin replies by asking for specifics, and she mocks him, saying even if she told him, he wouldn't understand, so just do as much as you can. He tells her he needs some prep time, and she walks away, saying okay, and he's on his own. Woojin grins, saying that's interesting. Then it cuts to Jinna asking Second about why Woojin went into another dungeon. Second tells Jinna he should go level up too, but Jinna says he doesn't wanna, and he wants to take it easy when Woojin isn't here, complaining that he's tiring to work with. Second says that he was whining before about not having a skilled partner, and everyone inside the office receives a notification on their phone, saying there is a dungeon outbreak. Jinna wonders what shit tier guild is managing the dungeon, and then he mentions how there was a previous incident with the dungeon Messiah was managing. Second quickly hushes him, and calls him stupid, and Jinna realizes what he said, and Second peeks over at Lee to see what she's doing, and as she sees the notification, she has a flashback to when she was in high school. And she was looking at Shinhai's, Messiah Guild girl's desk, and they suddenly hear explosions outside the school, and look outside to see the city exploding. A tower with the name Hansung explodes, and Lee begins to cry, and screams. The flashback ends, and she's still looking at her phone, then says she'll be heading out for a minute. As she leaves, we see a picture behind her. That has her and her father. Jinna facepalms, and Second tells him he should be careful with his words around Lee. Jinna says it was an accident, then asks about her father. Second closes his eyes, and recalls him having a drink with her father. Second is asking her dad if he's sure about his decision, and Lee's dad says he has to take risks for his family, and he wants to make a world where his daughter can go to school safely. Then Second makes a face of despair, as he drops to his knees looking at his corpse, and he says he was an extreme workaholic, who was a pushover when it came to his daughter. We see Yeonhong standing atop some orcs' corpses, having turned them into porcupines, and she's saying due to it not having any difficult monsters, they can probably reach the second floor quickly tomorrow. One of her men quickly calls out to her, saying she should see what Woojin is doing. She asks him what happened, and asks if he wasn't able to beat a single monster. He tells her he managed to do something, but she needs to see it. She's annoyed he's making a fuss, and tells him to hurry up. It cuts to her being shocked, because Woojin told her he needed time to prepare, and is surprised that he's been making a lot of traps. She says the effort is there, but the traps won't do anything besides minor scratches. She wonders what he's thinking, and she watches him leading a horde of orcs into his traps. Woojin grins as he's running, and we see the orcs being cut multiple times, and Yeonhong asks if he has a death wish or something, and begins to ready her bow to help him. One of her men tells her to wait, because he is planning something, and she asks if that looks like a man who is thinking, and tells him to imagine what Yongwon would do if he died here. But the man tells her to look at what he's doing now, and we see him atop a log as a group of orcs are below him. She says it's too late to rescue him, and Woojin grins, then activates his blood mist ability, to create a fog wall around the orcs. We see the orcs have been poisoned, and some of them begin to drop out of the blood mist. She's shocked to see how effective it is, and even the other man says it's crazy, because he's already hunted a 100 like this. She compliments Woojin, and says that he really does deserve Yongwon's favor, and she'll get him on her side. Woojin drops a vial onto the floor, saying blood mist consumes too much blood, and his Nimbus applauds his actions and increases his rank by 1. Woojin puts his hand on one of the orcs, and activates his blood absorption skill, saying it's good he can replenish when he's low. Yeonhong tells one of her men to go tell Woojin, and he asks what to tell him. She says to tell him that he's passed the test. It cuts to night, and we see a campfire in the woods. Woojin is sitting there, then Yeonhong walks up, apologizing for looking down on him, and then compliments him by saying he's incredible. And tells him if they work together, they can conquer the dungeons easily. She asks for him to join her team, and he tells her that it costs 100,000 won per each use of blood poison. This annoys her, and he explains that his skill is a limited consumable, so it's natural for a team to pay for an individual's items during a raid. And that it comes with a lot of bleeding, so he needs that much. Still angry, she says she understands, and they'll pay him, but tells him only 30,000 won. He tells her it's too different of a price, and he'll give her a discount of 99,000 won. She barks, saying that she'll give him 31,000, and he makes it 98 instead, and they continue this cycle of increasing the price. One of the men wonders why Woojin is going along with it. It cuts to the next day, and Woojin watches her team as they kill the black troll. He compliments their teamwork, and how smart her calculations are, then goes on to compliment her leadership too, but is interrupted by her barking at her subordinates to save the poison. He wonders if it's because she's a cheapskate that she can lead well. He watches while she keeps barking at them all, and they move to the next floor. We see it's a survival quest, and Yeonhoon tells them it's the last floor, so be careful since there will be a lot of monsters. She adds on that since there's an unexpected expense on the team, to make sure they get their money's worth, Woojin calls her a cheapskate. Her men tell her they'll go scout and determine the number of monsters. She tells them to be careful. It cuts to them running through the forest, and then as they keep scouting, they look confused. One of the men says it's weird that there are so few mobs, and he's concerned by how small the dungeon is too. I think it's about average. They stumble across some giant footprints, and one of the men begins to panic, saying that they'll have to survive against a boss-level monster, which shocks the other man. They get scared, and realize how dangerous it is, saying they need to let Yeonhong know quickly. We see a cave surrounded by some Lion King rocks, and inside of it are two glowing eyes. We see Yeonhong biting at her fingers nervously, and her men are saying that due to the dungeon's size, they'll need to be careful in order to not get cornered. Yeonhong thinks about how since they have Woojin's blood poison, they should be able to win against the boss, but to increase the survival rate of the team members, they need to avoid all-out fights. She tells her men they have yet to figure out what the boss is, so until they do, avoid it, and survive. They hear a loud stomp behind their group, and she and Woojin turn around to see one ugly-looking dog. They wonder why the white troll is in a C+ ranked dungeon, and she tells everyone to split up. As her men run away, she begins to ready her bow at the troll. And she lets out an arrow that flies across the field, and she activates her skill, splitting the arrow into multiple, landing in the troll's chest. She says no matter how strong as Regan is, if it's Woojin's poison, it'll buy them time. But she watches as the arrows just get pushed out of his chest, and he begins sprinting at her. She wonders if the amount of poison was too little, and wonders if it spread or not. Woojin watches from atop a tree, and he compliments her for acting like a leader, and wonders if he should interfere. Because this is a place where he needs to show Yeonhwan all of his worth. It cuts to later in the day, and we see Yeonhong blowing a whistle to get everyone's attention, asking if they are alright. She's glad they are all okay, and asks where Woojin is. He asks her what she needs, and she asks him if it's possible to get more poison. He says yes, but he has a condition, so follow him for a minute. She tells him not to bargain with her, and as they talk, the other members of the group wonder what they are saying. We see she makes a shocked face, and he tells her that he understands it's a difficult decision to make since all of their lives are at stake, so even if she ignores his strategy, he'll still help her. But at this rate, there will be more than 4 casualties regardless of what they do. He begins to form an arrowhead from his blood using his ability, and he shows it to her, saying it's more effective than an arrowhead using blood poison. She calls him a bastard, and tells him he'll be dead to her if anyone dies. She tells her men it's time for a strategy meeting. We see 2 of the tanks in nice armor, and then they were told to take off so their mobility is increased. The troll starts to get closer from the forest, and they begin taunting the troll. It follows after them as they lure it away, and the orc sees something to his side, then gets caught in a blaze from some mages using the flame skill. They quickly run before it sees them. Woojin tells Yeonhong to get ready, and she recalls him telling her to use a flame attack, even though it has resistance to it, since they'll block his vision with it. Because all they need is for the others to leave a scratch on the troll's body. She sees her chance and fires an arrow which hits the troll where one of her men attacked, and it lands straight into the wound. The troll has now been poisoned, and she's happy about it. Woojin compliments her skills. He explains that when the arrowhead hit the wound, it melted and got absorbed into the troll's body, so the poison can't be stopped. We see they all repeat the plan again. The tanks taunt, mages cast fire, and the swordsmen attack it. Woojin says that by the time the smooth-brained troll realizes the pattern is being repeated, it'll be too late. We see the troll falls backward, landing onto the floor. A status message appears saying he's gained an achievement. The men celebrate, and Yong-hoon is surprised it was without casualties. Woojin smiles, watching them celebrate, and he's gained more authority now. Yeonhong asks what he's meant to be, and he tells her they'll talk once they leave. He also tells her she used his poison 217 times, so she'll pay for it, right? She makes a normal face, and it cuts to Yeonhwan talking with Naomi, who is asking for compensation. He tells her he'll hear her out. Yeonhong is holding a press conference, and one of the reporters asks about the appearance of the white troll, and how they all survived. She says it's because the members all did their best, and that it would have been impossible to do without Woojin's skill. Another reporter asks if they defeated it just by using the poison skill, and ask who Woojin is. We see some new articles about Woojin being the ace of the Phoenix Guild. It cuts to Woojin talking on the phone with Second, who informs him that he's leaked to Yeonhwan's side that Isaac wants to clear a dungeon named Dead Forest, but they'll need to wait and see what happens with it. Then he asks how Woojin will be going into a dungeon in America in disguise, because even the Messiah Guild has only made it to American dungeons a few times. Since they don't need anyone's help due to their number of skilled players, the fact they asked for Isaac means it's really difficult. Woojin says he knows, and he watches Naomi spell leaving Yongwan's. Second keeps talking about how the Frontier Guild will surely accept it, and he's not sure their allies will accept it. Woojin asks if he means the Great One Guild, weird name. Woojin says he doesn't know how they'll react, but he's sure they'll accept Isaac. Yongwan lays down a dungeon report on his desk, asking his secretary if she's certain about the report. She says she's confirmed with all of the players that it's accurate. And that while Yonhong was the commander, it was all Woojin's strategy that allowed them to hunt it. He's surprised that Yonhong agreed to follow, and his secretary says it's more surprising that she paid an extra expense to Woojin for him using his blood. Yongwan smiles, saying he knew Woojin wasn't an ordinary guy, but he didn't expect him to be this good. He wonders if he should have taken him earlier, and he says he should treat him properly now. He asks her where Woojin is, and she tells him he's just arrived, and he knocks on the door. It cuts to the Great One Guild, GOG, having a meeting about Isaac wanting to clear the dead forest. And we see their master is named Carrie Rona, and she asks their thoughts. One of them says they can't trust a stranger, when even they failed. Another man says he's not sure what the Frontier Guild said, and the government is asking for their thoughts, and he says no. Because the government keeps rejecting their proposal of re-clearing it. Carrie asks why everyone is so worked up, and tells them the reason the government didn't allow re-clears isn't because they doubt their abilities, but because they are concerned about the damage their guild would suffer. But now it's better since they can use this as an excuse to get the government's approval, and they should increase the scale, and regardless of where people are from, let them join. They ask what she means by that, and she says they'll set a prize to captivate everyone, something like King Arthur's ring. They begin yelling at her, saying she can't. She tells them to calm down, because she didn't say it would be for free. It cuts to Woojin being handed a skill, and Jinnah says Second told him to give it to him, since it suited him well, and even when Jinnah told him he didn't need it because he stores the Skelleboys in a book, it's useless. Woojin tells him it'll come in handy, and to thank him on his behalf. Woojin says there's a limit to the book, and there might be a day when having numbers will be a disadvantage. We see the bodies can be used as a sacrifice, no idea what it means, but he's sure it'll help. Jinnah asks if he's listening to him, because he's asking if he can clear the dead forest, because 2 of the 5 great guilds failed, and since the name is dead, there must be undead, so isn't it a bad matchup? Woojin says he was worried about it, but wouldn't it be Jinnah who's fighting the undead anyway? Jinnah begins to turn feral, and Woojin answers the phone asking if the approval is done. Second tells him there's a little problem, because now anyone can join the raid, and they'll give a legendary item to the guild who makes the biggest contribution. Woojin says they seem to be confident the player in their guild will get the reward, and asks what it is. Second tells him King Arthur's ring, and we see some news articles about it. Then it cuts to a plane flying into San Francisco. Inside the Russian guild's waiting room, Jinnah is, of course, pigging out, telling Woojin it seems like the GOG really wants them here. Woojin says that's not it, they are just provoking them, thinking they'll keep their prize. Jinnah laughs and says they are looking down on Woojin. Woojin thinks that they aren't the type of guild to underestimate their enemies, and they are also not dumb enough to provoke without confidence. So he must find out why they are confident. It cuts to the GOG guild, and one of the men is telling Carrie that someone named Ellis Hayden is participating, then asks if she's really okay with this. He doesn't doubt Ellis's abilities, but to offer the ring as a prize, it's causing a lot of rumors. She laughs, saying they are misunderstanding. Sure, she offered it as a prize, but she never said they wouldn't use it. Then we see someone equips it. We see a group gathered inside the dungeon, and the woman who equipped the ring says it looks like everyone is here, and introduces herself as Ellis Hayden, from GOG. She tells everyone before starting the raid. She wants everyone to decide on some things. Jinnah tells Woojin they are just starting, so what will they need to agree on, and she probably doesn't want to get along with anyone, and to avoid fights. Woojin says she wants to decide the priority for the boss fight, and that they are trying to rig the contribution reward. Jinnah is lost because he's smooth-brained, but does realize that cooperation is out the window. So he asks Woojin what the plan is now. Woojin glances over and sees some bones, saying that since it's a competition, everyone will show the card up their sleeves, and the same goes for the GOG. He approaches a dead lizard and tries to arise it, and we get the notification saying it's been summoned. It shows Ellis's group wondering what to do, and Ellis says they can't just sit still while everyone else is rushing. Then equips the ring again, and even Merlin's staff. Due to meeting a hidden condition, the items begin to empower each other. A blue aura begins to swarm around Ellis, and we see a cute little skeleton watching it all. Woojin watches as Ellis says there's no need to drag it to the second floor, and to show them clearly that she is the strongest inside of the dungeon. Woojin realizes that she was their trump card, and that's why they were so confident, and while he expected the ring to be used, he didn't expect Merlin's staff as well, because Merlin's staff was Shinhai's symbol in his past life. And this means it wasn't here from the start. The fact that Ellis has it means there is a strong relationship between the two guilds, and this is better, because if he can take the staff before Shinhai gets it, it would be really beneficial. Jinna asks if the plan is still to watch on the first floor, but Woojin says no, and the plans have changed. Since they can't give priority to the GOG, they will go all out from the start. We see a fire in the woods, and then Ellis steps up and summons a fire spirit. We see a group of fire spirits fly from her, and begin to attack some orcs, and then the flames spread rapidly throughout the forest. A man behind Ellis is surprised by her power, and says they'll be able to clear higher dungeons easily, but he notices a skeleton appear, and is shocked to see Isaac. Isaac nods at them, and Ellis is surprised because they were in the lead, but now he's caught up. We see Woojin activate his skill to summon soldiers, and the soldiers are from the mobs that Ellis hunted. One of the men bark about it, but Ellis tells him it's fine, because there's no need to fall for the provocation, then asks about the mob count. He tells her they are in first, then mocks Isaac's skills, saying he isn't as great as the rumors suggested. Ellis says since they are maintaining their lead, they should quickly move to the next area. And we watch as they leave. Woojin realizes they are weaker than GOG in firepower, but hunting speed and power aren't related, because they have weapons GOG doesn't. It cuts to Jinna nervous about Woojin telling him to do something. Woojin tells him they are the only guild that can use this strategy, and it's only possible because of Jinna, and he asks if he isn't confident. Jinna tells him, of course, he's confident, and as he said, it's impossible without him. And in return, he will need to treat him to a meal after this. Woojin smirks, saying this will increase his hunting speed. We finally see a skeleton knight being summoned for the first time, and then it sadly cuts to more news articles. Second is reading the articles, and is happy that more items are being put up to bet for the dungeon clear, because it means they get more items. He asks Lee about the odds on Isaac, and she tells him 3.28, whatever that means, but tells him he needs to see this. She tells him that the GOG guild revealed what items Ellis is wearing, and how they gave her Merlin's staff, and Arthur's ring. He wonders why they gave it to her, then realizes there is a set effect from the items. Second tells her to quickly change his order, and she tells him it's too late. He gets nervous and angry that they are using items to win, then starts praying to every god, and Lee watches awkwardly at his greed. It cuts back to the scoreboard, and we see that Woojin is in first. Ellis says it's unbelievable, wondering how they got ahead of her. She wonders if it's an item, but says there's no way it's better than hers. He sees her approaching him, and she asks him what his secret is. He tells her it's just luck. She calls him a bastard, and Woojin thinks about how it's due to Jinna. He explains how once Ellis finishes a fight, she has to waste time and move to the next area, but with Jinna aggroing mobs, he just waits and perma-farms. He decides to mess with their pride, and asks her about Arthur's ring stats. She seems confused, and he tells her it's going to be his, so he just wants to know in advance, then asks why she doesn't hand it over already. If they do it in the dungeon, GOG won't take any damage. She tells him he's full of confidence. He says that if a stronger person has a better item, wouldn't it increase the chance of clearing? She asks if he's trying to say that he's stronger than she is. He tells her the scoreboard. He tells her that if there were a player stronger than him, he'd willingly give his items to clear. She tells him he seems overconfident because he's a little ahead in the bet. So he better not be so proud, because the GOG will clear this dungeon, and she walks away. Some creep from the Frontier Guild watches all of this, and says competition is a good sign, and it's better if both of them were eliminated. It cuts to more of the GOG fighting some orcs, and we see they are fighting quite a few of them, and Ellis begins to ready her spell then unleashes a wave of flames toward some orcs. One of them stands there, and then we see an aerial view of how far her fire has spread. They begin to walk through the destruction Ellis caused, with numerous orc corpses. She asks how the situation is, and a man tells her there's no change in ranking between their guilds, rather. The Russians are further ahead. She asks what he's talking about, and asks if he's checked it properly. She opens it and says it makes no sense, because the gap has widened, even though they've been pouring fire out non-stop. A man tells her the scout has returned. She quickly asks him about Isaac's side, asking what's going on. He says 50, and she asks what he's saying because the count is well over 10,000. He tells her that isn't it, and that there are 50 skeleton soldiers, and even a soldier stronger than normal players. We see some bones falling to the floor, and a message saying he's failed to summon a soldier. Woojin says this is the limit to his magic power, and that he's going to have to use other skills so he can save his mana. He turns around to see a group of Skeleboys, who are all dripped out. Then we see Jinnah dash from the floor, and yelling in Russian. We see behind him a massive horde of orcs right behind him. Woojin says his timing is well, and he connects to the skeleton knight behind him. He grins. Then we see explosions begin to spread all over the horde of orcs. The Skelly Knight begins to rush in, and we see a spearhead straight at an orc, then it follows up by ripping holes into multiple orcs. It continues riding through, and the other Skelleboys begin to follow up. Explosions start to follow up the Skelleboys' charge. Then another massive explosion erupts. The scoreboard keeps climbing, and the first floor comes to an end for the clear. We see Woojin's team has a massive lead. Ellis says that any further competition is useless, and asks if there's anyone against Isaac challenging the boss first, and says since it's a rule, they should follow it. The Messiah Guild says they have no issues, and the weirdo from the Frontier Guild is shocked Ellis lost, but says he can't risk missing King Arthur's ring. Ellis shakes Woojin's hand, saying she acknowledges him. He thanks her, and she tells him they still need to clear the second floor, so if he fails, it's her turn. They move on to the second floor, and we see the boss is an earth turtle. Some players begin to discuss the fog everywhere, and wonder how they'll find the monster. Ellis says, "Split up gang, search for clues." The frontier creep tells Ellis she looks scary, and she tells him to get lost, as he isn't in the mood. We learn his name is Jay Jackson, and he tells her he has an office, and how about joining them for the dungeon. Jay tells her they might have failed before, but they can't afford to lose American assets to a Russian. She asks what he means about joining hands. Jay tells her unexpected things could happen, like mobs approaching from behind during a boss fight. She doesn't like what he's saying, and he tells her to wake up, because this isn't a situation where they can argue on what's wrong or right. Because if she loses the ring, it won't end with just her being questioned, and there's not much time until the floor is cleared. And makes a goofy smile while telling her to think well. Ellis tells him he must be joking, and asks if he really thought she'd accept the offer. He asks if she's really okay with Isaac getting the ring. She tells him if they were the ones with the priority on the boss instead, wouldn't Frontier try the same dirty trick on them? He says he doesn't deny it, but given the situation, it's best for them to join hands. She says that she'll ignore he said any of this. But if he gets in their way, she will make him regret it. They are quickly notified that the earth turtle has been slain, which shocks them both. Because now the second floor is over. It cuts to the turtle's corpse, and Jinnah is panting, then drops to his knee in front of Woojin, who asks him if he's alright. Jinnah says his ribs are cracked, then barks at him, asking if he'd be alright in his position. And that only he would be able to endure this while pigging out, saying anyone else would have died. He tells him since meeting him, his blessing of the Styx River has gone up 3 times, and asks him how much he thinks he's been through to go up 3 ranks. And asks Woojin why they are in such a rush, because they have priority. Woojin says it's so they don't give time and space for everyone else, because they are trying to screw them over. They move to the next floor, and we see a giant blue gate appear, and once they enter, they are surrounded by an ominous aura. Atop a cliff, we see a greasy-haired skeleton. Some of the players wonder what's going on, and who killed the turtle. The others say they don't know either, and are overtaken by a rotten smell, commenting on the nasty smell. Ellis, Jay, and some no-name are all surprised by a notification that tells them their vitality is being stripped away due to the fog. Woojin's skill activates, nullifying the poison, and Jinnah's ring of Lancelot activates, stopping him from being affected. Jinnah looks at him and wonders if he planned this. All of the other players begin to panic, and Ellis tells them to calm down, and drink their antidotes. While she drinks hers, she says she prepared the antidotes for this, but there's not enough for all of them. And at this rate, they might get poisoned and die before fighting. Jay approaches, asking how long they can last, saying he could only last half a day. She tells him it's the same, and they agree there isn't much time. Jay tells her to reconsider his offer from earlier, because now is the only chance they have. They get notified that Isaac is moving, and she thinks about her choices, and says even if he fails, they'll be in a pinch, so she reluctantly agrees. They shake hands on it, and Jay smirks, saying now his chances of obtaining the ring have increased. Obviously, he lied about the antidotes, since they have plenty. So now, time is on his side. We see a skeleton horses pull up, and some hands begin to crawl out of the floor, and Jinnah sees the greasy-haired Dullahan, roaring. This causes multiple skeletons to rise up from the floor, and Jinnah is facing an army of the skeletons now. He asks Woojin if he's serious about him stalling, and Woojin tells him someone will come to sabotage them, so they just need to pretend they are hunting. Jinnah asks if they can just kill the ones who are sabotaging them, and Woojin says if they leave the front line, the other guilds will get a chance, which is what the other guilds want. Since the fog is here, it becomes more advantageous for them as time passes, so he'll make them beg for the dungeon to be cleared. Jay hears the fight starting, and looks at Ellis, who nods to him. Ellis begins to tell herself she has to agree to this because there's no guarantee Isaac will succeed. And that this is a decision for everyone, so they need to succeed and save everyone. We see her take another antidote after being afflicted by the fog, and it cuts to Jinnah smacking the skeletons' heads off, and Woojin tells him to take it easy, and he barks back, asking if he thinks he can relax. Woojin notices some birds flocking away from something behind him, and then some orcs begin to run out from the woods. Woojin grins, saying it's here, and then activates his corpse exploding skill, and Jay watches, wondering what is going on. Then a chain reaction of explosions appears, and Jay realizes that Isaac was prepared, and then watches the explosions heading straight to him. Another explosion occurs. It cuts to multiple of Ellis's troops falling over from the poison, and one of her men tells her that the number is increasing, and they are at their limit, so please decide. She's run out of the antidote, and wonders what Jay is doing. Her soldiers are happy that Isaac has returned, and Ellis is glad, thinking he gave up and came back. She tells everyone to get ready for battle, while pulling out Merlin's staff, saying it's time to show their power. Nobody moves, and Isaac tells them he needs to head back to the battlefield. Ellis asks if he's kidding, saying the moment he came here, he passed the opportunity to his guild. He doesn't answer, and she tells him that he wasted half the day, so let them handle it already, and it's a matter of lives for everyone. He tells her he only returned to bring the injured frontier members back, which confuses her, and then she looks down to see Jay absolutely slumped on the floor. She wonders what happened, and tells him whatever the reason is. There's no changing that he's retreated back here. So it's only fitting that the attempt stopped since he left the battle. She says there isn't much time, and she needs to take over, so they can save people. Woojin tells her to wait her turn, because he's still in battle. And they hear the roars of battle behind him. She wonders what's going on, and he tells her that his comrade is currently fighting, so there's no time to argue, and he needs to get back. The other people wonder who it is, saying he only has skeletons, but one man says there is the big guy. They begin to recognize him, as the guy who looks like a gorilla elf or Jinnah. Woojin tells Ellis that since most of her guild is poisoned, if they fight in that state, it'll be difficult to keep their lives. She says in that case, he's having a hard time, too, since he can't use his power, and it's not too late to pass the turn to her, since they are in the same situation, it's best for them to tag in, to pool their resources together. He tells her it's not the same, as the fog doesn't work on him. She says that's nonsense, and then they remember Isaac hunted the needle snake. She remembered that it also used poison. And he was the first to hunt it. Woojin tells them all that if the guilds cooperated from the start, this situation wouldn't have appeared. And it was arrogance that put them in this spot. But there's still a chance, and they need to defeat the Dullahan as fast as possible. Ellis gets angry, and one of her men tells her to stop, because it's getting serious. Some of the other men agree that Isaac is right, and they need to work together, and they all start blaming the GOG for their situation. Even saying instead of thanking Isaac, she instead chooses to argue with Isaac. Ellis realizes this isn't good, and Woojin says it's a matter of everyone's lives, right? So think about what to do carefully in this situation, to save everyone. She is shocked and realizes what he means, and recalls him telling her that the strongest should be given the items, and he would gladly do it too. He tells her everyone will be here to witness the noble act of the Gog. She hesitates as the players talk, and then we see more skeletons crawling out of the floor. And Jinna says that his stamina is going to run out before he gets the chance to fight, and says Woojin is taking his time. Woojin appears and tells him he's held on well. When Jinna goes to yell at him, he notices the aura that's swirling around him, and we learn that due to the set effects from Merlin's staff, and the ring, his magic power is overflowing now. Jinna asks what he's been doing, and asks where he got the items. Woojin says he received the prizes in advance, and the staff is a bonus. Then asks if it's time to break through and defeat the Dullahan. Jinna asks how those 2 items would make this fight any more manageable, and Woojin smirks, and we see him summon a golem from the floor. As it towers over the enemies, he begins to summon more Skelly Boys and uses the necklace of Gawain, Jihus. Due to the round table bonus, it increases the effect, and he uses his aura field skill spreading the buff out amongst all of the Skelly Boys, hyping them up. We see Woojin has now summoned an entire army, and he's prepared to go to war. He tells Jinna it should be plenty, right? The enemy skeletons notice the army, and rush in at the boys, and the golem unleashes a wide-range attack. Jinna says it's good they are flocking to the golem. Woojin tells him that it's inefficient to deal with all the zombies one by one, so it's time for the next plan. The Dullahan raises his head and roars again. We see a man healing Jay, and he quickly opens his eyes, asking what's going on. The healer says not to move, and the fog is still here, also saying he is lucky that Isaac saved him, or else he wouldn't have made it back in one piece. It is real. Jay wonders how things are turning out, and we see Ellis and one of her men walking through the fog. He's acting really scared, saying it's dangerous if they meet a monster, and Ellis says she knows. She talks about how she lost Merlin's staff, asking what she's going to tell the guild, so they need to grasp the situation. She bites her lip, in regret, saying she didn't know what the other players would have done if she didn't hand over her staff, and that she might have lost her subordinates' lives, saying Isaac is terrifying. Atop a cliff, she watches the Skeleborgs decimate the budget skeletons, and one of the men says look at him. He's surrounded, what a loser. But as one of the big boys makes a giant swipe at the enemies, she says he isn't surrounded. But instead, he's separated the Dullahan, and the enemy army, by using his own army, and a golem. She's surprised by the strategy, and says it's risky because if they can't finish quickly, they'll end up surrounded, and wonders why he did something so reckless. Jinna says it's tougher than he expected. He thought it would be easier for a 1 versus 1, but it keeps spewing out freezing air. We see the greasy Dullahan has some raunchy breath, that inflicts freeze, but the ring of Lancelot negates it. Jinna says being overgeared like Grid is the best. Woojin realizes that they can't defeat the Dullahan like this, and he recalls what his comrades in his past life said about the dead forest. He was told in order to defeat the Dullahan, you need a lot of firepower, and at the time, Sejin was that firepower. He says while it's not as strong as Sejin's power, this much should be enough. He equips Percival's spear, which synergizes with his round table set effect, and the spear is now glowing. Jinna is glad Woojin is pulling out all the hidden cards, and says he is yet to show his, and he leaps at the Dullahan, causing it to turn toward him. He begins to hit the horse with some animal abuse, no jutsu, and the Dullahan swipes at him, but he dodges it, and begins to prepare a strong hit at the Dullahan, but he blocks it with his sword. His arm begins to freeze, and the Dullahan takes a deep breath. Woojin takes this chance to dash in quickly, stabbing it in the head, but hits a barrier by its head, and begins to freeze Percival's spear. Jinna thinks they've snatched its head. The ice begins to reach Woojin's hand, causing him to stab the floor while the skull is still at the tip. Jinna is surprised that even Percival's spear can't break through the cold. Woojin makes a serious face while he repeatedly stabs the floor, and its skull begins to crack, and then breaks apart. A giant explosion is seen from above. Ellis blocks her face from the shockwave, and opens her eyes, seeing a status window that the Dullahan has been defeated. The guy beside her asks if it's over. I guess he's slow. The Dullahan's army begins to fade away, and Jinna comments on them disappearing. And Woojin is shocked to see something, and reaches over towards Percival's spear, and Jinna asks what he's gonna do with this. Woojin doesn't answer, and pulls out a ring from the Dullahan, and identifies it as Hercules' ring, Heracles for some people. We see the ring is kind of juiced. We see Jinna was talking about how they are gonna take care of the Dullahan's body, and his horse lying on the floor. Woojin asks what he means, and we see he arises the Dullahan. It cuts to some news about Isaac winning the jackpot, after clearing the dungeon. Second is overjoyed, that Isaac got Merlin's staff, and Arthur's ring. Carrie is pissed at Ellis, and we see Ellis is nervous, but Youngwon is overjoyed because his name is getting plastered all over the news. He says Woojin was right, and investing in Isaac was worthwhile, because now people see the Phoenix Guild as an equal to the Messiah Guild. And he's sure their value will continue to rise. His secretary tells him they've received a call from the Mokosh Guild, Russian, which surprised Youngwon. It cuts to Woojin at the airport, telling Second he's arrived, so time to move on, and he asks if he's finished what he requested before. Second says of course, but the item isn't durable, so be careful, and he's thrown the bait for contact, so just wait. Woojin says, alright, and we see Jinna packing a car, asking Woojin if he's tired, and he says that he's hungry, so he's going to head out, and he says he wouldn't eat with him anyway. Woojin answers enthusiastically, saying to take care and good work. Jinna gets angry about his tone, saying he should treat him to something. Woojin says he'll treat him to a meal in the future, and he can eat as much as he can. Jinna begins to stutter thinking about it, and then gets angry, asking when the near future is, telling him to just treat him already as Woojin drives off. It cuts to Shinhai also barking at some members of the Messiah Guild, about how they can't delay the 7th-floor dungeon anymore. One of the masters says he can't delay his own thing anymore, and asks if she understands how many of his men died to Woojin. Shinhai reminds him that Isaac joined hands with Youngwon, and the public is all over them, and asks if he's really going to ruin their plan from such a trivial thing. He gets mad, at her comment, and claps back, saying that a more trivial thing is to care about a rookie who cleared a 3-floor dungeon, saying she's overestimating Isaac. The other master says he agrees with him. Shinhai calls them idiots, saying this isn't the problem to worry about, because the Messiah Guild's position is shaking apart. And it's scary how fast he's growing like Sejin did in the past. Sejin tells them all enough, and if they care that much for their disciples, then do as they please, and he can't give them a long time. Shinhai pleads that delaying the 7th floor is, but is quickly interrupted by Sejin staring at her. She quickly gets scared and says they'll postpone clearing the dungeon according to the Sejin's will. The others say they appreciate the consideration and leave. A man laughs, saying it seems like the Messiah's fame isn't as great as it used to be. Shinhai asks what, and the man wonders if the rumors were exaggerated. The man says that the key members are nowhere to be found, and even the remaining members seem to be ignoring the guildmaster. The man is Georg, and he continues laughing at them. He asks if they brought him here to watch the show, and Shinya goes to yell at him. But Sejin talks, asking what he can do, and a chilly aura permeates the room. It cuts to Youngwon putting a newspaper down, and Woojin asks what he called him for. Youngwon tells him due to his idea of investing in Isaac, and he says he has another job for him, with a good reward if done properly. Woojin asks what the job is, and Youngwon tells him another player has appointed Woojin as a dungeon clearing partner, who wants to test Woojin's skills. Woojin is surprised, and asks about it. Youngwon says that he just needs to make a strong impression, to the point that person will desperately want Woojin. Woojin waits a second, then asks who wants him. Youngwon tells him it's Isaac, who is asking for him. We see outside a dungeon, that Youngwon asks Isaac if there were any problems with the Isaac pre-meeting. Woojin says it was fine, and Youngwon reminds him of the importance of this, and how he must succeed, not only for himself, but for everyone else. A car pulls up, and Youngwon says he's here. We see a footstep out of the car, and then Isaac steps out of the whip. He and Youngwon shake hands, while a Russian translator tells him something, and then tells Youngwon Isaac is looking forward to his cooperation. Youngwon notices something, and then he and Woojin enter the dungeon, while Youngwon says he thought his aura would be heavier. Inside the dungeon, we see Jinna is under the Isaac mask, and he says his acting was perfect, and laughs, talking about how he could become an actor. Woojin tells him nice job, and has a flashback to him and Jinna talking, and Jinna asks him what the plan is if Youngwon enters the dungeon. Woojin says it'll only be him and Isaac. Jinna says that's crazy, because he is Isaac. Woojin says he knows and points at Jinna, hinting at them going together. Jinna agrees, but says he has to feed him beef, rather than pork. Woojin tells him to eat whatever he wants, and Jinna warns him he can't take it back. While Jinna asks for beef, we see a funny sign, and then when Woojin goes to order, Jinna notices he's using a Phoenix Guild card. Jinna asks where he got it, and Woojin tells him Yongwan gave it to him for a pre-meeting. Jinna suddenly starts to see Second's face over Woojin's, realizing how much of a cheapskate he is. It cuts to an orc being cut apart by a Skeleboy, and then we see some more fighting orcs. Even the Skellig Knight is cleaning up. A level up notice appears, and we see Jinna and Woojin walking through an army of orc corpses. Woojin's Nimbus is happy with his power, and grants him more authority. Woojin says he didn't expect it to be this much, and Jinna agrees, saying he didn't think it'd be so strong. Woojin says it's the first time he's used it properly without caring for other people around, and that it's a little too much. He's talking about the items, and he still has magic power after using all his skills. He can't even thoroughly test out the abilities in this dungeon, which makes him a little annoyed. Meanwhile, Jinna is happy that his level keeps going up because of the Skelly boys, but it's a shame he can't help them because he'd get in their ways, and it's not like he should fight the Skellies, right? Woojin turns and gives him the stare, making Jinna nervous. Jinna tells him not to even think about it, because he's meant to be Isaac right now, and can disqualify him. Woojin grins, saying that's good, because he was gonna be disqualified anyways. Jinna screams, then it cuts to Second talking to Woojin on the phone, asking how his test was, and he says it was unsatisfying. Second says it seems like Woojin has disqualified them, and Woojin says he knows him well, and asks if anything changed when he was inside. Second tells him that the Messiah Guild delayed their dungeon raid, but he's unsure why. Woojin thinks about how the only reason they would delay is if there's an issue with his core, and that the only people who would go against Sejin would be the sword and bow masters. He tells Second his thoughts, and Second says he agrees with him, and suggests that the bow master might be trying to settle their debt with him. Woojin doesn't reply, and Second asks what the plan is. Woojin says he'll finish what he's doing here first, while Jinna continues to pout in the car. Woojin says he'll think of something after he eats, and Jinna instantly stops pouting. Second asks if he has a plan, and Woojin says he needs to meet Yongwan. It cuts to the Phoenix Guild HQ, and Yongwan is angry at Woojin that he's been disqualified, and reminds him he had to succeed. Woojin apologizes to him, and Yongwan says enough to tell him why he failed. Woojin says that Isaac acknowledged the power of his skill, but says it's not versatile, but he got an offer to help if he needs him. Yongwan thinks about what Woojin said, says it's an ambiguous result, and taps his fingers. Woojin says that he heard Isaac talking to his partner outside the dungeon, and it seems like he's trying to recruit others from a guild that isn't from Mokosh, so doesn't this mean he's leaving Mokosh soon? Yongwan thinks about the potential for Isaac on the free market, but reminds himself he can't be certain with this information, and it should be taken as them making moves before creating their own party. This is why they wanted to test Woojin. He asks Woojin if he's confident in passing if given the chance again. Woojin says that since if he's giving him one, then to support him properly, to ensure he succeeds. It cuts to an explosion, and we see a level up notification, and an armored man atop a giant dragon. The man is introduced as the dragon slayer Francois Chéreau. He quickly leaves, and while inside of his car, and a man is telling Francois he's sorry for doing this right after clearing a dungeon, but the Japanese government requested it. They found an A+ dungeon and want advice. Francois reads the information and talks about the boss, and asks what needs to be advised, because isn't it just him recommending a player for the dungeon? The man asks if he has one in mind, and Francois puts the dungeon info down and says that since going past level 100, he's been keeping an eye out on a player. The man asks Francois what's going to happen if the player refuses because the boss is a dragon. Francois says don't trip, and the man asks if he's sure about the player. To which Francois does the nerd glasses push and says of course. We see some news articles, and the Dragon Slayer has passed the dungeon on to Isaac, and that Isaac has agreed. Yongwan reads all of this, and smiles, saying that nobody wants to be Isaac's sidekick, but the more reckless the challenge is, the nobler it is. Isaac has said he will clear it solo. Yongwan's secretary says that Woojin sent her a message, saying that he passed Isaac's test due to the skill he gave him, and Yongwan smirks saying it's great. He has a flashback to their conversation, and we see him sliding a skill across the table, saying it was prepared for when he passed, but he'll give it in advance now. Woojin is surprised by the skill, we don't see it yet. Yongwon calls his secretary in while Woojin leaves, telling her to call Isaac and allow Woojin to try again. She asks what the plan is if he rejects, and he says that they can bribe if need be. And to send him the fire golem and skeleton mage skill pages to Isaac, while he smirks. His secretary tells him that Woojin will be joining Isaac on the raid. Yongwon thinks about the raid, and how it's on the same difficulty as the Dullahan, but it's still a dragon, and they are challenging to defeat, but since it's a young dragon, the chances should be higher. So if Isaac's party succeeds, it would be great. He tells her he needs to write an article, so call the journalists. It cuts to some news articles informing the world about Isaac's new ally, Woojin. And Second is now scrolling them, and says Yongwon doesn't miss any chances, and even if he finds out he's being played, he wouldn't be able to say he took an L. He asks Lee if their item was delivered to Woojin. She tells him yes, and they assured him there's nothing wrong with the item. And now they should be entering the Japanese dungeon, so it must be in use. It cuts to Jinna pinching Woojin's cheek, and we learn it's an item they put on a skelly boy. Jinna is just shocked by how realistic it is, and asks if he's seen a doppelganger before. Woojin explains that the doppelganger is a monster that can mimic the appearance of another being, and are difficult to find. Their skin is highly priced on the black market, since they are used for disguises. Woojin tells him to stop messing around before he tells Lee to charge him for it. Jinna says alright, and he'll keep it in his inventory, and there's no need to be so mean. And he asks if he's meant to aggro the mobs like usual. Woojin says no, and to conserve his power until the 3rd floor. Jinna is surprised, and Woojin begins to take out Merlin's staff from his inventory, saying he's enough for the first 2 floors, and Jinna will have to help with the hatchlings. We see him summon a fire golem and the Skelleboys after taking the staff out. This includes the Skelly Knight and the new mage skill as well, and the best boy. Woojin equips Van Gogh's bracelet, so now he can use more rings. He equips Hercules' ring along with Arthur's, and we see he is overflowing with magic power like last time. He says not bad as Jinna watches in awe, asking Woojin what he's about to do. Woojin says he's not going to waste time, and they'll go straight to the 3rd floor. It decides to skip the fighting, and we're brought to the 3rd floor. We see the boys hiding behind some rocks near some bones, and Jinna is a little scared of what he witnessed Woojin doing, saying it was monstrous, and that he feels bad for the mobs. Because what they fought wasn't a single player, but was a guild of undead who have limitless stamina, without a fear of death. No shit, Jinna. He says he can't talk back to him anymore, and hides behind a rock. Woojin asks if he has anything to say, because he keeps looking at him funny. Jinna says it's nothing special, but he doesn't understand the strategy he explained before. Woojin calls him a smooth brain, and says he just needs to attack the wings and leave the rest to him. Jinna says he understands that's to stop it from flying. Woojin says if he knows that, then why is he confused? Jinna asks about what he meant about not overdoing it while it's on the ground. Woojin says the flaps from the folded wings are stronger than normal, so the attack won't work, and he has to make it spread its wings, by making it feel danger, and that the firepower can't be targeted on the wings in that situation. Jinna asks if he wants him to sit on its back until the chance comes, and Woojin notices something, then quickly hushes the piggy. We watch as a hatchling descends while having prey in its hands. It drops the prey onto the floor, and Woojin watches as it eats its food. Woojin signals to Jinna to wait a little bit more, and when the dragon turns around, it sees some more corpses laid out on its bone pile, and we see the corpses reflected in its eyes, and then it begins to flap its wings and roar. Woojin says it's smart to notice the change in its nest. But it's already too late now. We see he uses his ability, and corpse explosion is activated, causing the hatchling to fall from atop its nest with the rocks. But it begins to fly back up, only to be hit by a giant boulder. Woojin and Jinna ride down the cliff on Skeledogs, and Jinna says he sees what he's talking about, but what if the hatchling begins to fly back up? Woojin says they can cut the unfolded wings, and it's Jinna's job to get it from the air to the ground. Jinna asks if he wants him to fall with it, right? Woojin smiles, and gives him the thumbs up, saying he's the goat. Jinna lets out a motivational sentence for Woojin. The dragon begins to scream, and we see the fire golem begins to perform some WWE moves onto it, as the Skelemage prepares a fireball. During this, the Skelleboys and Jinna are on its back, aggressively stabbing it. Still, Jinna is shocked by how strong the scales are, yelling at his spear just to pierce already. The hatchling begins to gather fire in its mouth, and then spits it straight into the undead horde. Jinna yells that the wings aren't the only problem, and Woojin tells him to keep focusing on the wings, and he'll handle the rest. He summons more skeletons, and they begin to run at the skeleton, and the skeleton knight also begins to run in. Woojin activates Aura Field, and the necklace's sun effect is shared with the skeleton knight. He leaps off from his horse, can't tell if Woojin is controlling it. And we see the hatchling is now poisoned with the blood, as he stabs it in the tail, but it swipes him off, sending him flying. Jinna notices that the hatchling is starting to fly off, and he yells for it to stop, and slips off, falling straight to the ground. Woojin calls out to him, and Jinna shouts in Russian, and quickly leaps back up the hatchling's back. While still cursing in Russian, he stabs into the back of the hatchling. As the hatchling begins to fly up, we see Jinna is attached to its wing. Woojin shouts, telling him to hurry up before it flies higher. Jinna steadies himself, and says it's easy for him to say, and begins to run the spear along the hatchling's wing. We see he's managed to cut the wing in half, even shocking himself. The hatchling and Jinna both begin to fall from the sky. Unfortunately, Jinna is right under it, so he will be crushed at this rate, and he screams as they crash into the ground. Rip Jinna. Woojin says that it wouldn't be possible without him, and now the plan is successful. The hatchling's eyes glow, and then it shouts another Charizard attack. The fire golem takes the hit head on, and Woojin says it's still a threat, so they must not be careless until they subdue it. While the golem tanks the attack, the Skelleboys don't miss this chance to support their rock friend, and they all begin to attack the dragon all over relentlessly. The Skellig Knight watches, and decides to take the lead and start stabbing into the hatchling's tail. One of the skeletons sees him struggling, and lends him a hand. Some of the other skeletons also had a bone to pick with the tail and began stabbing the same spot. The dragon readies an attack toward them, but Geodude quickly reaches toward the lizard, and shuts its mouth shut before the attack can come out, causing it to massively damage the inside of the hatchling, and then exploding out of its mouth. It gets tuckered out and lays down to take a nap. Woojin begins to approach Jinna, who is under some debris, and Jinna quickly begins to shout and bursts out from the debris. Woojin says it took longer than he thought, and thought he really died there. Jinna says a real man wouldn't die from this, and it just took a while because he's hungry. He asks about the hatchling, and Woojin tells him he was playing with it while he was asleep, and says thanks to him, he could hunt it. And tells him good job. Jinna smiles wide, and says, of course, it's thanks to him, and tells him not to pay with lip service, and buy him a meal or something. The hatchling wakes up from its nap, and Jinna asks if they need to take care of it now. The hatchling begins to roar in front of the army of Skelleboys, and the golem. It cuts to the swords and bow masters playing shogi, and the swordmaster asks how long it's been since Isaac started the raid. A man tells him it's been 10 days, and the swordmaster says it's crazy he's lived this long. The man says that the success rate is low, to which the swordmaster says he hopes he succeeds, since then they can take care of him. The bow master makes some shogi move, I guess, making some statement, but I'm too dumb to understand. And says no risk, no reward. The kneeling man says that he will dedicate his life to this. It cuts to a window saying the hatchling has been defeated, and now he's earned the achievement of Dragon Slayer. Jinna is surprised at the notification, and yells that he's a Dragon Slayer while being super happy. Jinna pets the Skelleboys telling them they did great, but notices Woojin is making a sour face for some reason. He asks him what's wrong, and Woojin says when they leave the dungeon, he will have to die. Jinna asks why Woojin is going to die. Woojin tells him they will be clearing the 4-floor dungeon after they leave. Jinna says okay, but what does that matter, and Woojin says, from that floor on, players over 100 can join. And it can be said that they belong to the top of the large guilds. They enjoy many political and economic privileges, allowing them to make their own cartel to get a profit, since that wasn't enough for them. They set territories, and have an agreement not to invade one another. And while they were leaving peacefully beforehand, an uninvited guest invades the territory, and suggests that they'll probably see a face in the guest that they think is an eyesore. Woojin grins, saying he wonders what will happen. It cuts to outside the guild, and we see the boys walking past paparazzi, even with a skeleton in a Woojin skin suit. They quickly notice Woojin and tell everyone to take a picture of him, and they ask them if there were any issues clearing the dungeon, and how they feel about first clearing it. Jinna is nervous, saying they need to quickly leave before they find out it's a doppelganger, They ask Woojin about the language barrier, but Jinna puts his arm around him, saying nobody can stop him and that they are unstoppable. A man pulls a knife out amongst the paparazzi, and yells die while rushing at Woojin. Jinna notices it and punches at the man, but he quickly dodges it, which surprises Jinna. The man quickly gets in front of Woojin, smirking, then stabs him in the stomach. Jinna calls out to him, and we see blood pouring out from Woojin, and the paparazzi are scared, and begin to run away to not get caught up in the fight. We see Woojin on the floor, and the man begins to run at Isaac next, and he leaps toward him, but a slash is quickly seen, and Woojin sees behind the man is the swordmaster. The paparazzi wonder why he is there, and they shout to get pictures of this quickly. They ask where the medics are as we see Jinna standing over Woojin. The man was the one kneeling to the masters previously, and we know the swordmaster entrusted him with this mission. And the man says that he's grateful for his life to be used like this, and he will make sure to kill Woojin so his comrades can rest well, and he bows, thanking the master for taking care of him. The man's final words are glory to the Yamato faction, and then he dies. The master watches, and we see Jinna putting his coat over Woojin's body, shaking his head no, then covering his face. The sword master tells Isaac he came here to celebrate the success on behalf of his country, but it's a shame what happened. Isaac gives him the light-skinned stare, and the master gives him his condolences. We see all over the news they are talking about the incident, and how a terrorist killed Woojin, and the swordmaster made a public announcement saying it's unfortunate for Woojin to die, and that he's a hero, and even the government showed regret for the incident. Yongwan's secretary tells him to calm down as he wreaks havoc in his office, and he asks her how he can calm down. She doesn't know what to say to him, and he asks her if she knows how much he has invested in Woojin. And says how dare they touch one of his men, then punches his desk, because he got jungle diffed. He tells his secretary they need to find out who did this, then says it's not enough, and they need to be brought in front of him. It cuts to a sushi restaurant, and the swordmaster is treating Jinna and Isaac, and he apologizes for their comrade. Jinna is resisting temptation, and the swordmaster says he wishes he arrived sooner. Woojin doesn't say anything, and the master follows up by saying it would not have happened. Woojin replies in Russian, saying it's fine, and it was bound to happen. We see a lady interpreting the message to the master. He smirks, saying they are on the same wavelength, saying they are similar. He tells them he prepared the best alcohol, so drink it up. He keeps talking about how he feels sorry for the dead, and Jinna is getting annoyed he won't shut up. He slams his fist onto the table, saying he isn't going to listen to this anymore, and barks at the master for talking about his dead comrade, and he storms out, saying he isn't listening to this anymore, and how if Woojin saw this he'd roll over in his grave. He tells Isaac he misunderstood him, and he'll be going, so do whatever you want, then slams the door. The translator is shocked, then quickly tells the master what was said. Isaac puts the cup down and says the meal is over now, and thanks him for the meal and the dungeon suggestion, saying he'll look at it soon. The master says it's unfortunate their conversation ended like this. He asks if he will really be able to clear the 4-floor dungeon alone. Isaac tells him doing it solo isn't happening, so please prepare a gift that will change his comrade's mind, and he leaves. He sees on the news that some Korean people are protesting, asking the Japanese government to compensate for Woojin's death. He smirks, and begins to walk off while on the phone. The master says it's unfortunate about what happened, and calls for a girl named Sakura, and we see her open the doors and he asks her if it's impossible to get Isaac on their side. She tells him it's not looking good, chief. While getting rid of Woojin was good, but now Spasiba, Jinna, is hostile toward them. So turning both him and Isaac onto their side will be hard. Now Yongwan is also really mad about Woojin's death, and wouldn't want to lose Isaac, so they will need to confront him. And if the Messiah Guild finds out they are trying to collude with Isaac, Shinhai would get really mad. So currently, taking Isaac into their side would be more harmful than good. The master says that's a shame, and if it's something they can't have, then they should make sure nobody else gets it. He tells her to deliver the leather of the Nemean lion to Isaac. It's related to Heracles and his labors, so it'll have a set effect. She's shocked, and he says it's a cheap thing to offer for his death. It cuts to a back alley, and inside of a van, we see Jinna is really angry. Woojin asks if it's because he didn't get to eat, and Jinna barks asking what he takes him for, and asks if he thinks this is about food. Woojin asks if it is, and Jinna says kinda, but he's mad because of the tricks the swordmaster is trying to pull. Woojin says he understands, and he didn't expect them to approach instantly. Then says that Jinna getting angry was perfect timing, because if he got absorbed in the food, the conversation would take too long. Jinna realizes he could have stayed for longer and gets angry with himself, because the food looked good and he didn't eat. We see in some news articles there's an interview with Isaac, and he said he'll clear the 4-floor dungeon in Mount Fuji. It's a dungeon the swordmaster gave up on, and they mention the item he gave to Isaac. Second tells Woojin it's good he was prepared, or else it would have been bad. Woojin says he didn't expect their speed, and Second says it means he's got a lot of bad karma with the Yamato faction, and asks about the situation. Woojin says it's not bad, and Second tells him to be careful, and mentions how he's going to receive the Aegis shield as an additional reward. Woojin says yes. Second laughs, saying it's funny, and Woojin asks why he's laughing. He tells him that Lee brought an interesting document. We see it's a report on the failed dungeon attempt, and he says it's weird they are offering something they don't have, because the shield is currently inside of Mount Fuji. It cuts to outside the dungeon, and a reporter is talking about how people have arrived. The Mokash Guild is going in first, and the other guilds will follow them. Another reporter chimes in, talking about the Woojin incident, asking what the government's stand is on this now. The reporter outside the dungeon goes to explain, but is interrupted by an explosion. He turns around scared, and we see more explosions going off. He wonders what's happening. Even more explosions are seen, and the feed is cut off from the dungeon. The other reporter calls out to the on-site reporter. And we see a helicopter flying above, and the cameraman is shocked looking at the chaos from above, and one of the men approach reporter Kim, on-site guy, and asks if he's okay. He leans on the man's shoulder, and they see the gate is turned into a ball, and is now closed off. News articles begin to emerge rapidly, saying that Isaac's 2-man party got locked inside, and now their chances of clearing are 0%, and that Japan is negligent. It cuts to the swordmaster smiling, saying this is good, but if it were him, he would have sent some men in with them. Sakura asks why he'd go that far, for newbies, and now they must be experiencing hell. Because even they failed to clear the dungeon several times, so what could 2 men do? She tells him she didn't expect him to pull tricks like this. He's confused, and she mentions the Aegis shield. He asks her if it seems like a trick, and she's confused asking if it wasn't. He says that people keep wondering where the shield is, due to how powerful a legendary item is. If people find out they failed to clear it with the shield, they would realize how dangerous the dungeon is. And it would be a loss to them if they were more prepared. He says that he'll keep using the shield as a reward for clearing the dungeon, and continue baiting them into the trap. The dungeon will turn into a graveyard, for anyone dumb enough to attack them. It cuts to inside the dungeon, and Jinna says it's crazy that they are the only ones inside of it, and he asks Woojin how he knew this would happen, and if he's a fortune teller. Woojin says it was too risky to get rid of them outside the dungeon. Jinna asks how he knew the specifics of their trick. Woojin hesitates, and thinks about how before he regressed, it was common to remove the Messiah enemies inside the dungeons, or by isolating the strong ones inside of a dungeon alone. And that this method is what the swordmaster taught him personally. He bites his lip, and Jinna repeats his question. Woojin says it's enough talking, and to focus on the raid, since they will have to hunt 20,000 mobs. It cuts to a different dungeon called the Forest of Monsters, and a window says that due to surviving, it's time to move to the next floor. A man steps on a red ogre, and waves his hand, sending his men away. The men all reach their hands out, and begin to summon skeleton soldiers, and we see now they have an army of naked skeleton-boys. The man is none other than Georg. And he summons the Book of the Dead, and he's finally got the skill that Woojin got way early on. Fat L. It cuts back to the boys in the Hellhound dungeon, having reached the 3rd floor. Jinna is in the dirt, and says the enemies aren't easy to fight. We see a little worm skeleton pop out of his armor, saying that he didn't think it would be this difficult. And how most players who enter die on this floor, and asks Jinna why he thinks that is. Jinna says he has no clue, and asks what he's saying. We hear the sound of heavy stomps, and he says he doesn't have the time to solve a quiz. We see a giant ogre standing before Jinna. Jinna quickly dashes in and begins picking on Big Chungus's cankles. It reads his attack pattern, and attacks where he's going to, causing Jinna to leap into the air to avoid it. While in the air, Jinna looks over and gets punched in his side, and as he gets launched, He bounces off the floor and lands into the side of a cliff. He falls out of the human-sized hole he left. And Woojin says since he's allergic to quizzes, he'll say the answer. It's because accidents happen while trying to conserve their power on the 3rd floor and prep for the 4th. And that it's crucial to allocate resources and stamina when clearing a dungeon, but conserving energy against a boss is dumb. Jinna yells at him, asking why he knew this and left him alone, and asks when the boys will arrive. Woojin keeps talking about the quiz, then says he figured Jinna would have handled it by himself, and he thought it wouldn't be an issue because he has the Nemean lion's leather too. Jinna mentions how he's received heavy damage multiple times, but his immortality blessing hasn't activated once. We see the meal lion leather is just broken on Piggy. Woojin starts to say since he's getting bodied, he'll send support, and Jinna grabs him saying he was just thinking it was gonna be done the usual way, and that he can do this himself. Woojin smirks, and Jinna says that he'll handle this, so do his own thing. Woojin tells him if he needs help, let him know. Jinna squares up with the Absolute unit, and they roar at each other as they head straight into each other. All we hear is the shockwave from their clash. It cuts to Woojin, saying he's finally found it, and looking at a mountain of bones. Woojin picks up a skull wearing a samurai helmet, and begins to read its memories. We see that it's one of the men who was lent the Shield of Aegis, and they wonder what the Hellhound even is. They quickly get bodied by the boss ogre, and he regrets that they were saving their strength from the start. As they begin to lose to the boss monster, one of the man's subordinates kneel in front of him, and apologizes to him. The captain tells him not to worry, and he is the careless one, and hands him the shield, saying to kill the Hellhound, and return to the Swordmaster. The man shouts for his captain to open his eyes. Woojin realizes the shield is on the 4th floor, and even their best members failed, and he begins to Detective Conan the facts, and wonders how they lost with the shield. Because it should be strong enough to withstand a Hellhound attack, but he'll find out later. He can't wait to see the Swordmaster's face, when he leaves the dungeon with the Aegis shield. It cuts to Shinhai browsing the news, and she's browsing articles about Isaac being in the dungeon for 17 days, and how he might clear it, and how Georg is in the news now as a necromancer as well. People comment that he's a copycat of Isaac. Then some people say that Isaac is good as dead anyways, so it doesn't matter. She says that Woojin died from the Swordmaster, and now Isaac's isolated in a dungeon and will probably die too. And now Georg is moving according to their plans, so now public opinion is back in their favor. She tells Sejin it looks like everything fell into their laps. He grins, and asks if she thinks it's funny. She asks if there's a problem. He tells her it's been 3 years since a gate appeared in Seoul, and asks if she remembers it. And how there was someone who wished for him to die, and that the man was sure he wouldn't get out of the gate alive. The man is Lee's father. Sejin says the man had the same thoughts as Shinihei right now. Then reminds her he made it out of the dungeon, and that made his position even stronger, and after looking at it differently, he was the one to make him what he is today. Isn't it funny that he's grateful for it? He says that Isaac is similar to him, and he bets Shinhai has the same thoughts. Then says if he makes it out, he would like to meet him at least once. It cuts to the ogre having been defeated, and Jinna leveled up. He's clearly exhausted, and sits beside its corpse. Woojin walks up, saying it ended faster than he thought, and he brought some men just in case, but it looks like he soloed it just fine. Jinna asks if he looks like he's okay, and how he almost died. He asks if he was just hiding nearby, and Woojin asks why he would do something so shameful, and he's sure he told him he would support him when things got bad. Now they can head straight to the 4th floor. Jinna shouts as the Skella boys carry him to the gate, and Woojin smirks watching this. It cuts to Second saying things are going according to plan, and Lee asks if he means the Hellhound dungeon. He says yeah, and everyone is watching the news, assuming Isaac is a goner. Lee asks if the Hellhound is stronger than the hatchling. Second says rather than it being stronger, it's just more dangerous. Because the fire it breathes will light something on fire until the target is melted. And while some items exist that have the attribute of absolute defense, if it isn't at least that level, you can't clear it. And that its Regan is way better than a troll's. Lee asks if Jinna will be okay, and Second says not to worry, and while he's normally just a pig, he gets work done. Second asks if there's ever been an easy dungeon, and they need to wait and believe. And that Jinna has Woojin too, so don't worry, because they'll be fine. It cuts to the 4th floor, and we see Woojin climbing up a cliff while having the Aegis shield on his back, and he is gassed out. He says it took a while, and it was in an annoying place, and without the eyes of Anubis, he never would have found it, because of where they dropped it. Jinnah yells at him, and tells him to get up and help him. A dog leaps at Jinnah, and he treats it like a sandbag, asking how long Woojin will freeload. And why is he the only one doing this job all the time? Woojin asks what he means by that, and Jinnah asks if he really doesn't know, and he's the only one in dangerous situations. He grabs another dog by its throat, and punches it, saying tankers should be treated fairly. He asks if he really thinks wounds don't hurt him, and that he's just been playing around on the 3rd floor since he's too engrossed in looking for the shield. Woojin is shocked by something, and we see while Jinnah keeps talking, the Hellhound's breath is being launched at him. And he turns around to notice it, and then the breath bounces off. Jinnah opens his eyes, and sees Woojin blocking the attack with his shield, and how the shield cannot be destroyed. The Hellhound stops firing its laser, and the flames begin to subside. Jinnah is surprised, and Woojin tells him it's the Aegis shield they've been looking for, and asks if he really thinks he was just playing around now. Jinnah says nah, and it was just a slip of the tongue because he was hangry. And says he's always got a plan, right? Woojin hands the shield to him, asking if it's time to leave. The shield has the absolute defense perk second mentioned. He tells him to be careful of the hellfire, because he'll be taken out if he gets hit. Jinnah says it'll be no problem when he has the shield. Woojin tells him he has something to tell him, and another attack comes back. Woojin tells him to dodge, and we see they narrowly avoid it. Jinnah is confused because the Hellhound was just in front of them, but now they got attacked from behind. Jinnah looks around, and sees there's a second Hellhound. Woojin says that, as expected from the memories he saw, this is how they failed with the shield previously, because there are 2 hell puppies. Jinnah is shocked, and makes a horrible one-liner, and asks if it makes any sense that there are 2 of them. He blocks another attack from the Hellhound, and he asks Woojin what the plan is since there's only 1 shield. He says he only blocked because he thought Woojin was behind him, and asks where he ran to. Woojin says he's right, and there's nothing they can do by sticking together, and he can hold one down with a shield, right? Jinnah says yeah, but what about the next? Woojin tells him behind, and Jinnah quickly Captain America's the attack, but screams and gets overtaken by the blast. Woojin calls out to him, and when the dust settles, we see Jinnah is on fire, screaming about it. He's been inflicted with the unquenchable fire. Jinnah starts rolling around, telling him to put the fire out. Jinnah says to stop panicking, and take the armor off. Jinnah quickly takes it off, and says the temperature isn't the problem, no idea what this means. The Hellhounds begin to growl, and let out a roar. Other little dogs begin to flock toward them, and Jinnah says they are in trouble. They are quickly surrounded by the 2 Hellhounds, and their little dog army. Jinnah says they can't be cautious of only the hellfire now, and he begins to fight the dogs as they jump him. He asks Woojin what the plan is, but sees him just hauling absolute cheeks instead. Woojin begins to play Fruit Ninja with some of the dogs, and starts to reminisce about the old days. We learn that the 8th floor dungeon he cleared with the Messiah Guild had the boss as Cerberus, and it treated the Hellhounds like its hands and feet. We see Woojin atop Cerberus's corpse, and he looks around at the corpses of the Hellhound. It cuts back to the present, and he's cutting a dog's in half, saying he hunted 23 Hellhounds solo. It cuts to Yongwan's house, and we see him asking the secretary about Woojin being alive. She tells him he sent them a letter. Yongwan begins to read a letter saying he faked his death due to the constant threats. And he smiles at the fact he's alive, and says he's impossible to get rid of. He tells the secretary to be careful so it doesn't get leaked, and carries his request out. She says okay. But says the behavior is Seuss, right? And asks Yongwan if he really trusts the letter. He grins, and says he didn't believe in him from the start, and he's just a tool to him, and he's lucky that he's alive so that he can get his investment back, and he'll make him pay for deceiving him. It cuts back to a Hellhound roaring, as it falls to the floor dead. Jinnah watches and calls him a monster, because he just rushed in without anything to block the hellfire, and he thought it was just a death wish, but his movements were as if he could see the attacks before they came. But that can't be true, because it's his first time fighting a Hellhound, right? He wonders how it's possible, and looks at a hole left by the hellfire and realizes it doesn't matter if he doesn't get hit. Woojin says there's only one left, and we see the boys squaring up with the Hellhound. Woojin says that the weapon made out of the hatchling's bone will melt fast, and he opens his inventory, as they rain onto the floor, surrounding him all over. Saying it doesn't matter since he's prepared this much. Hell Puppy starts to growl at him, and Woojin says it's boring now, and it's time to put an end to this. Jinna quickly runs over, telling him to stop. Woojin is confused, and asks what he means. Jinna says he doesn't want a free ride, and he has pride too. So leave the last one to him. Woojin is surprised, and asks if he can handle it. Jinna says of course, and hands Woojin the shield while picking up a bone spear. He says when he thinks about being a burden, he will not sit still. He starts to reminisce of a high school league crashing into the office, and he says there are people he needs to protect too. As she sobs to second, he says he needs to be stronger, much stronger than he currently is. It cuts to the middle of a jungle, and we see some men lined up with their hands above their heads. And inside of a building, a man puts a briefcase saying he'll pay for something. A girl named Shakira from the Thunderbird Guild asks what it is, and the man smirks, saying it's payment, obviously. The men outside firing squad the people who surrendered. And the man says it's payment for getting rid of the native players around the gate. And that business is easy, thanks to her. She counts the money, and tells him to cut this shit out. And asks if he really thinks she's risking her life for a small sum. She says her leader said there should be an item or a skill page, and the man says he's aware of their trading conditions, but they are in a tight spot currently. They can only buy items on the black market, and with the dungeons nearby being untouchable, items are hard to get. She slams her hand on the table, and tells him in this lawless area of the Amazon, the leader's words are the law. She grabs him by his collar, and asks why a bug like him thinks he can just use his tongue. Telling him one more word, and she'll rip it out, and feed it to dogs. He covers his mouth as she draws her hand back. He muffles to her, asking for her to spare him. She puts her fingers into her mouth, and then the man's eyes roll back and get zapped by lightning, and he turns crispy and falls to the floor. A man walks in saying he told her not to waste time, and we learn he's the leader. He asks why she's negotiating with bugs, and puts a skill page down. It's a skill page for summoning a lich, and we learn his name is New Eyes Fry, like he fried that guy. It cuts to the Hellhound, and we see it's been turned into a porcupine by Jinna, and it falls to the floor, but Jinna is also on the floor. His blessing activates, and he opens his eyes screaming, and readying his weapon. But Woojin grabs it, and Jinna looks up to see Woojin tells him to pull himself together. Jinna asks about the Hellhound, and asks if Woojin killed it while he was slumped out. Woojin points backward, and Jinna peeps over and sees its corpse, as Woojin says he didn't do anything. So Jinna killed it entirely by himself. It cuts to Yongwan tapping his desk, telling Woojin he keeps surprising him, and to think he'd deceive him. And that he really thought he was dead. Woojin apologizes, saying to deceive your friends before deceiving the enemies. Yongwan says that's true, but he should know that he should not try to deceive him again, and these kinds of pranks anger him. And lets out an aura around the room. Woojin doesn't even flinch, and says alright. He tells Woojin one more thing, and throws a paper onto his desk. Saying that Georg was who he talked about last time, and that he's been bothering him, and the media is fabricating some kind of rivalry. But he wanted something else. He needs to maintain an unrivaled image so Isaac is unique, and there's no need to beat around the bush. He tells Woojin to get Isaac to body Georg. Woojin asks if it's to make him stand out more, and he says he should get the most out of his investment. Woojin says alright, and to pave the way for him with the Lightning King, New Eyes Fry. Yongwan is confused, and asks why he's mentioning him. Woojin says that it's because he has a skill that Isaac wants. It cuts to the Swordmaster cutting a tatami mat, and he talks about how Isaac requested Solomon's ring, rather than the Aegis shield. Sakura says yes, and he says it was his fault for offering the shield in the first place, so it's inevitable. But what he doesn't understand is, how in the world he knows that they have the ring. She tells him it's not her, and swears on it. He tells her he isn't doubting her, but it seems like they have a rat that leaked information. She kneels, saying she will find the traitor and get rid of them along with Isaac. The Swordmaster tells her to let it be. She says but, and the Swordmaster tells her that based on their growth speed, they'll meet him in person. She realizes what it means, and he says yeah, he guesses he'll have to wait some time, because he'll only be satisfied by slashing them himself. It shows a lot of tatami mats and trees cut in half. It cuts back to the Thunderbird's hideout, and Shakira is talking to Woojin, asking if he's a ghost, or a zombie. He says it's closer to a ghost, since it's more convenient for his work. She says he's pretending to be dead while taking care of Isaac's work. He says it's not important, so take it however she wants. She comments on how he's talking, and asks if he understands where he is, running his mouth like that. The rest of the world already thinks he's dead, so him dying here isn't a problem. Woojin smirks, saying it's time to stop talking, and if she wants to fight equal rights, equal lefts. And he wants to get straight to the point. She thinks about the leader's orders, and says she'll listen for a minute. Woojin says he heard that the Lightning King does bartering, and she asks what it matters. He says a person could be included in the exchange, right? She's surprised, and he says he wonders what he would get for selling Isaac to her guild. She laughs, saying he's not here to negotiate on Isaac's behalf, but to sell Isaac. She slams her foot, saying she was gonna take it easy on him, asking if he's kidding. We hear the Lightning King say interesting, and Woojin turns around to see him behind her. Shakira calls out to him, and New Eyes asks if he'll have to pay by the kilogram, and Woojin says it doesn't matter, but he wouldn't want a limbless Isaac, right? Shakira is speechless, and New Eyes says it's an appealing offer, and tells him more. It cuts to a campfire, with Jinnah and Woojin. Jinnah asks if they are really gonna do it, and Woojin asks what he's talking about. Jinnah says it's too much even for him, saying they just died, and were revived. Woojin asks if they did. Jinnah asks if it's too fast to go straight to an A+ rank. Woojin asks if he's afraid, and Jinnah barks saying he's constantly provoking him, and he asks if he'll fall for it again. Asking if he thinks he's stupid. Woojin says someone is here, and Jinnah turns around and sees a girl approaching them. She says hello, and Woojin recognizes her. She says she'll be raiding with them tomorrow, and introduces herself as Michelle from the Messiah Guild. She begins to blush, and bows saying she's a huge fan. Woojin wonders why she's here, and then recalls that she dies in this dungeon, and we see his comrades mourning her loss. Jinnah says it's good she came, and thinks she was talking about being his fan. He asks if she wants his signature, and she says no, and he says don't make him seem cold-hearted. And asks where to sign, and she runs past him and asks Isaac if he can sign her book. He quickly hands it back, and Piggy is angry at this. Deeper into the dungeon, we see the Messiah and Thunderbird Guild, and Jinnah is still sulking. Woojin recalls his conversation with New Eyes, and Woojin tells him that he's the one controlling Isaac from the shadows, and asks if he's meant to believe it. Woojin says that's right, and Shakira starts to yell at him, and New Eyes stops her. Woojin says he's heard New Eyes is a collector of items and skills, but due to a level limit, he's got an issue with supply and demand, so he'll give him dungeon attacks. And if he uses Isaac, he will be able to enter dungeons he normally couldn't, and then would be able to enter any dungeon, of course, if they meet each other's conditions, that is. New Eyes smirks, saying there must be something he really wants. Woojin says that's correct. New Eyes replies, saying he refuses to make no-profit deals, and says he's not sure what he wants. But his interest isn't being pulled, and if he really wants his things, then to come back with a better offer. He was curious about him selling Isaac, but it doesn't seem like much. Shakira begins smiling, and says it looks like the negotiations are over, and asks if she should get rid of him, since he's useless to them now. Woojin says that the dungeon that's in the Amazon is the Cyclops dungeon, and he heard that New Eyes was putting an attack team together. New Eyes says, and, Woojin replies, telling him he'll get Isaac to clear the dungeon. New Eyes says that's a funny joke, and he's saying that Isaac, who just graduated from 4-floored dungeons, will rush to a 5-floored one. He begins to laugh maniacally, and says his confidence is crazy, and he did crazy shit at that level too. Woojin stares at him, and he says if he succeeds, they'll talk again. He asks if the price is Isaac's body. New Eyes replies, saying he isn't buying Isaac, but it'd be smarter to buy Woojin. And asks about working under him. Woojin thinks about it, and New Eyes says he'd need to be tested first, since he has a lot of suspicions. And hands him a vampire skill, saying that it's the start of their bargaining. Woojin is now entering the dungeon. It's been a day since entering the dungeon. We see Jinnah fighting an ogre, and he asks Woojin what he's going to say to Yang Wang. Woojin asks what he means, and Jinnah tells him it's obvious they are siding with New Eyes, asking what he thinks Yang Wan will do. He asks if he has a plan, and Woojin says he doesn't, and he's just going to be blunt with Yang Wan. Jinnah is shocked by this, and the ogre begins to strike at him, but he quickly evades it. then leaps off the floor, flying straight into the ogre's face, punching it, knocking it over. Woojin watches from a skeleton as dust clouds his vision. Jin-Ah begins to walk out of it and smacks the Skeleboy on its head, asking Woojin if that's really his plan, asking if he's mentally there. Woojin tells him it's impossible to avoid Yongwan, and they can't trick him, so the truth is the best thing to do. Jin-Ah hits the Skeleboy's head, asking how it is the best. He asks if he thinks Yongwan will be like, I see, and just let him go. Then asks if he forgot about his temper. Woojin walks up, telling him he's misunderstanding something, and if they share their connection with New Eyes to Yongwan, would he think that they've betrayed him, or New Eyes? It cuts to 23 days after entering the Cyclops dungeon, and we're inside the Minotaur's labyrinth. We see Jordan fighting some goblins, but they keep dodging his attacks. He asks his member Kyle how it's going on his side, and he tells him it's the same over here. Jordan asks Michelle if she needs any more time. These are Woojin's former comrades. As Michelle begins to gather her mana for an attack, it forms into her staff, and the goblins notice this. Jordan tells Kyle to protect her, and the goblins rush toward her. Michelle's eyes glow yellow, and we see an explosion emerge. Jordan comments on how her barrier was clutch, and while it's a high-level dungeon, the difficulty is nuts, and the mobs will keep spawning. They begin to talk about what path to take, and we see a goblin twitch on the floor. As they keep talking about it, one of the goblins begins to crawl off the floor. Jordan turns around and notices this, but it leaps at Michelle. She turns around and sees it jumping straight toward her. We see blood splatters, and Michelle is scared, and slowly opens her eyes to see the corpse of the goblin on the floor, which scares her. Jordan asks if she's okay, and she says yes. Jordan wonders why Isaac is here, and thanks him for saving Michelle. Woojin asks him why they aren't killing the goblins properly. Jordan asks what he means. Woojin tells him to confirm his kills, and he starts stabbing the goblins on the floor. Some of the other ones get scared and quickly get up and run away. Jordan realizes they are pretending to be dead, and that there are so many of them feigning death. Woojin tells him that blood goblins are quite clever. Some of the Skelleboys appear from around the corner, and the goblins realize they are screwed. Jordan watches the Skelleboys kill the running mobs, and Woojin says that he was expecting a lot from the Messiah Guild, but it seems like he was mistaken. Jordan gets angry, and yells at him, but Michelle grabs onto his arm, and shakes her head. Woojin tells him that the basics of a leader is to make their comrades feel safe, and reduce anxiety. He steps on a goblin, continuing by saying if he knew about the goblins from the start, then him having to stab them on the floor would have been unnecessary. And now, seeing how he's lacking in basic leadership, it seems that the Messiah Guild is over-exaggerated. Jordan is angry at this, and Woojin says it seems like he wasted his time expecting anything. Jordan continues to get increasingly angry, but Kyle steps up, telling him he understands what he's trying to say. But there's no need to provoke them while everyone is working together. Michelle says he's right, and they are grateful for his help, but why did he come here? She asks if he neglected his designated spot just to mock them. Woojin says a problem occurred, and points behind, saying his tanker injured his leg. Jin-Ah walks in, and greets everyone. Michelle asks him how it happened, and she and Kyle quickly run to help Jin-Ah, telling him to sit down. Jin-Ah tells them he's fine, and feels slightly anxious because he's cosplaying as an injured man. We see Michelle trying to hand him some potions, and Woojin remembers they are different than Sejin. And they are truly honest, and trying to save the world. Jordan laughs, saying Isaac came to them because he couldn't look after his own party, yet he's trying to teach them. He sarcastically calls him a great leader, and tells him to look at himself before attacking others. Woojin ignores him, and Jordan asks if he's become a mute or something. Woojin grins, and thinks about how Jordan is the same as he expected previously. Woojin says he isn't careless, and that it's Jin-Ah's fault for losing his footing. Jin-Ah, slightly annoyed, says that's right, agreeing with him, and says he's an idiot who didn't listen to his leader and rushed in. Jordan snarkily tells Woojin without a tank. He can't attack anymore, so he must have come to get help, right? Woojin says he come for that, but looking at the state of his party, he's doubtful it is a good idea. Then suggests they follow his leadership, saying if they listen properly, he can make sure they exit the dungeon safely. Jordan slams his axe into the floor, and is annoyed. He starts dragging it along the floor, saying he will accept their party's collaboration, but he won't ignore the remark he just made. and challenges him to a one-on-one, with the winner getting party leader. It cuts to some news articles about the Messiah Guild, and briefly talks about their future in Georg. Shinhai looks nervous, and Georg asks why she's nervous, and laughs, saying it must be because of the issues arising without Sejin. So she's worried, right? A man walks in and tells him to stop talking, and that he shouldn't crawl without permission. Then says that when Sejin isn't here, Shinhai is the acting leader. The man is Cho Sung-woo. He tells Georg to mind his manners, and he won't ignore it next time. Georg smiles and asks what he'll do to him, and they both begin to give each other a WWE stare down. Shinhai shouts enough, and says they shouldn't be worried, and they need to continue like normal for Sejin. She says Georg is right in the sense that what is about to happen has yet to be cleared by Sejin. The Swordmaster says they are all here to kill Isaac, so get to the main point. He asks if it's true that he's entered a 5-floored A+ dungeon. She says she thought it was a fake rumor, but it's true, and their informants in the Amazon have spotted Isaac there. The Swordmaster asks who the members are inside with Isaac. Shinhai says they are all no-names, and they can't fully trust them yet. The Swordmaster says this is a good thing, and he'll handle it himself. Shinhai smiles, and says she feels better knowing he'll handle it. She says the bait that went into the dungeon with him all volunteered. Georg smirks, saying that it's harsh to call them bait, but if it means they can get rid of Isaac, it doesn't matter. Because then he would be able to monopolize his Nimbus. The rest kinda ignore his cringe, and the Swordmaster asks where it will happen. Shinhai tells him the location will be Egypt, and it's a 6-floored A+ dungeon. It cuts to Jordan on the floor, and Michelle and Kyle, along with the rest of the group, watch as Jordan says he lost. Isaac gets off the wall, and Jinnah says he was like that once too. Woojin approaches Jordan, and asks if he will keep his promise. It cuts to further into the dungeon, and Jordan wonders how long he's been fighting for, because the enemy attacks are relentless. He tells Michelle to support him, as he encourages himself. A blue aura begins to form around him, and taunts the boss again. He rushes in with some Skeleboys toward the Minotaur, and it snarls and swipes its weapon toward him. The weapon hits the floor, and then Jordan rolls out from the dust of the attack. He calls out to Kyle, who quickly dashes in, and leaps directly at the Minotaur. He lands atop its shoulder, and runs down its arm while slicing it, and the Skelleboys join in too. We see the skeleton mage and Michelle prepare some attacks, and they launch them at the boss, hitting it directly. Jordan looks over nervously at Woojin, and he wonders why he even tried to win against him. Woojin smirks. Kyle yells out to Jordan, and he turns around to see an attack coming straight at him, but we see his leg is stuck in the floor, and it's too late to dodge. So he decides to block the attack instead. We hear the attack crash, and Michelle begins to cry, and Kyle watches as the Minotaur's attack slashes the ground, creating a wall of dust as it roars. But Jordan opens his eyes, confused, and he sees Woojin carrying him. He asks Isaac what happened, and asks to be put down while blushing. Woojin says if the princess wants to, and drops him to the floor. Michelle asks if he's okay, and Jordan says he wasn't hurt. Woojin begins to walk away, and Jordan asks where he's going. He says since the tanker has fallen, someone needs to take his job. Jordan asks if he's going to be a meat shield. We see the Skelleboys putting in some work, and Jordan keeps complaining. Woojin asks if he has any other suggestions, and Jordan says he'll go back in, because if someone dies, it's best if it's him. Woojin says fighting with that leg is suicide, and if he dies, then who will be responsible for his party members? And instead of sacrificing himself, train harder so this doesn't happen to begin with. And a tanker isn't just someone who takes hits, the real goal is to allow teammates to attack. He rushes in while explaining, and says he'll show him once, so watch closely. It cuts to Second, and he's saying a shabby person came to such a fancy place. We see it's Francois, makes a joke asking about his treatment, and asks what he means by shabby. Second asks why he's there, and he surely isn't here without reason. Francois says he has important matters to discuss, and if he didn't, why would he bear here, and makes fun of Second for balding. Second gets a little upset, and Francois asks if the words "let's save the world" are still valid, which surprises Second. He says the day Mr. Lee died, he made a decision. Second doesn't answer, but instead looks behind him at Secretary Lee, and then says, of course, when he decides on something, he makes sure it happens. Francois stares at Lee, and wonders what's wrong with Second. And double checks he hasn't changed his mind. Second says that he pays favors back twofold, and revenge is fourfold. It cuts back to the Minotaur, and it's screeching. Jordan is in disbelief, because Woojin doesn't have any physical skills, but can still dodge. And he's moving exactly as if he can see where the Minotaur is going to attack. He watches Woojin smirking, and says there's no chance of winning if he keeps dodging. Woojin runs straight to a wall, and Jordan wonders what he's doing. He tries to tell him to look behind so he knows that the direction he is running to is a dead end. The Minotaur charges straight into the wall. Michelle covers her eyes, and Jinnah begins to shake his head, saying it's starting. Jordan watches the smoke and debris flying, then says his personality is shitty, but he shouldn't have died here, and it should have been him. And now they've lost the Skeleboys, so they can't win. But he sees the skeletons are still moving perfectly fine, and is confused. They start attacking the Minotaur all over, and realizes that Woojin is alive. The Minotaur is stuck in the wall, and Woojin prepares his weapon to take advantage of it. He leaps off the floor, straight at the Minotaur's eye, piercing it, inflicting it with poison. The Minotaur snarls, then pulls his horns out of the wall. Woojin comments on how he thought it would last for longer, and since it's semi-smart, he can't lure it back to the wall again, and the boss begins to release a menacing aura. Woojin says it's good now it's become enraged, because it'll tunnel vision at him, and then it rushes at him. He calls out the next attack from the boss, saying it's going to try to end it in one hit, but he's expected as much. We see a goblin corpse thonk the Minotaur, and then it looks over and sees Skeleboys throwing the corpses at it. One of the corpses begins to glow, and then the remaining ones do, too. Woojin smirks, and an explosion follows. Jordan and his party watch in awe, as the explosions continue, and the Skeleboys rush in toward the Minotaur. They all begin to hack away at the monster, and Woojin turns away. The Minotaur roars as the Skeleboys begin their relentless attack. It cuts to Georg, and he's asking why he had to stay back, and he asks Shinhai if she's sizing him up. She gives him the light-skinned stare, and asks about what she requested previously. Georg asks if she means Balmung, and then tells her someone was faster and sarcastically apologizes. Shinhai wonders who could have been faster, and who else was targeting the sword. Sungwoo says he can't listen to this anymore, and pulls a blade out from his inventory. He then quickly dashes behind Georg, and puts the blade to the side of his head, saying he'll learn respect if he gets stabbed. Georg asks why he's doing this, to their precious bait. Then pokes the end of his blade, and says there's no way they've forgotten they can't trap Isaac without his help. Sungwoo yells, saying he'll go to Egypt in his place. Shinhai yells, saying it's enough, and that he's right. Because he's a unique form of bait, and nobody else can lure Isaac. Sungwoo grits his teeth out of frustration, and Georg laughs at him. Shinhai tells Georg to play his role well. And then, it cuts to the 5th floor of the dungeon, and a random guy calls out to Woojin and Jinnah. He tells him he's as skilled as the rumors suggested, and they didn't even have to try. Woojin asks what's going on. The man whispers, saying he's just confirming that he hasn't forgotten his promise, right? Woojin asks if he's talking about handing the dungeon rewards to him. The man says it's good he remembered. Jordan watches their conversation in frustration. Michelle grabs his arm, and asks if he's okay. He laughs awkwardly, saying he's fine, and Kyle, being the frat boy he is, tells him not to worry about the previous battle too much. Michelle says he's right, and that Isaac is just incredible while Jordan is a sack of potatoes. He's deeply by this. He tells them, thanks, and Woojin watches and reminisces about his past life with them as his comrades. He talks about how the survival rate of this dungeon's boss was 50%. But this time, it'll be different, since he's prepared a strategy to have the least amount of casualties. They hear the boss roaring throughout the forest, and everyone is on alert. It cuts back to Second's office, and he's telling Francois it's time to start doing business, and he asks why he's here. Francois says that if Second was serious about saving the world, he has an item to give him. Second asks what it is, and Francois begins to pull out a sword from his inventory, shocking Lee and Second. He puts it on the table, and Second recognizes it as Balmung. It killed Woojin in his past life. He says it's the item the Messiah Guild had been looking for, and it's the only sword that can kill the Savior. Second is pogging out about the sword, and says it's free, right? And Francois stares at him. It cuts to Second in a car, and he asks Lee if it went well, to which she says yes. Then thinks for a second and tells Second he doesn't have to be worried about her. He gets nervous and asks what she means by being worried. And she says she asked Francois already, about what happened the day her father died. Second is a little apprehensive, and asks her if she's okay. She tells him that she isn't. It cuts back to the dungeon, and everyone is entering a cave. Jordan asks Woojin why they are here, and if it'll be okay without the Thunderbird guys. Because they should cooperate with each other. We get a flashback of a man running up to the Thunderbird people, telling them the boss is here, asking what to do. The man tells Woojin they should attack like before, so they can quickly leave. Woojin says don't do anything useless, and hide like he was before, because the boss isn't something they can underestimate. Woojin walks away, and the Thunderbird guy gets salty, and his underling asks what the plan is. The man thinks about how if they can kill the boss, he can get rid of Shakira, and grins, telling everyone to get ready because they'll kill the Cyclops. The flashback ends, and Woojin tells Jordan to stop worrying, and to focus on their current objective. Jordan gets angry, and Michelle tells him to relax. Woojin asks Jinna how his condition is, and Jinna says he's in top condition. Michelle quickly yells out there are monsters. We see some ants, then Woojin tells everyone to continue according to the plan. Jinna reaches into his inventory, and equips Solomon's ring, the one he got from the Swordmaster. He can control monsters while using it. He reaches his hand out, and activates the ring, and one of the ants begins to glow yellow. It cuts back to the Thunderbird guys, and one of them just got yoinked, and the guy wonders where all the monsters are coming from, and begins to wildly swing around screaming. He trips over his fallen comrade, and when he starts to stand back up, he looks over, and is confused. Because all of his men are dead on the floor, and he's confused because he was just fighting a lot of monsters, but now his subordinates are all dead. He then looks up to see the boss staring him down, and it's ugly as hell. The man realizes he's screwed, and a fist begins to crash down to him, and he gets turned into a meat crayon. It cuts to a bit later, and we see the boss eating some adventurers, and Woojin is creeping from atop a cliff. Jordan approaches him, and he asks if this is the right thing to do. Woojin asks what, and Jordan asks about the ants, asking if he's really going to get them to fight with them. Kyle says they are pretty cute, and tells Michelle to touch them. Jordan says right now, they are under control of the item, but what happens if they start attacking them, because there must be a limit to the effect. Woojin asks if he's doubting him, and Jordan says that isn't it. Woojin tells him, of course, it has a time limit, but he'll have finished his role by the time the effect ends, and after that, there shouldn't be any problems. Jinna, excited he finally gets to play Necromancer, tells his men it's time to fight. He raises his ring into the air, and as it glows, the ants all watch, and then run toward the boss. It notices them, and quickly sees the army rushing him. They begin to climb up his legs, and then make their way to one of his heads. Jinna is happy with their progress, while the rest just watch. Jordan is shocked that the boss is being treated like light work. The boss falls to the floor, and the ants quickly encase it while continuously pecking at him. We see a bright light from its eye, and then the ants begin to feast upon each other. Jinna wonders what they are doing, and wonders if the effect has ended. As they fight amongst themselves, the boss starts squashing them. They all watch as he plays tap tap ants, and Woojin explains that each of the boss's eyes has a different ability. One of the eyes causes confusion, and makes their opponents unable to tell who is friend and foe. And that's what happened to the ants. Jinna asks if that would happen to them if they rush in there, and Jinna smirks saying they'll go by their original plan, because cooldowns exist. Jordan is confused about how he knows about the cooldown for the eyes, when it's his first time fighting the boss. Jinna quickly agrees to the plan, and Jordan thinks he agrees too fast. Woojin tells him he'll be going first, since they still have to deal with the right eye. Jordan says if it has an ability, they need to think of a countermeasure, but Woojin quickly darts off to grab the milk. Jinna tells Jordan not to worry, and asks if he doesn't understand Isaac by now. Because he isn't someone to move without a plan, Woojin quickly approaches the boss, and its eye begins to glow as it did previously, and we see he's starting to get petrified. And he slowly begins to turn into stone. The boss approaches him, and Woojin says there's only one chance, and his ring begins to glow. We see he's equipped the Lancelot ring, and it resisted the petrification. He quickly abuses the fact the boss dropped his guard, and since his left eye is still on cooldown, He'll ignore it for now. He stabs the right eye of the boss, and it begins to swing its fist toward him. It hits him, sending him flying, but we see a shine from the dust, and he's using the Aegis shield. The boss begins to roar, and we see an explosion hit it in the chest. Michelle casted the spell, and Jordan and the rest begin to run in. Jinna approaches and says it's their turn now, right? Woojin tells him he'll deal with the right eye, and the rest can deal with the left one, and they need to deal with it quickly before the cooldown ends. Jinna says okay, and begins walking at the boss, and Woojin summons the boys. As the explosions hit the boss, Woojin looks over and notices Michelle casting, and smiles. He quickly picks up the pace, and he and the boys begin to haul absolute cheeks at the boss. Poor guy gets off-screened, and we see they've got his eye as a reward. So now he can use the eye's abilities on enemies. It cuts to the portal gate, and everyone starts to step out of it, and Woojin and Jinna notice something, and so does Michelle. She points to it, and we see there is a firing squad ready for them. Jordan sees New Eyes and Shakira, and wonders what's going on. She says Isaac killed the boss, and that he agreed beforehand to give them the rewards. Michelle says whatever promise they made with him has nothing to do with them. And they just cleared a dungeon, so this is rude. New Eyes grins, and says that the fact they aren't shooting them is courteous enough, and asks Isaac if he agrees. He doesn't reply, and we watch as the gate exit fades out. New Eyes then says that seeing how there are no more returnees, it seems like his people didn't pay attention to their safety, but they were all useless anyways, and he needs what they agreed on. Woojin agrees, and Jinna asks if he's really going to hand it over, to which he replies of course, so he can get what he wants. Woojin enters his inventory, and Jinna says sure, the debuffs don't work on him, it won't be too dangerous. Jordan and the rest are still just watching, then the Thunderbird Guild starts to ride off. Jordan is confused that they are just leaving, and Michelle thanks him for their work. Kyle also approaches him and says he's learned a lot, and they shake hands. While they are all chatting, Jordan awkwardly paces around, and Woojin looks at him, acting nervous, then smirks. Michelle tells him he has a big ego, but he's a good guy. She watches as he walks to Jordan. And Woojin says he really doesn't seem like a good leader, which irritates Jordan. However, he follows it up by saying his party members are loyal and trust him, because he's still their greeted comrade, and he offers him a handshake. This surprises Jordan, and he smiles quickly, accepting it. Michelle is happy about it. Jinna asks him since when could he give compliments, and isn't he meant to hate the Messiah Guild? Woojin smiles, and we see Michelle thanking Jordan for always protecting them. Woojin tells Jinna he never said he hated them, and that he hates the fake Messiah. It cuts to news articles, and we see them discussing Isaac and the Messiah Guild clearing the Amazon raid, and Georg is publicly asking to raid with Isaac. Some people comment about the Necromancer dream team, and we hear the Swordmaster telling Shinhai, Isaac returned. And he asks why she called him back when something important came up, and asks if her plan went wrong. She says it went according to plan, so don't worry, and she called him to guarantee there are no variables in the future. She pulls some items from her inventory, telling the Swordmaster to use them. We learn they are Hade's helmet, and Hermes' boots. I bet they pair with the Hercules ring. It cuts to Youngwon looking at the news as well, and he grins, saying the Messiah Guild approached them first, and now the situation is going well. He asks Woojin how the business with New Eyes went, to which he tells him quite a few things happened. He flashback explains that Isaac asked him if he kept his promise, and New Eyes complimented him for having large balls, and handed him the skill to summon the Lich. New Eyes even told him to take care of himself until he reaches level 180. Woojin tells him he got the item. Youngwon mentions he heard that he got a good offer, and why he isn't even trying to hide it. Woojin says he told him already, that he's not going to try deceiving him anymore. Youngwon is happy and says he's glad they are on the same page, and tells him he should know what he wants from him now. Woojin says he'll watch New Eyes' every move. Youngwon's secretary enters the room, and puts an item on the table. He tells him to give it to Isaac. Woojin opens it up and sees Osiris's ring, doesn't show the abilities yet. Youngwon says he told him before, but what he wants isn't Georg and Isaac competing, and use this opportunity to get rid of Georg, using whatever it takes. Woojin grins and says understood. It cuts to Egypt, and we see paparazzis urging as Woojin and Georg are meeting. Georg tells him it's an honor, while Woojin smirks and shakes his hand, saying he looks forward to it. Georg realizes that he is being looked down on, and tells him to laugh while he can. It cuts to inside the dungeon, where Jinna is knocking heads off, and the Skeleboys are repeatedly stabbing their mob. Woojin notices something, then Georg tells him he's just as amazing as he's heard, to think he could strengthen every single skeleton. He then says his is weak in comparison. Woojin says he's also amazing in a different way. Georg asks how so, and Woojin tells him that his quantity is exceptional, and we see his army. He tells him it's all due to a ring, which is Hade's ring. Which surprises Woojin, and Georg explains that he can make another person's skeleton soldiers his own. Woojin's never heard of the item before, and says it must be one they've kept hidden. Georg tells him not to be too concerned, since he won't lay a hand on Isaac's army, and he says the soldiers he's taken in were summoned by his subordinates. Woojin understands Georg is telling him that his skeletons are useless if they attack him, but he says the ring is too dangerous to ignore, so it'd be best to show all of his strength rather than hiding it, and Georg is a pretty bold guy. It cuts to night, and we see Georg at a campfire, and he's schizo as hell, and tells some ghost thing that it's unfortunate it can't eat or drink. And how he's not sure exactly where it is, but surely it's close by. He then says he forgot it can't talk back, and mocks it for being unable to eat or drink, and says he needs to make sure to abuse Isaac's strength on the 6th floor, so he has to be patient and not kill him. The ghost thingy cuts his food in half, and Georg says there you are. We get a whole 21-day time skip, and are now on the 5th floor. Georg says only one floor to go, and it seems like the next floor will be more difficult. Woojin just stares at him, and says it's true, and seeing as how there have been no casualties, the boss should be pretty strong, and since his power is known to the public, there's no way they only sent Georg to hunt him. So there must be an invisible enemy in here too, so Shinhai must have taken out all her treasures. Woojin approaches the door, and Georg smiles, saying it's going to come to an end soon. Woojin keeps opening it. It cuts to Jinna stepping into sand, and he asks if it's a desert. Woojin tells him no, and that it's actually a forest, and we see it. Georg asks him if they should go ahead and go into the jungle. Woojin says before that, he'll inform him now that they will put an indefinite hold on killing the boss, until they capture the assassin that's targeting them. Georg is shocked, but tries to play it off, and asks him what he means by that. And his skeletons begin to run at Woojin. We see one of the budget Skelleboys preparing to attack him, but the real Skelleboys quickly block the attack. Woojin smiles, saying he expected this, and starts to run. Jinna asks if they are running away, and one of Georg's underlings tell them to catch him. Georg tells him to leave them alone, and to take down his unique skeletons first, and the golem, because they need to suppress them. Woojin comments on how he's smart, because normal skeletons can be regenerated inside the dungeon, but the special varieties are a completely different story. We see his boys being hunted, and he continues by saying their summoning conditions are much more complicated, and if Georg can take them away with his ring, the loss on his side will be immeasurable. But that's just if, and we see him use the Book of the Dad, and he begins to recall his summons. Georg gets annoyed that he's unsummoning them, and he calls him a bastard and watches as he runs away. One of his underlings asks if they should chase him, and Georg asks if he's mentally okay, because that's a horrible idea. He wonders how he noticed the assassin, and now things are messed up. They run a bit, and Jinna says he thinks they've lost them, and Woojin says Georg isn't an idiot. Jinna then asks if he has a plan. Woojin says yes, while equipping the ring Yongwan gave him, and we see that it can fully resurrect the dead, and increases his stats and attack power. Jinna asks where he got it, and Yongwan says a generous sponsor. He calls Jinna by his formal name, and Jinna asks why he's saying it like that, making him all nervous. Woojin then says he must be used to falling by now, and Jinna looks up to see Woojin explaining he's already experienced the hatchling incident, and Jinna asks if he's done something wrong. Woojin doesn't answer, and Jinna begins to understand what he's asking him to do. And he sweats nervously. Then it cuts to a sphinx standing atop the mountain. We see Woojin approaching a wyvern corpse, and Jinna is confused because even if he makes it a skeleton, it's not like it can fly. Then he wonders if he has a new ability because of the ring. Woojin arises the wyvern corpse, and we see that he resurrected it with the ring of Osiris, and it is moving now. Jinna is surprised, and Woojin pets it while grinning. It cuts to a sphinx eating something, and then it notices something and quickly dodges a spear from the flying wyvern. It turns around, and Jinna asks if it has eyes on the back of its head. Woojin tells him here it comes, and the Sphinx begins to create an attack inside of its mouth, and a shockwave is produced from its mouth, causing everyone to be taken aback. It quickly catches up to them in the air. Jinna comments on how fast it is, and we see it attempting to paw at them. They avoid it, and Woojin tells him to get ready since it's just now starting, and they begin to dive straight down, and then begin to flee. Jinna says he better not have mentioned falling because of this, and we see the Sphinx chasing them in the air. Woojin surveys the forest, and spots a campfire saying it's there. We see it's Georg's campfire, and he notices something and stands up to see the Sphinx and Wyvern flying directly at him. It's gaining on the Wyvern, and Jinna tells him that it's right behind them, and then he grabs Jinna and jumps off the Wyvern. The Sphinx takes a chunk out of the Wyvern, and they start to fly at the campfire. Georg realizes, but it's too late. Then we see a crash. Georg covers his face, and once the dust settles, he sees the Sphinx standing there. He says they can't beat it without preparation. It cuts to Jinna halfway into the floor, and Woojin tells him to get up. Jinna screams at him, saying he could have warned him. He says he thought there was a plan, and it must have been nice for him to have a shield. We see that's how Woojin broke his fall, and Jinna says he's crazy for accompanying him. Woojin tells him that he has faith in him, and it's time to move. Jinna watches him run, so he yells out that he should wait for him. It cuts back to the Sphinx tearing into the budget Skelleboys, just absolutely boning them. Georg and his subordinates watch from afar, and say it looks like they've barely escaped death, but at the cost of their soldiers, and some subordinates. But there's nothing to be done about that, and they should go kill Isaac now. We see the ghost, probably the swordmaster, asking what he means. Georg explains that without Isaac, they have no chance, and if they are going to die anyway, they might as well kill him. He says he'll be the bait, and lure Isaac out, since he will have to kill him to clear the dungeon. He won't think about it too much. His schizo demon says he'll leave it to him. Georg says they should regroup first, and that the thing hasn't been able to eat for 20 days because of the Helm of Hades, and even if he's superhuman, he can't use his power in that state. He takes off his mask, and who would have guessed it's the Swordmaster? He says he feels better now, and Georg yells out, asking why Isaac is here. The Swordmaster turns around, and Georg steals his helmet from him. He asks what the meaning of this is, and Georg laughs, calling him soft, saying he got tricked so easily. And asks why Isaac would be here. The Swordmaster looks around to see the budget Skelleboys. It then cuts back to Woojin breaking a tree, and Jinna asks what he's doing. He tells him there's a guest meant to follow him, and Jinna says he's crazy. Woojin smiles, saying he's here, and Jinna turns around to see Georg, who is fated than a hoe. Georg throws the helmet, and it bounces on the floor to Isaac. Woojin recognizes it and says its name, and Georg is surprised he knew the name, and was wondering how he knew about the assassin, so I guess the information was leaked somewhere. Jinna asks where he heard about it from, and Woojin ignores him and asks what the reason for giving it to him is. Georg says he won the bet, and it's a gift to the winner. Jinna holds it and asks if it's a legendary item. The helmet stats are pretty good, but Jinna is turned off by the fact he can't eat. Georg says he'll surrender, so guarantee his life, not only inside the dungeon, but out of it as well. Woojin understands that Georg realizes he would have gotten molly-whopped, and it's as expected from him. Jinna says even if they spare him, what about his subordinates? Georg smiles and says those things. We see them all dead. He continues saying he thought they'd be useless, so he cleaned them all up before coming here. Jinna gets hella pissed at him, but Woojin stops him saying he has one more requirement, and to hand over the Ring of Hades as well. Georg hesitates, then sighs and makes some weird pun about handing it to him. It cuts to the Swordmaster running, saying he managed to outrun the soldiers, and the monster wave that followed, but things got messed up, and he felt that Georg was strange to start with. He clicks his tongue when two giant white gorillas leap at him. He quickly fruit ninjas them and keeps running. He says that it's a dangerous dungeon, and it's impossible to dream of beating the boss after these monsters. They leap at him again, and he activates the Hermes boots, and slices through one of them, saying he won't die in vain like this, and keeps running. It cuts to night. We see Jinna draining his lizard, and he wonders if there's an item that will make him pee less. And he looks up to see the Swordmaster has no manners, and he cuts Jinna's head off, and his legs. Jinna's head rolls onto the floor. Woojin, at the campfire with Georg, notices something, and begins running. He runs through the woods and comes across the swordmaster standing over Jinna's head on the floor. Georg calls out to him, and says he's very persistent. The swordmaster starts a cringe monologue about how he expected this, and calls Georg a vermin, saying that he can't die at ease if he leaves them alive. Without their tank, they'll never be able to leave the dungeon, and it's time for him to perform a sword dance for the ones who remain. He prepares his sword, and Woojin grins, saying if it's a sword dance, then he'll dance along with him. We see them trading attacks, and they continue for a bit before Woojin says that even without peak condition, he's still the swordmaster. The swordmaster notices a skeleton about to attack him, and he looks over to see Georg. He yells for him not to get in his way, and slices the skeleton in half in his sword. Cheese starts to fly at Georg, and we see dust from the shockwave. Georg is surprised to see a massive slash in the floor, because the swordmaster should be weakened. He quickly appears behind Georg, and one of the Skelleboys blocks the attack. Georg says it's insane, and the swordmaster says he sure is dedicated to being a rat, then spits something out of his mouth. Georg recognizes it as the human face turtle's core, and we learn it gets rid of the stamina penalties from hunger. The swordmaster says even if he's physically fine, he's going crazy from the hunger, and didn't Georg say they were all going to die here, so why is he hesitating? He should just accept his fate instead. Georg quickly hides behind his big brother Woojin, saying there's no need for him to take action with him here. The swordmaster keeps being the cringe dude he is, and Woojin asks if he's done talking, saying he's sorry, but he'll be the only one dying today. The swordmaster says he must be losing his mind from being on the verge of death, and as he keeps talking, his hands are cut off. He looks down and sees them just lying on the floor. He's absolutely shocked, and Woojin says he's the only one who doesn't have a comrade here. Jinna takes off the helm of Hades, and the swordmaster says that's impossible because he died. Jinna says that was a cowardly move to attack him while he was peeing, and does he even know how painful that is? The swordmaster falls to his knees, saying it's crazy, because he cut off his head. Georg claps, saying it was a good struggle, and he didn't expect the turtle core, but they never treated him seriously. He tells Isaac it was a great plan, and it's time to kill the boss. The swordmaster headbutts the floor, and Georg says that's pathetic, that he's bowing like that, but we see him grab the sword in his mouth like Zorro, and then activates his boots. Bursting off the floor toward them, they all watch, and he passes through them, slicing them all. Jinna was fine because Isaac blocked it, but Georg got sliced in half. The swordmaster wonders how he has the Aegis shield, and realizes that he was fooled, and falls over. Georg starts coughing up blood, saying Isaac gave him the right to live, and he replies, saying is bad. Jinna says there's no need to be mad, and that his subordinates probably felt the same way about it. The swordmaster starts laughing, and they look over at him, and he starts monologuing again, which irritates Jinna. He asks if they really think they can duo the Sphinx, calling them foolish. Woojin says he's right, and he might be foolish. He starts to talk about how he was foolish for trusting them all with the idea of saving the world, and he misunderstood they were all his allies. Woojin asks if he's ever thought of saving the world, even though he knows it was a foolish dream. At least just once. The swordmaster smiles, and asks why he's talking about this all of a sudden, saying even if they cleared the dungeon, the world cannot be saved, rather, it would cause greater chaos. He said he surely knows players rule the world, and if they are placed in a situation where they might get removed after serving their purpose, that's when the chaos would truly arrive. And the current world is worth ruling. Woojin shouts enough, and says he's talking too much even though there's nothing to listen to, and if he, too, has a chance to restart. He cuts him, then finishes by saying he hopes he becomes someone who fits the title of Swordmaster. Jinna watches, and wonders what Woojin's relationship is with the Messiah Guild. Woojin calls out to him, and Woojin begins to turn into a vampire, releasing a menacing aura. The buffs are pretty good, and double his stats. Jinna asks if he maybe watched too much Twilight, and Woojin says since it's just them, he shouldn't hide it anymore, and it's time to leave before the night ends. It cuts to Lee opening a door, and we see her father's office. She begins to get sad, and recalls her father talking to her, and we finally learn her name is Ji-So. Her dad asks if it's something special, or if it's her birthday. She says no, and he asks if she's prepared for school. She says yes, and he says he wonders who she took after for being so sharp and diligent. She says it's from him, and she heard he was going to be on a business trip for a while, so once he finishes eating, leave the dishes, and she'll clean them after school. He begins to cry, and asks when she became so mature, trying to hug her. We see her leaving for school, and she says she ate ahead while preparing the food. He smiles, and calls out to her, telling her to stay safe while on his business trip. And then starts to say a bunch of overprotective wholesome dad dialogue, following her as she leaves their house. She gets on the elevator, and he tells her to get along well with Shinhai, and tells her to have fun at school. She says she'll be off. It cuts to her at a crosswalk, and some people beside her are talking about the Hansung group. She hears the name, and looks over to see it being mentioned on a giant news screen. Jisoo's name begins to be called out, and she turns around to see Shinhai asking why she's spacing out. She calls out to Shinhai. She greets her, saying ah, and Shinhai asks why she just said that, and realizes she was looking at the news. They both look at it again, and she asks Shinhai why she's going to school early. Shinhai says she isn't going to school, and she just recently awakened as a player. Then she says it's amazing that a gate was created in the basement of her dad's company, and it's a secret, look at the billboard, but a dungeon break might happen soon. So she is currently heading there. Jisoo asks, what if her dad finds out, and Shinhai says he has too many concerns, and tells her that she's a player, so he'll focus on nurturing players, but he's excluding her. So just for that, she will prove she is better than Sejin. Jisoo stands there, and Shinhai tells her to stop making that face, and takes her to a photo booth, and we see them both smiling in the pics, and that it's ripped in half. Jisoo looks at her own detective board with determination. It cuts to some news articles, and we see that Sejin cleared the 7th-floor dungeon, and some comments talk about Isaac and Georg. The Messiah Guild is having a meeting, and Sejin asks Shinhai what she did to Isaac. She nervously answers, and it cuts to one of the golems crawling, and the other is WWEing the Sphinx, as the Skella boys and Jinnah take turns poking it. Jinnah is glad he finally pierced its hide, and Woojin appears and uses blood absorption on the Sphinx, and due to it being used when he's a vampire, it's been doubled. He begins to get a large amount of mana and HP recovered from the Sphinx, and he begins smiling. The Sphinx turns around, only to be greeted with Woojin's blood mist ability. Jinnah looks over to see one of the golems begin to be wrapped in the mist too. The golem begins to transform, and turns into a weird slender man thing known as a blood golem. It cuts back to Shinhai saying she sent Georg and Isaac to a dungeon together. The bowmaster asks who gave her permission for this. Sungwoo tells him to calm down, and he slams his fist, saying he didn't ask. Shinhai said it was her own initiative, but don't worry as they'd prepared thoroughly, and they gave the helm of Hades, and the boots of Hermes to the swordmaster. They even sent Georg as bait, but he's quite skilled. So no matter how strong Isaac is, the chances of him surviving are 0%. The rest all look on with some contemplative stares, and Sejin says that's some good confidence. A cold wind floats around the room, and Sejin smarts. It cuts to Yongwon leaving his car, and his secretary runs up to him, saying they are in trouble. He asks what it is, and she whispers something into his ear. He gets angry, and they walk into his house. We see New Eyes inside his house office thing, with Shakira. Yongwon walks in, and New Eyes smiles. It cuts to a message saying the Sphinx has died, and Georg's corpse begins to float into the air, and begins to heal itself, and he glows yellow. We see that due to his nimbus, he can return to life after having the dungeon being cleared, and it's a single use. He stands back up, and lets out a roar. It cuts back to Yongwon's house thing, and we see him telling New Eyes he's shocked by what he said. New Eyes asks if he needs more time. Yongwon asks why he should accept his proposal for clearing the 7th-floor dungeon together. New Eyes says that with Sejin running wild with the title of the 7th-floor clearer, and he doesn't want to see it anymore, right? Yongwon asks him to clarify on raiding together. New Eyes says that it would be Yongwon joining him and Isaac in their future raid. This angers Yongwon, and he says joining. New Eyes says exactly, while smiling. Yongwon asks if he's trying to provoke him in his own house, because that's how he's taking it. He releases a menacing aura towards Shakira and New Eyes. Shakira is surprised by the bloodlust, and New Eyes asks what he means. Because provoking is done by people of the same level, as he crushes the toy in his hands. He begins to release his lightning aura, and begins to collide with Yongwan's aura. They begin to have a WWE stare down, and it cuts to the greatest bald man in existence. Seconds complimenting instant coffee, and Ji-So judges the fact he's using a paper cup from the Phoenix Guild. She tells him it seems like New Eyes and Yongwan have come into contact. Second is glad that a big match is building, as he tries to predict how things will turn out. Ji-So starts to get up, and he asks where she's going on. She says she's going to see a friend. He's surprised a loner like her has a friend. She asks about his reaction. He tells her nothing, so go on. She closes the door saying she'll be back, and he wonders about the friend. We're brought to some back alleys in Egypt. We see Jinna, Woojin and Georg sitting at a table. Georg pushes Hade's helmet across the table, and says it came in handy, also saying he wasn't sure, but he's glad he kept his promise, and he thought he betrayed him at first. Woojin tells him a promise is a promise. We see after Georg was revived, the helmet was left at his feet, with a note saying to return it. He says he must have left it knowing that he could revive, asking how he found out about it. Woojin smiles, and thinks about how he had to kill Georg twice because of this skill in his past life. Jinna regrets them not letting him die. Woojin replies to Georg, saying it's none of his business where he got the info. Georg respects him more now, which shocks Jinna as Georg continues to praise Woojin. Jinna facepalms, while Woojin says now Georg is officially dead, so don't do anything and live quietly. Or else the Messiah Guild will find him. Georg hesitates. While the boys begin to leave, he begs them to wait, which confuses Jinna. Georg continues asking for them to take him with them. Woojin thinks about it. It cuts to Shinhai looking out a window, nervously biting her nails. We see on her monitor she's nervous about Isaac's party being the sole survivors of the dungeon. A knock arrives at the door. She tells them to come in. An assistant walks in, guiding Ji-So. Shinhai tells her it's been a while, but she doesn't reply back. We see the two sitting at a table. Shinhai says she was worried after Ji-So vanished without a word, asking what she's been up to, where she's been, and that she was surprised she reached out. Ji-So hesitates, then says she has a question for her. Shinhai is a little taken aback, but says it makes sense, since it's been a while, so there's surely a lot of questions, but it's a little sad she hasn't asked how she's been. Then says she is cold. Ji-So doesn't answer, and Shinhai tells her she hasn't changed in the last 3 years. Ji-So finally says my father, which causes Shinhai to hesitate. Then she asks her if she killed him, which causes her great panic. She has a flashback of her father on the floor, and she's sitting beside him, tearing up, as a shadow approaches her. She turns around to see Sejin glaring at her, as she shivers. His hand reaches out toward her, which we see reflected off her eye. She looks terrified, then the flashback ends. She asks what Ji-So is talking about, asking if she appeared so suddenly only to ask this. Because her dad died in a dungeon break, and she doesn't know what information she heard to ask about this, but it seems like she's misinformed about it. Ji-So tells her she hasn't changed at all, and she's never been able to lie. Shinhai is shocked, and asks what, as Ji-So throws some documents at her. Shinhai looks down to see a list of victims from the Hansung dungeon break, and she begins to read it. Ji-So says the reason her dad died wasn't due to a monster, or an accidental explosion, and she believes Shinhai had something to tell her. But maybe she was wrong, and she gets up. Shinhai bites her lip. As Ji-So walks away, she yells at her, asking what she's trying to say. She disappears for 3 years, only to show up asking if she killed her dad, and what's gotten into her for believing some papers over her friend's word. And if she truly thinks she killed her dad, is she trying to get revenge or something? What can she even do to her? And she continues to brag about her position while burning the documents. Ji-So says she knows that she's CEO of Hansung, and the Vice Guild Master of Messiah, so what can she do to her? She'll figure it out soon. It cuts back to Yongwan's house thing, and we see the aftermath caused a shockwave from their auras. New Eyes says it's enough of the useless arguing, and he just wants them to come to an agreement before they proceed. New Eyes suggests they both write a will. Yongwan asks what kind of nonsense he's saying. New Eyes tells him not to get it wrong, because it's a 7-floored dungeon they can't guarantee their survival. Yongwan thinks about it, and New Eyes says they should make arrangements in advance for their guild members who will panic if they die, and they should merge into the other guild if one of them dies. Yongwan's secretary yells at him, but New Eyes keeps saying that due to the Messiah Guild clearing their dungeon, The world is going to fixate on them, and it's problematic for both the Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds, if they wait on this. But the issue is with their current powers. Them attempting the dungeon is a suicide attempt. So whether Yongwan likes it or not, shouldn't they attempt to clear it by joining together? He says they should just be honest, and that he has no intentions of sharing the honor and rewards due to his greed. And he knows Yongwan is the same as him, which is why he came to him in the first place, knowing he'll try to kill him on the 7th floor. So they should write a will before entering the dungeon. Yongwan lets out a sigh of relief on his balcony, and we see a red aura behind him, saying it seems like he has a lot on his mind. He looks over to see Woojin, and he's surprised he couldn't notice his presence. Yongwan asks when he got here. Woojin tells him he just arrived. Yongwan says he wondered why he's been so quiet recently, but he was in Egypt with Isaac. Woojin says that's right, because he had a special mission, and he recalls Yongwan telling him to get Isaac to yank Georg. Woojin says it was hard to convince him, because he was so stubborn. Yongwan says that's good he got rid of him, and is surprised he cleared the dungeon too. He asks if he should have told him to do it quietly so there wouldn't be any gossip. He asks why Isaac isn't declaring Georg's death. Woojin smirks, saying he wouldn't know what Isaac is thinking, because how would he understand a genius with the fastest growth speed, and that Isaac isn't his subordinate? He can't tell him what to do. Yongwan realizes he's right, so he says he'll let it slide. He also tells Woojin that it's been a while since they've talked, and he'd like to clarify their relationship. Woojin thinks he's concerned about fighting New Eyes. Yongwan tells him even though Isaac isn't his subordinate, it's undeniable that his influence works on him. So when he and Isaac go to clear the 7th floor dungeon with New Eyes, his role will be very important, and he knows Woojin will only move if there's a reward. He pulls a key out of his pocket, and Woojin is shocked. The key glows, we see a blue light flash, then a portal begins to form behind Yongwan, and he tells Woojin to follow him into his armory. Before they enter, he tells Woojin to pick something that he likes, that is worthy enough to pay himself and Isaac. Woojin grins and enters, telling him not to regret it. It cuts to Second's office, and he's asking Ji So why she did that, and even though he treasures her, what she's done is too big to let slide. He asks what they will achieve by provoking Shinhai. She says she wonders, and they don't know what will be caused by her provoking Shinhai, or what they can get out of this. As she talks, we see an arrow fly by Shinhai's hair, and the bowmaster is pissed at her, as he's holding a funeral for the swordmaster. Ji So finishes her sentence, saying it'll be decided by the choice Shinhai makes. Second is lost as hell. It cuts for the 8,000th time to a forest, and we see New Eyes exiting a portal, and Shakira lets him get into a car, and they drive away as the portal closes. He asks her how the preparation is going for the dungeon. She says they've been searching for a suitable dungeon, and they've found a C+1. New Eyes asks if there's anything important to report on. She informs him that it's in Pakistan, and a group of radicalists occupy the gate, with some of them being high-leveled. It's caused concern amongst the Pakistani government. New Eyes tells her it won't matter, as they are not going to be a match for them. He asks if that's all. She says there's something else to report, and that Woojin is at their headquarters. New Eyes smirks. He finally arrives back at his headquarters, and tells Woojin it's been a while. Woojin stands up and says long time no see, then New Eyes calls him Yongwan's dog and starts shaking his hand, and shocking it. Woojin asks what he means, saying why would he have come on his own. New Eyes laughs and lets go of his hand. Woojin tells him he doesn't know how to respond to the aggressive welcome. Shakira hates him. New Eyes asks if he finished the task he gave him. Woojin recognizes that New Eyes' laid-back attitude isn't fake, and that even though, in the public, he's at the same level as Yongwan, he is truly much stronger. Woojin says on the last floor of the dungeon, Isaac will kill Yongwan. New Eyes smiles at this. It cuts to the gate in Pakistan, and we see some tanks approaching the terrorist group. One of the men runs, telling his leader he needs to see this, as there are tanks below, but he loses his speaking privilege. Which causes the leader to be scared, because the sound was heard after the bullet hit the man's head, so it's a sniper from far away. He hides and pulls a shield out of his inventory. He starts to peek around the corner and then also loses his speaking privileges. We see the sniper, and that it's Shakira, and she tells New Eyes it's done. He says that's good, and asks what the estimated time for seizing the gate is. The tanks begin unloading their shells toward the gate, and she tells him it'll take around 10 minutes. Behind her, we see Woojin, Jinnah, and Yongwan. It shows some news articles, mentioning how all of their guilds are collaborating. Isaac made a message talking about Georg's death. One of the articles asks what the Messiah Guild thinks about the Foreign Guild Alliance. Sejin is at his PC, and smirks, asking Shinhai what her opinion on this is. Asking if it would be better for them to make a statement on their stance or not. She stutters, saying no, and instantly begins to feel scared. Sejin approaches her, saying it's a familiar expression and wonders where he's seen it before. Then he remembers saying it's the same face she made before, the first day he met her, over Jisoo's dad's corpse. He says he thought they were similar at that time, but it was a misunderstanding, and it's time to quit talking about the boring old days. Because business is more important, he tells her this wasn't his doing, and we see the Hansung Tower is in shambles, with dead people all over. He tells her to tell people it was some terrorists, right? She nods, and he walks away, leaving her shivering in fear. It cuts to our favorite caped Baldy's office, and he's angry. Jisoo notices, asking what's wrong. He tells her the Messiah Guild is finally showing their true colors. And many news articles about them are shown, including how they now have the right to investigate crimes against players. Second is annoyed by the benefits they just received, asking if they'll just use force against the general public if they are annoying. He calls people dumb for not seeing the truth, and they are just giving him free power, begging him to save the world. Jisoo is low-key tired of it, and starts to shift her gaze away and begins to ignore him. He asks if she agrees, but his phone begins to ring. He answers it, and Francois tells him it's been a while. Second greets him sarcastically, laughing at him. Francois says he's busy, so he'll keep it short. How he got a report about the dragon's gastric juice that he requested previously, is now in Pakistan. He asks if he ordered it knowing where it would be used, to which Second says, of course, he didn't know, because his client didn't explain, and he laughs. Francois yells at him, asking if he's crazy for ordering it without knowing where it would be used. Second says the client told him one thing, they would kill. Francois asks kill who, but he loses cell service, and wonders what's wrong with it. Guess he doesn't know how tunnels work. We see at the portal the boys are ready to go in, while New Eyes and Young Wan stare each other down. A man walks up behind, asking for Isaac, so they turn around, and he says it's a palace for him. Woojin says he'll handle it, and the man says he can't do it, because the person himself needs to sign it. Woojin glares at him, and makes a handed-over gesture. The man agrees. Jinnah and Isaac walk over to see what's in it, and as they open it, Jinnah asks what he ordered. Woojin tells him it's the dragon's ass juice. Isaac, I think it's Georg, is surprised. Jinnah says he thought it was something good, but what is he going to use the juice for? Isaac says he thinks he heard somewhere that the juice reveals the true form of sealed items, but both sealed items and the juice are rare items. Isaac, definitely Georg, says it seems Jinnah didn't know about this. Jinnah says, of course, he knew about it all along. Georg laughs, saying is that so? Jinnah asks if they can just exclude Georg and go by themselves. Because he's a guy who killed his own subordinates, so why would they trust him? Georg smirks, asking what he means, and shows a mark on his elbow, saying there isn't anything more trustworthy than this. Gina says he can come back to life after dying, so it wouldn't be strange to have something like that, and he refuses to believe him. We learn that it's called soul binding, and when Georg asked them to take him in, Jinnah barked at him. Georg says he knows they have a grudge against the Messiah Guild, and because of what happened, he has nowhere to go. So he will at least watch the Messiah Guild fall down, while being at Woojin's side. Woojin asks if he won't betray him, asking why he should trust him. Georg puts a skill book on the table, saying he'll use it. We learn that it's a contract, and they can share skills and items, and he can kill the Bindi at any moment. Jinnah asks if he's insane, because what if Woojin tried to get him to unalive himself? Georg says he's already had multiple opportunities, but he didn't. So he's not a person who enjoys unnecessary killings, and there's no reason for him to do it, if he doesn't disturb him. Woojin says he was right, so it's good to have him on a leash, but he doesn't understand him. They get told they'll be entering the dungeon, and Woojin tells them it's time to move. Georg asks what he wants to unseal, and Jinnah barks at him, and they banter. Woojin says he'll find out soon enough. We see a campfire inside the dungeon with Jinnah and Georg sleeping, while Woojin looks at the dungeon notification. He says it's the same as his past life, and how it's going to keep increasing based on their floors. And at the last floor will be the king of goblins, and his henchmen. Woojin looks through his stats, and we see he's close to level 180, and he smiles about it. It does a montage type thing, and the first floor has a man cutting a mob in half. The second has some men charging each other, the third is the Skelly Boys and Jinnah, and now they are moving on to the fourth floor. Yongwon goes to enter, and looks at Woojin, who nods at him. As Yongwon opens the door, he smiles widely, and enters the dungeon, followed by his guild. New Eyes approaches Woojin, asking if the talk with Isaac went well. Woojin says yes, and he relayed it properly, asking when they will initiate the plan. He explains that it'll be normal on the fourth floor, with each of them fighting in separate groups, so Woojin and Isaac will go to the rear of the Phoenix Guild and then give him the signal. And at that time, he will kill Yongwon. On the fourth floor, a goblin gets his think tank crushed. We see it's the Phoenix Guild, and one of the members begins to ask Yongwon if he trusts Woojin. Yongwon turns around, and the man says that he claims to have control of Isaac, but it could be a misunderstanding. Maybe Isaac was just doing what he wanted until now, so what happens if Isaac sides with New Eyes, when they battle him? Yongwon thinks about it, then smiles, saying they'd all be dead then. The man asks Yongwon if he trusts Woojin with his life. Yongwon firmly says no, that he's never trusted anyone that much. The only thing he trusts is himself, and in this dungeon, New Eyes will die by his hand, and they will consume the Thunderbird Guild. A beam of light appears in the forest, followed by a notification of hitting level 180. We see it's Woojin, and due to his level up, he's earned a new skill. He grabs the page, and Jinnah runs over, asking what it is. Jinnah quickly grabs a hold of him and asks if it's good. We see that it's another unique summon called Banshee. Woojin shoves his face away, saying he doesn't know. It's his first time seeing it, so he's unsure if it's good or bad. Jinnah is a little confused, because he thought that Woojin would know this time, like he always does. Georg tells him that Isaac is in a league of his own, so it's obvious that nobody has experienced the same things as him. Jinnah has a lightbulb moment, and says Georg only knows one side of the story, then tells him Isaac isn't strong. Georg asks what he's talking about, while Woojin learns the skills. Jinnah finishes by saying it's because Woojin is strong. Jinnah tells Georg he isn't Isaac, and Georg is under the assumption that Woojin is just another disguise. Woojin tells him it's his real face. Georg has an existential crisis, and screams. It takes us to Shakira, and New Eyes asks what she's thinking about, since she's been making a funny face, asking if it's about Woojin. She says that she doesn't like his eyes, and he's just a double agent, so it's hard to say if he's cooperating with them. New Eyes tells her if something goes wrong, he can still fight them all simultaneously, because he's already grasped their strengths. He explains that Isaac can only summon around 200 skeletons, so even if Yongwon pitches in with his members, they will be unable to stop him. Even if something does happen to him, he's already got his men outside the gate, ready to firing squad them, if he dies. We see a banshee screaming, which causes the goblins to lose their will to fight, and they all grasp their heads and cower in fear. While the Skella boys take this chance to get close, and kill them. The boys watch from a distance. Jinnah even compliments the banshee, saying now he doesn't need to frontline. Woojin says it's not enough. Jinnah gets sad, saying he'll still have to tank, huh? Woojin tells him that's not it, rather, the efficiency of the skill is low. Due to the large mana consumption on a non-damaging skill. Georg asks if he's not planning to send the Banshee into fights. Woojin says regardless of the lack of efficiency, he can make up for it. While holding a skill page. We see it's the Summon Lich skill, he can now use due to being level 180. Jinnah sees it, and recognizes it as what they traded the Cyclops eyes for. Woojin tells him that's right, and learns the skill. A beam of light descends down on him, as lightning begins to appear. They all seem shocked by it, and Jinnah asks what this is, or if this is going according to his plans. Woojin says nope, as a shadowy aura and lighting spirals toward him. The aura begins to converge, making a shadowy figure. It looms over Woojin, as he says this was beyond his expectations. The shadow figure begins to speak, asking Woojin if he will offer a sacrifice. Jinnah makes a funny face, while Georg looks zoned out. Woojin asks if these aren't enough, pointing to an army of dead goblins. We see some lightning ripping into goblins, as New Eyes holds his spear. Shakira notices something, telling New Eyes to look over. He does, and Shakira asks if he has any idea what that is. New Eyes says he's seen something like that before. It reminds him of when he contracted with Indra. We see it does look similar to what Woojin is going through. New Eyes realizes his plan might go astray, telling Shakira it's time to move. She asks where, and he tells her that they will need to nip the bud before it can cause more trouble. He tells his men they are moving. Back in the Phoenix Guild, and we see one of the men clubbing an orc, asking if he saw that. Young-won asks if he means where Isaac is. The man tells him yes, asking if he thinks Isaac used a new skill. Young-won reminds him leveling and earning a new skill is normal here. Still, the skill he just saw was definitely not ordinary. The man beside Young-won notices a light from the woods, and a lightning strike follows it, aiming straight at Young-won. He turns around, and the man yells out to him, and then blocks the attack. Young-won wonders what's going on, as a giant lightning explosion occurs. New Eyes appears, while Young-won asks him what's going on. Young-won asks what he's doing. New Eyes tells him he is in the way, as he recalls his spear. Young-won says they were meant to cooperate, until they killed the 7th floor boss. New Eyes grabs his spear, saying he thought it was unnecessary to do that anymore. Shakira notices something, and points to it, shouting loud enough for everyone to hear. So they all look over to see a lich on a cliff. The lich has the power of the summoner, so it begins to summon everything that Woojin normally does, and that it can summon double of this, due to its skill rank, and part of the leech's passive. A golem slams the earth, while we see the rest of the unique Skelleboys pull up, and an army of normal ones. Shakira says it looks like Woojin kept his promise, but New Eyes realizes something is wrong. We see Woojin Isaac beside the lich, as his army surrounds the Phoenix Guild. New Eyes is surprised to see that Isaac can do double than what he made him believe he could, and based on this, there's no reason for him to stick with Young-won, or anyone. He wonders if he wanted an FFA from the start, but regardless they won't go the way he wants. Because New Eyes plans to carry out his own plans through sheer force if he must. He readies his spear Gungnir, saying he is going to get rid of Young-won, then Isaac next. Young-won sees him charging his spear, then New Eyes yeets it at him. As it flies toward Young-won, he readies 2 swords, asking New Eyes if he thought he would die here. He looks over, shocked to see something, then Gungnir hits something. Young-won is surprised to see Isaac's comrade having blocked the attack. Jinnah says he isn't just Isaac's comrade, but he's Spasiba, and why does nobody know how his name? Young-won asks what he's saying, but they both quickly notice something, and we see Gungnir's ability, Divine Punishment, is activated. A second lightning bolt begins to strike at Jinnah, and he looks up at it, then the lightning engulfs him. It creates a massive dust storm, and New Eyes reclaims Gungnir. He grabs it, saying there's another bastard in the way, and Young-won sees a crater from where Jinnah was standing, nervous by how strong New Eyes is. We see the Aegis shield in the middle of the crater begins to shake, as Jinnah stands up, yelling his name like a Pokemon. Shakira wonders how he's alive. New Eyes says that it doesn't matter, but why is he blocking Young-won, understanding that he's probably teaming with Young-won, then wonders where Woojin is. We see a ghastly form rushing through New Eyes' guild, rapidly approaching him from behind. New Eyes turns, then a slash is seen going across his neck. He drops Gungnir, as Shakira asks him what's wrong. We see him shaking, holding his throat, then blood begins to pour. She rushes over to help him, and we see the ghastly form was just Woojin in Hade's helmet. New Eyes sees him, and Shakira is pissed. Young-won wonders what's going on. Jinnah tells him that New Eyes is done for. Young-won looks serious, saying, "Not yet," pointing over. A status window says that he survived with 1 horsepower, and New Eyes begins to encase himself in lightning as Indra descends. This allows him to control thunder and lightning due to his contract with the Thunder God, and it happens upon receiving fatal damage. A massive lightning bolt slams into the floor, forming a figure. Shakira calls out to him, as he floats into the air, turning into a gigantic lightning entity. He tells them they are foolish, and it's time to die. Woojin realizes they can't do this the easy way anymore, while the rest wonder what the hell is going on. New Eyes calls them filthy bugs, extending his hand toward them. He says, "Disappear," as lightning begins to strike the Phoenix Guild members. The golem stands as a shield for some of the players. Young-won takes in the fact it's his first time seeing this, telling his men to keep their distance and retreat. The Thunder Guild begins to say that serves the Phoenix Guild right, but they start catching some strays. Shakira realizes he can't tell friends from foes, and Georg watches the giant figure frying both sides. He wonders if Woojin's doing alright, and we see him walk toward New Eyes, who notices him. Woojin tells him ratio. Woojin says his real enemy is atop, pointing to Georg on the cliff. He says he only did what Isaac told him to. Georg wonders why he's pointing at him. Woojin then tells him to stop throwing a tantrum, and just flame Isaac in team chat. New Eyes gets angry, and yells for him to shut up, firing a lightning strike at him. As it gets close to Woojin, he grins, then it hits, causing an explosion. Jinna wonders why he just face tanked it, even Georg is surprised. Then New Eyes unleashes more attacks at him. He begins to laugh while shouting to die, and continues this over and over. Shakira is shook. New Eyes is finally a little gassed out, and stops. He says it's a bit quiet, then notices a yellow glowing inside of the dust from his attacks. He's curious, and a status window appears saying the power of thunder has stacked to the maximum. He watches as yellow lighting starts to emerge, as the power of the Thunderlord is now awakening. Woojin stands, raising his weapon into the air, saying it's all going according to plan while holding Thor's hammer. Jinna recognizes the item, and it cuts to him asking Woojin how they can go according to their plan without him consulting him at all. Woojin asks him what he's talking about, then Jinna asks about the dragon's juice, wondering where he plans to use it. He realizes Jinna is just annoyed by Georg, then asks Jinna if he remembers the item he got from Yongwan's armory. Jinna asks why he brought a useless item, then Woojin begins to pour the juice onto what seems to be a hammer's hilt inside of stone. They all watch as the hammer begins to emit lightning, and after unsealing it, that is how Woojin unlocks Mjolnir, or Thor's hammer. Flashback ends, with Jinna realizing Woojin planned all of this. As he watches Woojin and New Eyes square up, New Eyes seems to understand the hammer is eating his attacks. He raises Gungnir from the ground, calling it back. Woojin watches as New Eyes tells him to try blocking this, then he readies Gungnir, yeeting it at Woojin, who begins to block the attack. He compliments New Eyes for his quick thinking, saying he's on a different level, especially with knowing how to abuse the spear's range against the hammer. He then dodges the spear while running in, then leaps at New Eyes' face, smacking his head with Mjolnir, causing it to break entirely. The rest all watch in awe. Shakira yells out to New Eyes. Woojin smiles proudly, saying he used to be an infighter, and we see his past life's image. New Eyes grunts, but as Woojin is in the air, he grips Gungnir, and shouts, thrusting it at him. Woojin stares at it, and Jinna realizes it's dangerous because he can't dodge midair. The spear gets close to him, but he grins, then we see him rapidly descend to the ground. New Eyes recognizes that Woojin used Hermes' boots to dodge. He then says he's sure that Woojin isn't Isaac's subordinate. Yongwan is also in shock, saying he thought Woojin had changed since his trip to Egypt, and it looks like he took a tiger cub in and raised it. Everyone watches their fight in awe. New Eyes says he admits it. At first, he misjudged him, thinking he was useless. So now he will stop that, and start giving it his all. Woojin notices something, and New Eyes leaps in at him. Woojin realizes it's coming. He starts to parry the attacks from Gungnir, but it causes him to be pushed against a cliff. He realizes he's cornered. New Eyes begins laughing at him, asking where he's looking, then thrusts directly at the cornered Woojin. We see it hit the cliff, but Woojin avoids it by going into the air. Gungnir's skill activates again, so the second bolt starts to come down onto Woojin. It strikes the cliffside, and Woojin leaps away from it, but New Eyes predicted this and Gungnir greets Woojin. Cutting his side open, Georg yells out to him. Woojin covers the wound, and activates his vampire skill. After turning into a vampire, he activates Blood Mist to create a smokescreen. New Eyes asks if he thinks this trick is good enough, and fires a lightning beam from his hand, shooting through the mist. Woojin takes this chance to dive out from the evaporating mist, heading straight toward New Eyes. Woojin respects that he cleared the fog up. New Eyes notices him on his side, but it's too late as Woojin smashes through his side. New Eyes swings his fist to Relationalite, and Woojin notices it directly behind him, but gets hit directly, flying into the floor. Woojin begins to cough up blood. New Eyes asks if he can feel the difference between them yet, and he's thankful for the fun fight. But it's time to finish it up. Woojin says he's also enjoying this, since he's not sure how long it has been since he's last fought alone, just throwing himself at his enemy. New Eyes says he's all lip, But we see the Skeleborgs just inting at him. He quickly kills them, knocking them all to the ground. Isaac walks up, and New Eyes calls out to him. Woojin stands up, saying he warned him that his true enemy was someone else. Shakira is held hostage by the boys now, and calls out to New Eyes. Georg says he's just doing as he was told, and although the Skeleborgs summoned aren't his, with this, it's over. He lowers his hand, telling the boys to charge in, directly toward New Eyes. He calls them bastards, saying it's useless, attacking the boys. But he notices Woojin raising Mjolnir in the middle of the army, wondering when he got there. He calls out to Woojin, and begins attacking toward him, but the boys block it. When the attack gets close, we hear it clang against something, to see Jinna blocking it. Woojin is surprised to see him, and Jinna tells New Eyes he needs to take the tank out first. Woojin smiles, Yongwan still just peepin', as the Skeleborgs fly through the air. We see the Lich using Merlin's staff, causing it to overflow with mana. He raises the staff into the air, summoning more boys. This repeats over and over and over again. Yongwan is sweating bullets watching this, comments on how Isaac and his comrades are helping Woojin when he needs it. Then he wonders if it was maybe all scripted by Woojin, making them all just fools for playing along. New Eyes takes another hit from Woojin, and after a bit, we see blood being vomited onto the floor. Due to insufficient mana, New Eyes' transformation ends, losing him the ability to regen. He looks gassed out, and begins to stumble in a field of bones. He sits down on one of their corpses. As Woojin approaches him, he says he was incredible, but there's no such thing as infinite power. New Eyes says he feels dispirited while laughing, saying that's funny when he has an infinite army. We see from New Eyes' perspective that Woojin still has almost all the boys. Woojin says he'll excuse himself, and walks away as the boys rush in at New Eyes, and we hear the boys chop him up. Shakira falls to her knees in disbelief he lost, angry at Woojin for betraying them, saying she'll kill him to avenge New Eyes. Isaac walks up to her, saying they'll need to choose the Lightning King's successor. She's surprised to hear this. She says this means they don't plan to kill them, realizing something. She raises her hand, saying that the leader never appointed an inheritor. So she would like if Isaac decided who it should be. He begins to think about it, saying there's not a single person who wouldn't know she was New Eyes' right-hand man, and once she assumes leader, she will get her revenge onto Woojin. Woojin raises his hand, saying he'll take over. Shakira is actually lost as hell. Georg asks about it, and Shakira wonders what he is saying. Woojin says he made a deal with New Eyes prior to Egypt, and it was that if he assassinated a certain person, he would be in a key position within the guild. Georg gets nervous, wondering if he meant him. Woojin says he succeeded in the mission, so he is qualified for it, asking Shakira if she agrees, because she was there when they agreed on the deal. She gets mad, saying this is fake news, asking when such a trade was made. He asks if she doesn't remember. She realizes with New Eyes dead, even if Woojin lies, they can't prove it. So if there's no compromise, they'll have to fight. Which would lead to the Thunderbird Guild being obliterated by Isaac. She quickly says the deal was real. Woojin smirks at her, which drives her crazy. She says, but even if Woojin is qualified, it was none other than herself who managed the guild with New Eyes, so the members won't accept unless she is the leader, and if they agree on this, then it's beneficial to them all. Yongwan yells for them to wait a minute, walking and asking why they are trying to agree on who is taking over the guild, because he had an agreement with New Eyes that his guild would be absorbed by his. He tells Isaac he appreciates him trying to solve it, but he had a prior engagement with the guild already. Georg smiles, and Woojin tells him he got here in time. Yongwan asks what the meaning of this is, asking if going into his armory wasn't enough. Woojin says there's a misunderstanding. He didn't expect things to end like this, and he even completed the task of killing New Eyes. Then blames Isaac's stubbornness that made things end up like this, because Isaac just wants to clear the dungeon already. Which is why even with New Eyes dead, he hopes they can be peaceful. And it was too good of a chance to let go of the opportunity he was given. And he wants to give some advice as one of Yongwan's supporters. Don't be persistent here, give up on the Thunderbird Guild. Or else Isaac will kill him, because he's a man who will do anything to clear the dungeon. Yongwan sees the boys are ready for war, and then it cuts to the final floor of the dungeon. And we see an army of goblins before a fat goblin atop a throne. He's mean mugging as one of his henchmen raises his staff into the air empowering the army. They begin to charge. We see Woojin took Gungnir, and now it's resonating with Mjolnir, giving it some buffs, such as more damage and reduced mana cost. He points ahead, causing the boys to charge into the goblin army, one-sidedly mopping the floor with them. Jinna and Shakira are both helping, while Isaac and the Lich watch from above. Yongwan is annoyed that Isaac humiliated him, saying he will pay this back in the future. Then tells his men to rush in. We see a giant explosion, then the boss gets off-screened, because it cuts to outside the dungeon, with Shakira being the first to exit. She looks at the firing squad, and everyone else exits the portal too. One of the men in the firing squad says he can't find the leader anywhere. He realizes what it means, telling his troops to ready up. But he sees Shakira approaching him. She tells him to stop the operation. The man asks why. Shakira begins to shout that New Eyes' last command was that the guild will have a new leader now. The man runs up, asking what she means, then she grits her teeth. She turns around, looking at Woojin, grinning at her. It cuts to a flashback inside the dungeon. Woojin is telling Yongwan and Shakira that Isaac made him the successor of the Lightning King, and before they leave the dungeon, he would like them to understand not to tell any of their subordinates that he's been nominated as the successor, so keep it a secret for now. Yongwan asks why, because if he were in his spot, he'd announce it to the world. Shakira asks what he has planned. Woojin tells them it isn't him, but Isaac, who has planned all of this. And titles such as Guildmaster or Successor are just titles, and will soon become meaningless. This worries Yongwan and Shakira. The flashback ends, and she tells the man to call for an executive meeting when they return, because there are going to be some messed up announcements. We see some news articles about the Foreign Guild Alliance clearing it, but New Eyes is announced dead, and there are rumors of his guild merging with Yongwan's. Even mentions of Isaac making a savior guild. Isaac no idea who is in the suit now. He is having a press conference, and he thanks everyone for their support, and says that he would like to take this chance to repay their support, saying that he, the Phoenix and Thunderbird guilds have come to a conclusion after much deliberation. As of today, all of their guilds will be merged into one guild, planning to save the world by raiding the dungeons, without wanting any rewards from the government. A banner saying Savior Guild drops. As Isaac says, this is the official announcement of the guild's establishment. People begin to cheer, Second grins, saying it's finally come this far. Now they can properly stand against the Messiah Guild. He starts to monologue while Jinnah munches, and he gets angry. Asking if he could eat any louder, asking if he thinks this is his house or something, and if he's done eating, he needs to clean up. Jinnah says he just cleared the 7th-floor dungeon and will quit his job if he keeps it up. Second throws a cup at his head, telling him to get lost, because nobody will believe he cleared the dungeon. He asks why wouldn't they believe him, and starts to say his name over and over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Isaac. Second asks why he's saying his name, because it should be Spasiba. Jinnah realizes what he means. Second calls out to Jisoo, telling her to get rid of his Spasiba mask quickly. Jinnah slowly turns around to see her bowing, thanking him for his effort. He begs her no, and Second laughs, asking what the national hero will do. I love the banter. It cuts to Woojin's hideout, while he's looking at all of his items. He says he's collected quite a bit, and the lich was stronger than he expected it to be. But more is needed to fight Sejin. He rubs his chin, saying he has to obtain that, but in true Manhwa fashion, doesn't say what. It cuts to Yongwan's house thing again, and he's angrily smashing some alcohol into the floor, saying how dare a dog who should be following orders, bit the hand that feeds him, and he's got some nerve coming here. Woojin asks what he means by saying he bit him without recognizing his owner. Woojin says he's still a faithful subordinate, and the owner just changed. Yongwan is annoyed, as Woojin tells him he shouldn't be so mad about it. Because he's always wanted to go beyond the Messiah Guild, but now that the guilds have been merged under Isaac, doesn't it mean they are finally comparable to the Messiah Guild? Yongwan crushes his glass in his hand, asking why he's saying all this shit. Woojin grins, saying he understands Yongwan is ambitious and wants to reach the top by any means possible. But he's unable to reach the top due to Sejin, always leaving him in second place, and while he always acts tough in front of others, in reality, he's nothing but a coward who hates to lose. Now he only has two options: he can either fight till the end like New Eyes, or follow Isaac and become a hero. Woojin walks away, and tells him to give it a thought. Yongwan lets out a grunt and sits up in his chair, He's annoyed by losing everything, and it only took a moment. He begins wondering where he went wrong, and where he made a mistake. Man looks depressed, saying it all feels pointless. We see an explosion in the middle of a city, with some helicopters flying in. One of them catches a beam of fire to the face, and we see a dragon running amok in the city, roaring, causing people to run in terror. It looks over to notice something, but it is too late as Francois stabs its eye, slicing all the way down the side of its neck. A new outlet is covering it, talking about how the monster was subdued by the dragon slayer. However, Paris is still really afraid, causing mass panic. We see it's caused by a dungeon break in the area of Bordeaux, and Francois says a 7-floor dungeon is too much for him, because fighting with mobs other than dragons is just annoying, and they begin protesting him. Francois is reading the articles, annoyed, and his butler says it seems like he's having a tough time. Francois says it's not just tough, people are misunderstanding, and he wonders if they think he's happy with the situation. He just understands his capabilities more than they do. The butler says he's right because if they wait long enough, he will enter a 7-floor dungeon. Francois says if he doesn't do anything until then, the citizens will continue to complain. The butler says that's because he's stepping out by himself, and it's too early to give up hope. We see Francois arriving at a restaurant, and the butler says he hopes their conversation goes well. Francois looks over to see Jisoo bowing to her, and he compliments her. She says it's been a while, asking how he's been. He says it's fine, and it must have been tough traveling all the way here. She says not at all, and they head inside. And she quickly notices that it's all empty. Francois says he rented it all because he heard she was coming. She thanks him for his concern, and he says this is nothing. They hear the sound of a pig eating, and turn around to see Jinna chowing down on food. Francois stares at him, and Jinna notices, then asks if it's Mr's first time seeing someone eat. Francois gets annoyed by being called Mr. Then stands up, asking who Jinna is, for him to eating like this at a restaurant that's been rented out. Jinna smiles, saying he's the one who went to the 7-floor dungeon, but Jisoo cuts him off, saying he's a colleague. And it should be their first time meeting. Francois says he understands, and it must be a new employee she's using as a bodyguard. Jinna feels hurt. She then tells Jinna to be quiet while they talk. Poor guy. Jisoo sits down, saying it's time to talk business. She puts a document on the table saying they looked at his suggestions, so they put their requirements in it. Francois looks at it, while she keeps explaining how what they are looking for is a condition, which is the Death Knight skill page. Francois begins to sweat a little, as Jisoo continues mansplaining that it's a unique skill, not a legendary. So it's something their office can acquire. Francois says he understands, and she tells him to keep listening. She asks if he remembers the item he delivered last time he was in Korea. She's talking about Balmung, and Jisoo says that Second is giving him a discount for the item he received. Francois says it looks like Second has a conscience left. Shinhai enters, saying they are all diligent for arriving quickly. They both turn to see her with 2 guards, and Jinna looking a little angry. Shinhai glares at Jisoo, who just stares back at her. We see them all at a table, and Shinhai says that they are asking for the Messiah Guild to compete with some ragtag players, for the right to clear the 7-floor dungeon. She mocks the Savior Guild, saying it makes her speechless. She asks Francois if he's messing with her, because the French government is asking for the Messiah Guild. She keeps complaining, asking if they know who they are messing with. Jinna, tired of hearing her explain, says she's going too far if a newcomer like him has to speak up, asking who she is calling ragtag. If she doesn't like it, just go back to Korea, letting them clear the dungeon. She asks who he is, and he tells her to shut up, because the Messiah Guild has never cleared a 7-floor dungeon higher than B rank, which means both her guild and he has no experience raiding an A7 floor. So let's see if she can still be arrogant if the Savior Guild beat them in clearing the dungeon first. She asks what that's meant to mean, and Jisoo stands up, saying that's why she told her she'd be realizing soon, and she'll see her later. She bows to Francois, and they begin to leave. Shinhai begins to boil with anger, as Francois thinks about something. We see in some news articles that it's public now the 2 guilds will be competing, and that Spasiba is defending France, while Shinhai talks about how she's making a French branch of the guild. Francois refuses to partake in this, and the government says they'll make an announcement. It cuts to that announcement, and we see Shinhai shaking a man's hand, as a ton of photographs are taken. We see Francois in disguise, watching, as Jinna and Ji-so walk up, asking if any of the journalists caught him. Francois says since nobody is flocking to him, he guesses not. We learn it's been a month since their conversation, and he asks if they've been well. Ji-so says yes, and then he hands her an item. She asks what it is, and he tells her due to them, he solved a big issue. He talks about how she said they want the dungeon to be cleared, and he says he understands it never meant by the Savior Guild. And due to them enticing Shinhai, the government was able to have great negotiations, and since the Messiah Guild declared to the world they'd do it, it's just a matter of time until it's cleared. She says it has yet to be cleared, but they'll gladly receive his gift. Jinna is confused because they lost their right to clear due to the Messiah Guild. We see him atop a monster's corpse, and he wonders if it was going to be like this, why he did any of that to begin with, realizing he was some kind of public statement. Ji-so reaches into the bag, and pulls out the skill page for the Death Knight. She thanks him again, and they shake hands. Francois walks away, but stops to tell them something. He says the competition should have been meaningful to them too, but for some reason, they aren't worried, maybe Isaac was too scared for the dungeon. Ji-so says a press release will come out soon. As she talks, we see Woojin walking, and she tells Francois that soon the Savior Guild will be entering a 7-floored A+ dungeon in the United Kingdom. Francois is surprised, asking if she said plus. She says yes, and we see 3 months before inside the C+ dungeon, Shakira looks back worried, then leaves the dungeon. And Woojin stares over Nuise's corpse, then tells the boys to go ahead and leave, and they do. He then begins to read his memories, and sees something. He didn't know that Nuise was hiding the existence of an A+ dungeon. He smiles, saying he was lucky. He gets a phone call from Second asking how the weather is, and says he's heard the people there don't use umbrellas. Woojin says he's Korean, and Second laughs, saying Isaac is Russian. Woojin asks how business is going. Second tells him it's going well. We see the news has hit about the A+ dungeon, and that people are saying Isaac is superior to Sejin. Second says the Messiah Guild is probably in pain, and that large guilds requested rights to raid with them, and they've accepted it. We learn the Kunlun Guild is participating, as well as Carrie, and Ellis, girl who gave him Merlin's staff. As well as Jay from the Frontier Guild. The British have also sent some players from their best guild. Woojin is glad with the lineup, and Second says it doesn't end there, because the Messiah Guild have also asked if they could join. Woojin asks who the leader is. Second tells him it's Sung-woo, Shinhai's closest aide. Woojin says that's great, because they need them to regret splitting their fighting power. Second agrees, and Woojin walks away from the gate. The weather clears up, and now it's time for the guild to raid. Yongwon and Shakira are there, too, as long as all of the other guilds. Isaac and Jinnah begin to enter the gate. We see the A dungeon the Messiah Guild is inside, and a minotaur falls to the floor among the guild. A status window appears saying they'll move to the next floor, and Shinhai and Sejin are looking at it. He asks her how many days it's been. She tells him it's been 10 days. He opens his inventory, pulling out his sword, saying he'll take the lead from the next floor. She asks what about the guild members. He says while their growth is important, it's too slow. The Savior Guild must have entered the A+ dungeon by now. So they need to clear this before they finish theirs. Then when they exit the dungeon, they'll immediately prepare to go into the next one. And maybe he'll meet Isaac in the 8th-floored dungeon. We see Isaac inside the dungeon, and that it's called the Land of Dragons. They have a survival quest from the 1st floor. He grins, saying how lucky. Sung-woo approaches, asking if he's Isaac, then introducing himself to him. He extends his hand to Isaac, and Isaac introduces himself back. The man shows blatant hostility, but Isaac just smiles. Carrie, Gogmaster, steps up, asking if they are really going to exclude them all. She then says he should remember Ellis, and Jay. Because they met inside of the Dullahan dungeon. Ellis bows her head, saying it's been a while. He comments on how she seems much more obedient now. Isaac says no wonder they looked familiar, and says he remembers them, saying it's good to see them both again. A bowl-cut man with a pig nose introduces himself from the Kunlun Guild, and another man introduces himself from the Victoria Guild. Yongwon is annoyed by everyone having a great time, wondering how he ended up like this. Isaac says now that the representatives from the guilds are here, he would like to make a bet to suggest boosting morale. The Kunlun man begins to sweat. Isaac continues explaining the boss is at the top floor, which is a dragon, so each of the floors have strong mobs, and can be considered guardians. As they all know, guardians form into groups, so different monster types unite to attack players. And they all know now the first floor is a survival quest. So a huge wave of guardians is going to zerg them. Sung-woo interrupts him asking what the bet is, to which Isaac says it's simple, and it's something he's done before. Now the people he's made the bet with before are present, it should be easy to explain. Ellis begins to panic after hearing the word bet, as Isaac pulls out Merlin's staff from his inventory. Ellis sweats as Isaac says whoever kills the most monsters will be given Merlin's staff. Ellis gets angry, and he explains further, saying it isn't free, and in order to participate in the bet, each guild must offer a legendary item of the same caliber. This takes everyone aback, and the bowl cut man says that's such a Isaac thing to do, but doesn't matter because all of the top guilds signed a contract beforehand to save their power up until the top floor, so he can't disrupt their plans. But Carrie says that's interesting and begins to approach Isaac. She begins to release an aura saying the staff he is holding was originally her guild's, which he should know. Ellis is scared, as Carrie says that this is a provocation toward them, right? Isaac smiles, saying that's not true. Jinna wonders how the situation is going to end up. Bullcut says it has to be a provocation, as Carrie smirks, releasing her aura, saying there's no reason for her to decline when he's trying to return the staff. Ella's still sweating, as Carrie says she also has a condition. Woojin asks what it is. She says she would like it if he didn't use Arthur's ring, or Merlin's staff during the bet. He asks if it would bother her if he used them in front of other people. Carrie angrily says she won't deny it, but that's not all, saying he's comparable to Sejin. So shouldn't he give them a handicap if he's betting with them? He tells them he can agree to that. Jinna is shocked, saying that without the items, their power will be reduced, and he wonders if Woojin will be alright. Bullcut chubbily runs over, asking who said she can make the decision. She turns at him, and gives him a death stare. Bullcut gets scared. Carrie says that because Isaac is so confident, she wants to add another condition. She says she would like to compare the number of guardians the Savior Guild kills, against all the other guilds. So it would be his guild versus the rest. Jinna asks what kind of nonsense is that, and Sung-woo interrupts him, saying that Isaac's intention from the start was to encourage them to climb quickly, so based on that, he doesn't think anything is wrong with Carrie's suggestion, even if it's unfavorable to him. Jinna is angry they are teaming, wondering if they think they are dumb enough to accept the request. Isaac quickly says he would like to ask something, saying if he wins the bet, even if he ends up getting all of the legendary items that they entered into the bet. Everyone is shocked by his question, then he says there's no backing out. Okay. It cuts to some news articles talking about how the Hansung building is being rebuilt, and about the competition between the Messiah and Savior guilds. Ji-so is reading it all in the dark, but the lights quickly come on, startling her. Second says he didn't mean to scare her, then asks why she's still here. She hesitates to answer, and he wonders if something happened. Then she looks on her monitor to see the press releases about the guild wars, and realizes it's because of Shinhai. He tells her that it's late, so they should wrap it up, and asks what she wants to eat. She's a little confused by him offering food. He says that he'll be as elegant as possible today. She looks at him, doubtful, and he asks why she's staring at him like that. She says sure, causing him to sigh in relief. It cuts to a tteokbokki store, and they have food in front of them. Second looks worried, saying she seems to be misunderstanding, because she's only seen him save money, but he's rich, so they can eat somewhere fancy. She tells him she knows he's rich, because she's the one who manages his money, and the donations that's coming from Isaac's name, and she doubts he's been saving up just because he's crazy about money. So she wanted to help, because they both have the same goal. He hesitates, then mentions her father to her surprise. He asks if she got her answers from Francois. She grips her pants, then we get a flashback from 4 years ago. We see her father, Lee Jin-so, was the CEO of the Hansung Group. Someone enters the office, saying the president is here for him. There's a meeting at the Hansung Group. We see they are holding it due to their falling stock prices. The president is barking at one of the employees, and we learn he is named Park Young-ho, Shinhai's dad. Some news articles talk about players awakening, and a possible gate inside of Hansung. Jin-so reads it, while Young-ho keeps barking at everyone, as protesters are outside of the office talking about experiments on players. Young-ho smacks the employee with some papers, Jin So watches as the man's nose begins to bleed, and he quickly begins to apologize. Jin So tries to calm Young Ho down, saying that Kim didn't do it on purpose, he's been working for them forever, and then he approaches Kim telling him to raise his head, even though it's rough for him too. He thanks him for his effort, and he'll finish the discussion with Young Ho. Kim thanks him, and Jin So asks if it's fine if Kim leaves. Young Ho says it's okay. After Kim leaves, he tells Jin So he's too soft, and he shouldn't be too kind to the underlings, and if he keeps it up, then they'll misunderstand that he'll forgive them for every mistake. Jin So thinks for a second, then calls out to him, asking if he can give some advice as an old friend. Young Ho asks what kind of lecture he'll be giving him, and Jin So says this could be an opportunity. Young Ho says he's not going to tell him about how a crisis can create an opportunity, right? Jin So says of course not, then asks what the biggest problem with the Messiah project is. Young Ho thinks about it, then says the players are, just because they luckily awakened, they are arrogant and refuse to listen to anyone. If they were less scarce, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Jin So says he's right, but one of them, Sejin, is the biggest problem. We see at the basement floor of the building a bloody Sejin, killing mobs as they exit a gate. He tells his men to scout the inside of the gate before they send the next wave. A man approaches it, then creates a clone of himself. And he leaps through the portal, and begins to run through an arrow, scouting out all over. Sejin asks what he sees. The man tells him it's a single floor B rank, and he's identifying the boss, but other than that, nothing to report. But his clone is quickly eliminated, causing him to panic. He tells them there's a monster flying around, and it's one they've never seen before. Sejin thinks about it, then says he guesses he'll need to talk to CEO Lee and delay clearing the dungeon. Jin So is still explaining how the Messiah project players are all abandoning their duties, and holding back on clearing the dungeon. If they keep delaying it like this, the dungeon break will affect the outside world, so quickly make a decision. In the meantime, he'll go to France, and recruit a player who will replace Sejin. Young Ho asks who he has in mind. Jin So says there's somebody he has in mind, and he was the only survivor of a raid that a dragon had appeared. Sejun quickly enters the room, saying he's got something to report. Jin So says they are in a meeting. What's the meaning of this? Sejun smirks, saying it's urgent, to which Jin So tells him, regardless, this is disrespectful. Sejun asks if that's so, as Young Ho grabs something and throws it at Sejun, only for him to dodge it. Sejun says it's not good if he keeps losing his temper like this, because he'll end up dead one day. Young Ho asks how dare he go in and out of this place as if it belonged to him, and why does he think he's the one who decides if it's urgent or not, then says he can't get the picture due to his ego. Young Ho barks at him, and we see a slash across his face. It begins to bleed, and Jin So tells him he's bleeding, then turns around to see Sejun with his sword drawn. He asks him what he's doing, saying he crossed the line. Sejun says not really, and if he really crossed the line, then Young Ho's body would be cut in half, rolling on the floor. Sejun tells them both times have changed, they are the ones who don't understand yet. And that their security serves under him, so nobody will help them, so if they talk any more shit, it won't end like this. And since they are all in a hurry, they should finish quickly. Jin So asks why he's here, and Sejun tells him a problem occurred, and there's a flying mob they've never seen before. So they must hold off on clearing the dungeon yet again. Jin So gets mad, saying it was just last week they slowed it down, yet now he wants to do it again, and they need to clear it already because of the mobs escaping. Young Ho asks how much time he needs. Sejun tells him it's not like he knows, then takes his leave. We see Shin Hai approaching the building, happily running in. Young Ho, shaking, tells Jin So they need to quickly do their plan, and tells him to quickly depart for France already. He replies, saying he'll get it done. Shin Hai runs down to the basement, then smiles while reaching for the door. We see Second asking Jin So if he got the president's approval, and he tells him yes, and take him to the airport. Second says they'll arrive quickly. Shin Hai, still opening the door, gets knocked to the floor as a security man runs out of it. They begin running upstairs, and one of them spot her. Then tells the rest a civilian is here. One of them is on the phone, and we see he's calling Young Ho. They tell her to get up now, or else she will die. She asks what they mean, then one of them reach a hand out to her to get up. Then gets stepped on by a monster. It then peers out of the doorway, and roars at Shinye. We see blood fly, then we learn the monster got clapped. Shinhai looks over to see Sejin walking down the stairs, and they make eye contact with each other. He asks who she is, then she stutters, realizing that it's Sejin. He continues down the stairs. We see the soldier who got stepped on begins to shake, then stands back up, using all his mana to restore HP. Shinhai's surprised he's alive, and Sejin tells him not to waste his health. The man apologizes. Sejin walks in, annoyed they created a problem while he was upstairs. Then calls them pathetic, while walking toward the horde of orcs. He raises his sword, then we see a fireball, hitting one of the orcs. He's surprised, and looks over to see Shinhai panting, then she grins at him. The security members begin to ask what this is, shocked she's a mage. Sejin tells her it's a skill he's never seen. The orc begins to run out from the fire, and leaps at Sejin. He cuts it in half while it's behind him. Along with all of her fire, he hits a pipe, cracking it, creating an explosion. Saying she is interesting. At the airport, we see Jin So emailing Francois the contract, as Second tells him they are here, and to have a safe trip. He tells Second if something happens and he gets delayed, to check on his daughter for him, since she's like his niece. Second says okay. Breaking news comes over the radio on the car, saying a fire broke out at Hansung, and whether it was a gate or not is still being investigated, then says some of the employees couldn't escape. Jin So gets back in the car, telling Second to turn it around, and they quickly drive off. Jin So wonders why it had to happen now of all times. Young Ho quickly runs to his helicopter, then answers his phone to Sejin, saying he seems busy, and to check the photos he sent him, because he's going to regret it if he leaves now. He looks at his phone and is in disbelief seeing Shinhai fighting orcs as a player. He wonders why she is here, and shakes, saying she's an awakener. Sejin says he thought she looked familiar, but it turns out she's his child. Then she says she's grown well. That she's not an ordinary person like him anymore. Young Ho yells at Sejin to get his daughter to him now. Sejin smiles, saying it'd be difficult to do that, because it would be unpredictable if he happened to leave right now. He tells Sejin to wait there, and runs from his helicopter, opening an emergency box. He pulls out an axe, calling Sejin a bastard. Jin So finally arrives, to see the building covered in smoke, and Second realizes how bad it looks. He quickly goes to the back of his car, takes out a briefcase and opens it. Taking out a button. He says he hopes he won't need to use it. Second tries to stop him, saying it's a bad idea to go in there, and just leave it to Sejin and leave. He thanks Second for his concern, saying he doesn't think Sejin ever wanted to control the gate. So if they leave it as it is, then the damage will continue to spread. Second still tries to stop him, and he says his daughter's school is also in this city. So they can't leave the future of their precious people to others, right? Then tells Second not to worry, and just to go. Second yells that he'll get people to help, so please don't overdo himself, and it's a promise. Jin So raises his hand, walking in. We see at the gate they're still killing the monsters. Shinhai is in awe of his skills, wondering why her dad is ignoring him. Saying if she learns from him, she'll be strong quickly, and become famous. One of the men asks Sejin if they will proceed with clearing. He tells them no, to leave it for now. Shinhai asks what he means by that, because if they leave it like this, the monsters will get out. He asks what she thinks the inside of the gate looks like, after they get through the dungeon break. Shinhai gasps, as he says it's a shame the citizens are being exposed to danger. But they'll clear the next dungeon once their safety is cleared. They can't force the players' sacrifices, and even the useless ones not chosen by a Nimbus are worth a little if sacrificed properly. She gets scared, and he asks if she thinks their lives are worth as much as players. Ji So at home is on the couch, and sees the news, and she's texting her dad, making sure he's on the plane. Then looks out her window to see the building, hoping Shinhai is alright too. We see Jin So telling Sejin to repeat what he just said, and he tells him he's not clearing it right now. He asks what Sejin means, saying he must clear it to stop the dungeon break. Sejin asks if it's okay if the members of the Messiah project all die here. He hesitates, then says he didn't mean it in that way. If it's necessary, he'll need to endure that. Because his strength is meant to protect the players. Sejin tells him to stop sugarcoating it, and they are asking them to enter the dungeon to protect the people at all costs. He grabs Sejin's best, saying that he knows better than anyone he didn't mean it like that, and the project was made to protect people, and helps nurture players who have a sense of duty. He asks if Sejin thinks he can just use their money and live, and not to get it wrong. and to enter the dungeon to clear things up before something happens. Sejin smiles, saying he needs to take responsibility for saying that, and we see Shinhai walk forward. He asks why she's here, and Sejin asks if she heard him saying this, that they'd sacrifice them just for their lowly king to live. Jin So tells Shinhai not to fall for his words, and the place is dangerous, so come to him. She turns away and walks away from him. He continues calling out to her, then, we hear the sound of the floors being demolished. And a monster flies upwards through the destruction it caused. Young Ho begins running down the stairs, looking for Sejin, then hears something outside the window. He turns around to see a giant bird flapping its wings at him. Then has a staring contest with it. Young Ho says damn it, then the bird headbutts the building. Jin So says he can't delay any longer, reaching for the button. He then yells he's planted a lot of bombs in the basement, so if they don't raid the dungeon now, he'll stop the break by any means necessary. Sejin grins, saying he didn't realize how dumb he was. Telling him even if the bombs go off, then it won't disappear. Jin So says there's still a chance the gate will be blocked, so they can buy some time. Shinhai asks if he's crazy, telling them to die here. He apologizes, saying he didn't know she'd be here. But if he doesn't do this, a bigger disaster will occur. Sejin says that's enough, telling his men to go clear it. And he'll follow after talking with the CEO. The rest run off, and Shinhai does too, but she stops and turns around, watching as Sejin begins to release his aura. The storytelling ends as Ji So says the last two with her dad were Shinhai and Sejin, and since it's from a security guard there, it should be pretty accurate. Also, she understands why he hid it all from her, until she met Francois in person. Second calls out to her, she says she doesn't blame him, she's just glad she found the answer to what she should be doing. Back inside the dungeon, we see a fire inside the forest, and Ellis is gassed out. She receives a buff, getting rid of her exhaustion, and turns around to see Carrie smiling at her. She's glad Carrie specializes in support skills, saying Isaac is no match for them while smiling. She stabs her spear into the ground, preparing to cast her ability. An ogre runs directly at her, and leaps. She smirks as his stank breath gets close, then a hammer donks him in the face, sending it flying. Jay then gives her a thumbs up, and she smiles. The casting is complete, and a giant firestorm erupts in the forest. It cuts to Jinna asking Woojin something. He asks him if he's trying to raise a pet or something. Woojin asks what he means, and he tells him that since a while ago, he's been giving the last hit on the mobs to one of the Skelly boys. Skelly Knight is happy. Jinna tells him to look at the scoreboard, showing how they aren't in first place, but in third. Jinna begins to stress, saying their items are being taken away. Then he asks why he keeps feeding the Skelly Knight, and barks at it like the dog he is. Woojin smiles, ripping a skill page. Jinna watches as we learn the condition of the Death Knight was a Skelly Knight who has killed 44,444 monsters. Yongwon watches as Woojin goes to the Skelly and pets the horse. The Skelly Knight is ready, and a prompt appears asking if he'll summon a DK, not Donkey Kong. He presses the button, and the Skelly begins to float into the air, and Woojin smiles. A corpse beside Yongwon begins to have its soul sucked out, and it happens with other monsters. It begins to envelop the Skelly, and a bright light appears, creating a beam that everyone can see. Jinna is in awe, as we see a dripped out Skelly Knight descend from the sky. Jinna realizes he has a plan, as the DK walks over and bows before Woojin. Jinna asks if they'll start the slaughter now, but Woojin pulls out the Book of the Dead and begins to put the DK into the book. Jinna asks what he's doing, because he just stored their new weapon. Wasn't he going to use it to catch up with the other guilds? Woojin says no, and they can now easily conquer the remaining floors, so it's time to take care of their business on this floor. He says that the DK won't decide the bet, rather, Jinna will. He points to himself. We see a giant O pull the aggro to some orcs, and they begin running to it. Jay watches, saying they are afraid of his strength. Ellis asks him if he thinks it's strange, because it's happened a lot. Jay says they know they aren't his match. Ellis thinks about it, saying sometimes monsters run away quickly, but this situation is different. We see the aggro is coming from a giant green triangle thingy. In the middle, we see Jinna holding a Skelly head open. It cuts back to the Sphinx dungeon, and after they killed it, he asked if there was any good loot. Woojin throws an item at him, and Jinna asks what it is. We see it's the box of Deathly Echo, and it eats the user's HP to cause a large-scale taunt to all the enemies. Jinna tries to give it back to Woojin, saying that it's desperate to be the first to die, and you have to spend your own HP, so whoever uses this is a moron. Now that we know he's using the box, it makes him a McMoron. Youngwon says they are making things difficult by making useless bets, and he can't overturn the results anymore, saying he's unsure what his plan is. He tells them in Russian he'll sit this one out, and not to put him into their bet, and if this fails, the guild might break apart. Woojin replies, saying if that's so, then do as he wishes. Thinking that soon he'll find himself in a struggle nobody can help him out of. Youngwon tells him bluffing won't do anything, but gets interrupted by a ton of mobs charging directly at them, surrounding their entire group. He wonders what's up with the crazy number. We see Sungwoo's group, and one of them says the silence is making him uncomfortable. Sungwoo realizes something is odd, like the mobs are disappearing. One of them point, and we see a stampede of mobs. Sungwoo wonders where they are rushing to. Then chases after them. They quickly dart through the forest, only to be surprised to see the mobs running to the Savior Guild. Carrie walks up, saying what item they are using, and she's seen it before. She thought it was a useless item, because nobody is dumb enough to actually use it. She says she heard that Isaac was narcissistic, so nobody had loyalty toward him, but to think he had someone loyal enough to die for him. Then calls them all insane, for using such a wide area taunt for a dungeon of this caliber. It's only possible if you're crazy as hell. Youngwon wipes away sweat, calling Isaac mentally unstable, saying he almost died. Jinna is looking at all the legendary items. Laughing, saying all of the effort was worth it. Isaac opens the scoreboard, telling the rest ratioed. Sungwoo wonders if he was just messing with them. Isaac tells them all he's sorry about encouraging them to bet, but he unintentionally won. He tells them a bet is a bet, so he'll use the items for good. One of the options catches his eye, Galahad's shield, another item from the round table. He's lucky to have gotten it. We see that it's known as the cursed shield, and it causes enemies nearby to take 5% of their current HP as damage, but the user gets the same curse. He says it's also a burdensome item for the user, as he's holding it. The bowl cut yells at him to wait, saying the bet is invalid. Woojin asks what he means, and the bowl cut says the monsters just suddenly rushed at the Savior Guild, as well as the Messiah Guild. GOG and all of the other guilds had their monsters disrupted. Which means the bet isn't fair. Isaac asks if he's saying that using an aggro item on his tank is a problem, even if that's the case and it was a disruption. What about the monster wave he created with the item? Are there any other guilds here who would have been able to deal with the entire wave? Everyone looks angry, but realizes they can't say anything about it because the answer is clearly not. Isaac claps and tells them not to feel daunted. A status window begins to appear in front of all of the players, and it says that the remaining survival days for the quest has been completed forcibly. Everyone is in shock, as it's the first time it's ever happened before, and they say it's all due to Isaac being here. The next floor gate appears, and Isaac tells Bowlcut that he'll take it as if there are no objections. He puts his hand on the door, saying time for the next floor, then opens it heading in. It cuts to Francois putting his hand into the ground, saying that it's hard to imagine the largest wine-producing area is now just a wasteland. His butler asks how long he'll be here, to which he says he's unsure, because all he can do is watch as the gate is in front of him. He asks if it's pathetic, and Butler tells him he did the best he can. And with the strongest force of the Messiah inside, it'll be fine. And one day, the people will understand him. Francois says that's not it, and he doesn't even know, then talks about how a Korean wanted to meet him, and if he actually obliged him, rather than Sejin. He could have become the man that's showing off here. And in the end, he's as much of a hypocrite as everyone else. Butler is surprised, then tells him he isn't, and that he's different from the rest, because his choices will prove to the world who he is. Francois smiles. Back to Woojin's dungeon, we see a montage of the floors. Going through the second, third shows Ellis, fourth is the boys, fifth I have no idea, and now they are finally ready for the next floor. We see Sungwoo in front of the gate, and he's eyeballing Isaac, who smiles at him. He clicks his tongue, and we see the guilds having a meeting, saying the fifth floor will be done tomorrow, so they can stop cooperating with Isaac on the next floor, then asks what they'll do now. Are they going to attack Isaac on the seventh floor as planned, or not? They all begin to heavily contemplate the attack. Ellis and Jay look worried. And Bowlcut asks why they are silent. They still ignore him, and he calls them cowards. Carrie speaks up, saying that given the Savior Guild's power, it will be difficult to take down Isaac. Sung-woo agrees, saying even if they kill Isaac, the power loss would be too much. And they aren't even sure what type of dragon is on the final food, then asks if he's telling them to all die, just to kill Isaac, right? Bolcut grinds his teeth, and Sung-woo thinks it would be best to kill him here, but if they can't, then finding his weakness is enough. But most importantly, getting out alive is prio. We see they need to defeat the boss to move to the next floor. The players begin to feel a strong piercing wind. Sungu says it's crazy, and Carrie is also scared as they see the dragon who is meant to be on the 7th floor, but now it's here. Isaac chillin' Bolcut grillin', but says maybe it's a good thing because if it's a red dragon, it'll reduce Isaac's strength. Isaac looks at his ugly ass, asking if he has something to say. He says no, and he can start clearing now. Isaac asks about the rest. Bolcut tells him they'll be here, so take the lead. He smiles, saying their thoughts are obvious, and they must all want something out of this, but chasing after ambition blind as death. Because what awaits after this floor is far worse. He and Jinnah slowly walk at the dragon, and he pulls out the Book of the Dead. Jinnah asks if it's time for the DK, and he tells him yes. We see the menacing black aura form from the book, as the rest of the bulls are here now too. The DK forms from the aura, and kneels before him. It says, "My lord, give me my orders." Jinnah is surprised it can talk, and Woojin tells it that its first task will be the lizard over there, and to show its full strength against it. DK starts laughing. A voice says to wait, and he turns around to see the lich floating, and he asks what his task is. He tells him to just keep an eye on him for now, since it's his solo stage right now. Lich is silent, and then catches a stray from DK, who asks why he's speaking carelessly to their lord. The lich asks how dare he call him filthy, and they start headbutting each other. Jinnah is entertained. Woojin thinks about it, and says even with the lich, the DK's count isn't doubled, and how it's a shame, but it's probably that it just added a normal skeleton knight here. Jinnah asks how long he'll stay, because the other guilds are already fighting. Some explosions happen around the dragon, and Carrie tells them to tie it up before it flies. We see them ice one leg, then tie the other one up with vines, while they continue to bombard it. After a massive combo attack, they all watch in anticipation, and Ellis begins to pant. Jay tells her not to let her guard down, as a tail swipe comes from the side. She looks over, scared, then it hits. She slowly opens her eyes and is shocked, asking Jay what happened. He says it was a close call, and she pokes her out from a hole like a mole, to see her allies taking naps. Carrie shivers, saying this won't be easy, and casts a wide-range heal on her allies. Sung-woo runs up its back, and leaps toward its head while the rest of his members start scratching at it. He slashes at its face, only to have it knock everyone off. They all land, and one of his men asks if he's okay. He says he's somewhat fine, but gets interrupted by a giant flame attack heading straight toward him, but it gets blocked by something. Bolcut runs over, saying they need to retreat. Sung-woo asks why, and he tells him they are getting clapped. Sung-woo gets angry, saying if it flies off, it's going to be worse. Bolcut goes to talk, but Sung-woo threatens him, saying forget about Isaac, because surviving is first. Bolcut says he understands, and says it's like talking to a wall. They both watch as DK walks past them, and they watch DK summon a skill called Chain of Death. He starts to twirl it like a lasso, and they are confused. He then throws the chain, wrapping it around the lizard's neck. He imbues it with aura, then yanks it, taking the lizard to the rodeo. The chain tightens around its throat, causing the lizard to bleed. Bolcut asks what is going on. The dragon begins to prepare a fire breath, as Bolcut's in awe of DK, as he's holding the dragon, all by himself. Carrie asks what everyone is waiting for, and tells them to take this chance and attack. They begin to blast its face with attacks, and Sung-woo follows it up with his men, and they rush straight in. Even Bolcut runs in, too, after hesitating. Through the dust of the attacks, we see a red light, then a fire breath breaks through the dust, attacking some players on the front line. It passes right by Bolcut, scaring him, and he rolls over, saying it's crazy. His armor caught on fire. DK takes this chance while the dragon is spitting to leap onto its head. It turns its sword, and thrusts at the lizard's eye, causing it to bleed, and roar. Woojin says as expected, and he went for the eye to reduce its FOV, and will dance around its blind spot, and attack the wing, and he's just as vicious as he is. The Lich calls out to him, asking for how long must they watch, because the army is ready to fight. Woojin looks around and says even if he didn't say anything, it's time to finish the lizard. The Lich roars with excitement. It cuts to the players being glad that it's finally over, with Jinna saying it was a rough battle. We see the dragon is slumped out, and Woojin says an adult is incomparable to a hatchling. To think that 5 guilds went on a non-stop attack, and still received this much damage. Sungwoo approaches him, and the boys wonder if he's come to fight. He tells them there's a problem. Isaac asks what it is, and Sungwoo says that even worse, mobs will be waiting on the next floor, but his side took too much damage. He says, so. Sungwoo tells him that he wants Woojin to distribute the Savior Guild among everyone else, since he can just use Skelleboys to reinforce his power. Woojin thinks about it, and Jinna wonders what's wrong with Sungwoo. Woojin smiles, then agrees to it. Yongwon is confused, and Sungwoo says he's worthy of his fame. Woojin tells him he has a condition, and to split everyone into 2 teams, and it'll be him and Spasiba with the Messiah Guild, while everyone else will be the other team. Sungwoo says if that's the case, he'll need to adjust his plan, and smiles. Woojin goes to shake his hand, and they both agree on the terms. Sungwoo is still smiling. As they begin to walk through the gate, Yongwon thinks about something, and Shakira asks him what he's lost in thought about. He asks if he knows what Isaac's up to. She asks why is that important, because they don't know what will happen on the next floor. He asks if Isaac ordered it, would she throw herself to her death. She hesitates to answer, and he says there is a reason for splitting the groups up, which is to throw them away when something goes wrong. Shakira wonders if it's true, and looks over at him talking to Jinna. Sungwoo goes to leave and looks at him, then walks in, smiling ear to ear. After everyone has left, Jinna tells him they are the only ones left. Woojin says they still have something to do, and Jinna asks what it is. He begins to approach the dragon's corpse and puts his hand on it. Jinna asks if he's gonna arise it, and he smiles. Woojin says it failed with the needle snake due to the low rank, and he had to back down from the hatchling to obtain materials. But now he can finally use it. He arises on the dragon, and its flesh begins to dissolve. Jinna watches as a giant shadow figure begins to form, and a bone dragon has been summoned. It flaps its rings, roaring. Woojin says he's a pretty boy. Jinna is pogging. Finally, at the top floor, we see everyone staying vigilant so they won't be caught by surprise. Ella says it's finally coming, and we see a human figure. She wonders if it's a dragon, and we see a red-eyed figure walk from the smoke. It stabs its sword into the ground, and she says it's unexpected, but if it's not a dragon, then there is no need to be afraid of it. And shoots a fireball at it. We see it just tank the attack. Ellis tells her men to lock in, asking why they are standing around. A message appears saying that Excalibur confirms the hostility. The figure points the sword at her, and she recognizes the sword's name. A window appears saying the owner of the sword is requesting a duel, and all stats are reduced. She's scared, and then watches the man disappear, only to reappear in her face. She closes her eyes, wondering if she's going to die. Only to hear a clang, and she opens her eyes to see Woojin blocking the attack. We finally see the figure's face, as it stares down our boy. He pulls out his sword, swiping at the figure, causing him to leap backward. The same messages appear that did with Ellis, and we see Arthur's ring begins to resonate with the sword. The sword also begins to resonate back, causing the stat reductions to cancel. Woojin says this brings back memories of his past life, and he says this item only appeared much later in the future, and the Dragonslayer who was using Balmung at the time, Francois, survived multiple near-death experiences at the hands of the Dragon Knight using Excalibur. Even after killing the man, for some unknown reason, he was unable to wield the Excalibur, but now he understands why that was. Arthur's ring determined the owner of the sword. The two look at each other, and prepare for a clash. The Dragon Knight leaps at Woojin, and they start their fight. Woojin swipes at him again, causing him to jump backward, and the Dragon Knight notices Sungwoo's guild leaping at him too. He quickly blocks their attacks, and they disengage. Sungwoo says it's a tough opponent, then we see the Dragon Knight quickly dash to the two men and slicing them up. He makes his way to Sungwoo, but he's ready for him. Unfortunately for him, his sword gets sliced in half, and he looks over to see the Dragon Knight preparing an attack for him, but Woojin blocks it, knocking the Dragon Knight back. He tells Sung-woo to attack while he defends. Jinna asks what they are meant to do. Woojin yells, telling him while the rest are holding back, the Dragon Knight, they should deal with what's above. They are confused, then all look up to see a giant fireball. Carrie tells everyone to focus and cast barriers. They point their staffs into the air, creating the barrier. Ella screams, saying she hopes it isn't what she thinks it is. Then it clashes with the barrier, sending players flying. Ella sees people on the floor, and coughs, but is immediately frightened to see a dragon's face in the smoke. We see a black dragon roaring at everyone, spreading a poison around the field, making their health slowly decrease. Sung-woo says, as expected, there was a true master. Now he understands that the Dragon Knight wasn't a target to begin with, and the main one is over there. So while everyone else is focusing on their fight, he notices Isaac is defenseless, and grins about it. He says to wait a bit, as once this is cleared, Isaac will die. He begins to clash with the Dragon Knight. Woojin just stares, then smiles, too, before dashing forward. The boss begins to prepare a fire breath, and everyone yells out about it to cast a barrier. We see the attack bounce off the barrier. Jinna orders the boys to get to work. Youngwon and Shakira decide they need to help, and rush in too. Woojin blocks another attack, and deflects the Dragon Knight. Sung-woo takes this chance to trade attacks with him again. The boss begins to roar, as it's bloodied, then falls to the floor after being defeated. Jay is happy they've done it, and everyone raises their weapons into the air. Carrie tells them to take care of the injured before leaving the dungeon. Youngwon watches, saying it looks like only half of them survived. Then tells Shakira they'll probably determine rewards after a break. She says since it's a high-ranked dungeon, the loot will be good. Youngwon says the fewer people alive, the better, as the monster's corpse is crazy high-priced, and he's sure Isaac will handle the distribution, but wonders where he's at. We see them still fighting the Dragon Knight, and Sung-woo falls to his knees. The Dragon Knight plants Excalibur into the floor, preparing something, and Woojin approaches him, saying it was a tough fight, but a worthy one. Woojin then grabs the sword, and the Dragon Knight vanishes into dust. He's now become the owner of the sword, and a bright beam descends upon him. He says it's suitable for the finale with the Messiah Guild. He's the first to complete the hidden condition of Arthurian legend, and activates a buff called the Master of Camelot. Gawain's necklace no longer has a cooldown. All members share Lancelot's ring buff. Merlin's staff doubled mana recovery, Percival's spear has double penetration, Galahad's shield does double damage. And he's leveled up. Woojin smiles, then feels a sharp pain, as a sword pierces through his back. Blood begins to pour, and Sung-woo does a Scooby-Doo laugh. Then pulls out his sword, and Woojin falls to the floor. He calls him foolish, asking how he could put his worst enemy on his back. He feels a slash at his side, and quickly drops to his knees, saying he's sure it was just the two of them. Then wonders what is going on. Georg takes off Hade's helmet, saying he's been tricked, calling him a dumbass, asking if he really thought he could kill Isaac. Sung-woo asks how he's alive, then looks over and sees what he killed was a skeleton. Rather a skill that creates a clone of the caster. He yells out, asking where Isaac has been hiding. Georg says he's been here for a while. Sung-woo says huh, then we see him appear behind him. Sung-woo quickly turns around as Woojin tells him he's too predictable, and now he has an excuse. Sung-woo asks what he means, and Georg whispers into his ear, saying they can eliminate him now. Sung-woo swipes at him, but he dodges it, laughing. He asks if the cut was too shallow, then we see a skill called Hell Gate rise from the floor, which will bind to an enemy. The gate opens, and chains fly out of it, wrapping around Sung-woo's army and legs. He tries to fight it, but can't. Georg says it's time for fun. Woojin says it's not even worth reading his memories, and walks away, saying he already knows about his relationship with Shinhai and Sejin, so no point in further information, since their next confrontation is an all-out war. He walks over to Jinna and the boys, and it cuts to news articles talking about how Isaac cleared the dungeon, and the corpse is worth a ton of money. Some articles discuss the Savior Guild racing the Messiah Guild, and wondering who will be the first to clear the 8th-floored A+ dungeon. Second thinks about how it's already this far, saying once the 8th-floored dungeon is cleared, only the 9th-floored one is left. The only one in the entire world. We see the final boss's door, with a message saying defeat the final boss. Second clenches his fist, saying the game will finally end, so just wait a bit longer, big bro, talking about Jin So. Ji So tells him she's going to be heading off, and he watches as she turns and leaves. He calls out to her, saying to take care, as once this is all said and done, it's time for everyone to eat together. She smiles, saying of course. We see inside a dungeon, a window says all the monsters have been slain, and Woojin is with the Skelly army. He reaches out to a group of Skelly knights, and turns them all into DKs. Jinna does some quick maths, and starts counting on his fingers, saying that's 5 more. We see a bright beam, then a group of DKs begin to bow toward Woojin. He says not bad, and Jinna says how is that just not bad? Woojin says it's still not enough, and pulls out some legendary weapons, throwing them to the DKs. He tells them to take their weapons and line up in the back. They all grab their weapons, such as Mjolnir, etc., and stand up. Woojin smiles, and we see the army is looking beefed up, with a bone dragon behind them too. He says it's time to greet the Messiah Guild. We see on the news Sung Woo's death is public, and Sejin is watching it, and turns around looking at the Swordmaster's seat. Saying he's weak, and we see his funeral service. The Suzuki, he calls him useless. He gets to Jihoos, saying nothing, then Yehyun's calling them both inferior rats. He remembers Jin So's corpse, saying they can only find peace and redemption. As he walks away from the corpse, we see the button is pressed. And he says that should have been the case, then turns around to see Jin So standing back up, and slowly begins to fade out into a bright light, that shapes into Isaac's form. And he smiles, saying his name, then sits back down. Shinhai walks in, saying they are all set, and he thanks the bowmaster for coming. He tells him he didn't want to do this, but wanted to bring it to an end. Sejin says he's right, and by the end of this, the world's power structure will be reorganized. Sakura appears, and Shinhai introduces her to them. Sejin says he's glad she's with them, and it's time to go to the 8th floor dungeon. We see the Savior Guild and Messiah Guild formed an alliance. Shinhai, Youngwon, and Shakira are having a press conference. And they end up shaking hands. Francois is also joining them. People from all over watch this on the news. And begin to pray as they are finally gathering to go into the final gate. A reporter on site mentions how there's a parade that seems endless. The boys exit their car, and we see the thing Ji So was carrying is in their car. They start to walk away from the car, and Francois stands in front of the gate, with Shakira and Youngwon behind him. As they wait for the boys to get there, 3 cars pull up, and the Messiah Guild steps out. Starting to walk toward everyone, Isaac stands before Sejin, and they all stare at each other. Sejin stretches his hand out, and Woojin shakes his hand. Everyone cheers about it, as paparazzi take pictures. Inside of the dungeon, Isaac and Sejin still glare at each other. Jordan is in the crowd saying after this, all that is left is the 9th floor dungeon. And is happy he can raid with Sejin. Michelle says he looks too nervous, and Jordan cries at the honor. She asks why he is crying. Jinna watches Woojin, asking if he's okay, and Francois pats his shoulder, telling him to loosen up as he looks like he's about to die. Jinna is surprised to see him, and he asks if he knows him. Francois says he does, and gets close, saying he's counting on Jinna. Then he laughs. Youngwon watches, and Shakira calls out to him, asking where is the guy who said Isaac was just throwing them away. Then begins to laugh at him. She says it seems like Isaac trusts them, because he ordered the 2 of them to side with the Messiah Guild, and he also brought them to an important meeting like this. Youngwon says maybe, or it could be, that he needed help from people like them. Sejin says, now then, the 1st floor will be cleared by the Messiah Guild, and Woojin says, do as he wishes. They both walk away from each other, and Sejin says saying he forgot to mention something. And it's not necessary for each guild to alternate clearing the floors. Woojin turns around as he says this, and gets stabbed in the chest. We see he's using the Lance of Longinus. Saw Jun would be proud. Woojin grunts, and grabs the lance, and Sejin says as of today, the Savior Guild. Jinna calls out to him, and Youngwon and Shakira are shocked. Even Jordan and Michelle are too. Woojin falls to his knees, and Sejin says they will be erased from the world today. He raises his sword, then swipes down, but one of the boys blocks his attack for Woojin, but Sejin cuts through the sword, saying it looks like he won't accept an easy death. Jinna rushes in, pissed off, and swings at him, but he dodges. He turns around to ask Woojin if he's okay, seeing he has a spear through his chest. Sejin swipes his sword, sending everyone flying away from him. Jinna balances himself, and wonders what kind of monster Sejin is. Shinhai calls out to him, and he jumps backward. We see a magic circle appear on Woojin, and she casts a spell down onto him. She slightly grins, and we see it's a barrier magic called Bivrist. It creates the realms of humans and gods, and nobody can enter or leave the barrier. Everyone watches, and Shinhai orders everyone to ready an attack, and they launch a volley at Woojin. The attacks begin to get closer to him, and Shinhai is glad it worked. We see the attacks are all stopped mid-air, which shocks her. She wonders what the hell that was, and the dust settles to reveal a lance. She looks over and sees it caused a crater, knocking a lot of her men onto the floor. One of her men asks if she's okay, and we see the lance pulled out of the floor. Francois says he arrived with the expectation of this happening. But they really crossed the line with this, so they should be prepared. She tells him he's not in a position to say anything like this, because now he's turned the Messiah Guild into his enemy. They begin rushing toward him, and she says this was still part of her plan. Francois watches them, then grits his teeth, reading his weapon, then thrusting at them, creating a massive shockwave, sending people to the damn moon. Some more Messiah dudes try to jump at Francois. When he tries to move, he sees his legs are frozen, and he looks at Shinhai as she casts the spell. The men tell him to die and crash into him, but we see them fly away from Francois. Shinhai wonders what's going on. We see Francois casted a skill called Dragon Scale, and now he's angry at them. More men get sent flying through the air, and one of the men lands near Jordan and them. They begin to discuss what's going on, and Michelle asks what's going on. He tells her he doesn't know, wondering why Sejin betrayed Isaac. The man that got launched stands up, asking why they are all standing here, and to fight as they are being attacked. Jordan is confused, and Michelle asks what to do. The other players also wonder if they should even fight, and one of them says they have no choice but to follow. As everyone walks off, Jordan waits there and contemplates. Some explosions go on among the fight, with Yongwan stabbing his weapon into the floor. He wonders what is going on right now. Shakira is behind him, saying they are trying to kill them. They are quickly surrounded. Some guy asks if they really thought they wouldn't be betrayed like this, and it's what they do all the time. Yongwan and Shakira are both nervous about it. We see another large attack, then Yongwan begins to fall forward, landing onto the floor. Shakira is also on the floor already. The man approaches them, saying he's surprised they lasted so long, and raises his sword to finish it. But Jinnah quickly arrives, decking the dude. He asks how dare they try to kill his men, because they can clearly see how weak they are, and clearly uglier than they are. But they are still his guild members. The Messiah members call him arrogant and rush at him. We see Jinnah make light work of them, and piles them atop each other. He says they are way too damn weak, and to finish this already. They are scared of him, and he realizes there's not much time. They quickly surround Jinnah, and he smiles, saying it makes sense. They need at least this much to make it worthwhile. He begins knocking them around, and he looks at the next group, but notices a sharp pain in his chest. He looks down to see an arrow pierce him, then falls backward. Jinnah is dead, and the bowmaster tells them all to step back. He approaches his corpse, telling him to wake up, as he knows he is not going to die from that. Jinnah quickly stands up screaming, punches at the brewmaster, but he dodges it. He quickly evades sideways and shoots two more into his back, saying he'll have fun hunting him. He casts exploding arrows. We see the bow's arrows begin to glow, and then Jinnah explodes, falling down. Before he falls, the bowmaster unloads a fat beam at him. As it gets close, he avoids the attack, saying that one was dangerous. He didn't think he'd dodge from that distance. Then says the swordmaster would be alive if that was enough to kill him. Then he tells his men to attack him. Jinnah starts laying them out, but says there are too many of them. 3 arrows fly at him, and then he grabs one of the men, making him a meat shield. Jinnah says he's been through much worse than this, and he recalls the boys beating his cheeks, and smiles from the memories. Sejin thinks about something, then asks one of his members what's the situation. The man says that it'll be wrapped up soon, and that Shinhai is dealing with the Dragon Slayer. We see them bombarding Francois with attacks. The man also talks about how the bowmaster is fighting Jinnah too. When it pans out, we see all of the Skelly boys lying on the floor, while Sejin sits atop them. The man says they just need to wait for the barrier to disappear and confirm Isaac's death, and even if he somehow survives this, there's nothing he can do about it now. Sejin calls it boring, and begins to walk away, telling the man to go help Shinhai, or Hawkeye. The man quickly darts off. Sejin looks pissed, saying he's disappointed in Isaac, and he thought he would be different. But he's really just going to die here. It shows Jinna coughing up blood, while turned into a porcupine. He breaks off some of the arrows, saying to stop it, and that this isn't enough to kill him. The bowmaster commends Jinna for still being alive, and begins to sweat, realizing none of the hits have been fatal. Turns out Jinna was bluffing too, and begins to open his inventory. He pulls out some food, and starts devouring it, saying he's lost too much blood. The bowmaster just watches as Jinna asserts dominance. But gets hella angry, then readies his bow. Jinna keeps eating, but says the only time he's defenseless, is when the arrow leaves his hand. The arrow begins to fly at Jinna, and he begins to dash toward it. The bowmaster is confused by this, and Jinna eats it, saying if he can't dodge, this is all he has to do. But he notices the arrow beginning to glow, and the bowmaster casts exploding arrow, creating a massive explosion from where Jinna was. He calls Jinna foolish, but we see a fist swinging out of the smoke hitting, directly in front of the master's chest. But notices something, his fist didn't actually reach him, but instead hit some invisible barrier, shattering it. To reveal Sakura holding a shield, Jinna begins to realize he messed up, as he sees Sakura readying her blade. It begins to emanate a purple aura, which is a skill called Shadow Strike that gives her a fatty amount of damage for being a rat. It sends Jinna sliding backward. As he begins to lose consciousness, he falls to his knees. Sakura quickly asks the bowmaster if he's alright, and to let her finish this. He nods his head, saying it's crazy he lived the explosion. She drops her broken shield, saying his strength is ridiculous, and broke her arm. She raises her sword, but Jinna laughs. This spooks her. Then we see a blood splurt. She turns around to see the master is the one bleeding, and that he's been stabbed through the chest. Jinna says it went as planned, and he's always wanted to say a line like this. Georg begins to come out of stealth behind the master, and is nice enough to play peekaboo with him. The master looks down to see the helm of Hades, then drops to the floor, saying he's gotten too old to fall for this. Georg begins to laugh over his body, while Sakura calls out for Bowman. She drops her sword and begins running over to him, then begins to cry while holding him. Jinna starts to stand up, and says that even though they are enemies, he feels like shit for this. He hears her crying stop, then turns around to see a blade being pulled out of her back, as she slumps over. Georg continues to smile after having killed her. Jinna asks why. Georg tells him to get a grip. Do you think she's thanked them for saving her life? She'd just try to stab them in the back, so drop the undeserved pity. Jinna realizes he was making a mistake, because this is a war. He and Georg walk away from the body. Back to Francois's fight, we see some of the Messiah Guild on the floor around him, and he is gassed out. Shinhai says he indeed lives up to his title, but he's restricted because he's forced to defend Isaac. She calls him dumb, because he has no relationship with him, and he's clearly past his limit. So time to finish this. She orders everyone to rush in. Francois takes a second and recalls a flashback of him talking to Jisoo about this dungeon, and he tells them he's embarrassed for only having cleared a 6th-floor dungeon, and he wonders how great Isaac is. Jinna says hey, mister, then says Kim Woo but stops himself and says Isaac has the same goal, but Francois can either run in shame, or be a hero. Francois looks dumbfounded. Jinna tells him if he's a real man, he'd rather be a hero in the face of death. Francois smiles after remembering these words, gets hyped up and begins to roar, casting a skill called Warrior Cry. That intimidates everyone. He quickly follows it up with an attack, but misses a bit, causing the Messiah Guild members to take advantage of this and get on both sides of Francois. Eiffel towering him, he coughs up blood, and they mock his struggle, but see him smiling. He says it worked out somehow, and when the man turns around, he sees Shinhai got clapped by the attack. She begins to fall over, saying it makes no sense, because she casted a barrier instantly, but she's still on the floor. Her Bivris skill also gets lifted, and the barrier around Woojin starts to break. Francois is glad it worked, and now the Messiah guy understands what his goal was. He goes to finish Francois, and swings his sword downward at him, but is quickly stopped as chains wrap around him, and the other guild members get threshed too by Georg, who makes a goofy face. Jinna helps Woojin stand. Another fight on the side continues, and Michelle goes to heal a fallen Messiah soldier, and she calls out to Jordan for help, but a man beside her raises his sword. Then we see a blood splurt and him being knocked down. She looks up to see Jordan above her, and he asks if she's alright. Kyle says he told her not to let her guard down, and she'll die if she holds back. She starts to say something, but is interrupted by the man on the floor asking for help. Then he dies, and Michelle asks Jordan to answer her. She begins to cry, then asks why they are even fighting. Jordan is speechless, but she continues by saying they are far from working together, and are just desperate to kill each other. Just why? Jordan doesn't know the answer. Then they hear Francois scream, and look over to see Shinhai falling to the floor. Which means her barrier is gone. Jinna continues to carry Woojin, and looks down at him and recalls them talking about the Lance of Longinus. Woojin says it's more dangerous than any of Sejin's skills. Jinna thinks about how going up against him while he has it is just suicide. Georg says it's simple, he'll put on Hades' helm, sneak up behind Sejin and give him a haircut. And if anything goes wrong, he can escape. Jinna says it's a good plan, but Woojin disagrees with him, surprising them. He says cheap tricks won't work, since he has an Eye of Truth skill, which provides immunity to illusion skills, and can recognize deception. So there's only one way to do it. Woojin says he'll act as the bait, which makes the boots even more lost. He says he'll lead an attack, and Sejin will use the spear first, and as soon as they realize he's neutralized, Shinhai will put a barrier up, then they'll try to take out the Savior Guild, and Francois first. The flashback ends, and Woojin puts his hand on Jinna's shoulder, and tells him he's counting on him. Jinna tears up, and thinks Woojin is saying he can trust him with his life. Then Woojin grips tighter and apologizes to him. Jinna says he doesn't need to go this far, and it's only natural for comrades, but Woojin bites his neck and begins to turn into a vampire, while drinking his blood, which fully heals his HP. But makes Jinna woozy. Woojin says he feels much better. Jinna is turned into a husk, but his blessing activates, making him rebound. He starts cursing at Woojin, who says he's counting on him. He stands over Francois, and thanks him for his help. Francois smirks, as Woojin pulls him up. Then he turns around, saying it's time to get to the real event now, and Sejin says this is how it's meant to be. Since he's his long-awaited enemy, so entertain him. Woojin pulls out the Book of the Dead, and says there's no reason to hide his power anymore. He smirks, saying it's the first and last time since he regressed, that he's going to give it his all. A powerful shockwave comes out from Woojin, creating a giant circular aura in the sky. Sejin looks at it like he's seen bigger, and everyone else begins to sweat. As a bone dragon emerges, it roars toward the Messiah Guild while behind Woojin. The Lich also makes an appearance while on a wyvern. The golems obviously pulled up, and so did the skeleton knights. Francois adjusts his glasses in awe. Now we can see the scale of the two armies directly across from each other. The Messiah Guild realizes they are screwed. Woojin reaches his hand outward, and the boys begin to rush in, followed by the rest of the army. But the Messiah Guild are all frozen in fear, besides Sejin, who swipes his blade, creating a massive gust, slicing a golem and wyvern in half. The Messiah Guild, seeing this, reignites their morale, and Sejin tells them to cut down as many as they can, and that's an order. They begin to run in, and meet the Skelleboys. Some of them get instantly smacked, while others seem to hold their ground. The battle finally begins with both sides giving it their all. Even the Bone Dragon lets it rip. Sejin continues to walk forward, slowly approaching Woojin. Sejin smirks and calls out to him, but a Death Knight appears, stopping Sejin, saying he forbids him from getting close to his master. This angers Sejin, and he slashes down, but DK blocks it. Sejin doesn't miss a beat and gets closer, slicing upward this time. But again, DK blocks it, causing his sword to be damaged. Another DK appears above Sejin, and when he looks up, he sees it wielding Mjolnir, and it slams down. Woojin watches as Sejin effortlessly blocks the attack, with one hand, surprising all of the other DKs, but they begin to charge in too. Woojin says while it seems smart to attack him all at once, it's not a good idea since the areas without the DKs aren't going to last for long. Georg asks Woojin where he's going, and he says it's time he finishes this himself. He starts to equip every single piece of the round table equipment, and he just gets spammed with buffs. He smirks while the equipment begins to glow. All of the boys begin to get affected by the buffs, and Woojin begins to glow golden. Woojin calls for the DKs to return, but one of them yeet Mjolnir at Sejin. He blocks it, then slices it in half to see all of the DKs bowing to Woojin. Sejin stabs his sword into the ground, then just crosses his arm to wait. Woojin starts fangirling, saying how much of a chat he is. DK asks what their orders are, and Woojin tells them to go support their allies. They say okay and dash off. Sejin picks up his sword again, asking if Woojin will charge him directly. Sejin says that'll be interesting, because even if he has all of that equipment, that arrogance will get him killed. Both of their nimbuses take an interest in the battle. Sejin leaps in, starting to apply pressure on Woojin. Their blades clash, and Sejin grins, but Woojin is sweating. Excalibur begins to resonate with the duel and reduces Sejin's stats by half, causing Woojin to get the upper hand, and forces him away. Sejin charges straight back in. Due to his class being busted, he just removes the debuff, and continues charging in. Woojin watches as now Sejin's stats have increased tenfold, and he's preparing an attack. As it approaches Woojin, he quickly pulls Aegis out of his inventory, then blocks the attack. Sejin grins, and knocks him backward. Woojin drops to his knees, and Sejin begins to thrust his sword into him. But his vampire skill activates, and he evades it. Sejin watches as he actually turns into Batman, and the bats start to swarm down toward him. He slices them in half, but they just begin swirling around him. Some go down toward his arm, then Woojin bites him. Sejin quickly punches him away, causing him to drop onto the floor. Jinna watches this, wondering if he'll be okay, because it's still Sejin. Sejin asks if he can stop trying dirty tricks. Woojin raises up off the floor, apologizing for being dirty, but says he has to use everything he can to beat him. Sejin notices he's been inflicted with blood poison, but smirks, saying if that's the case, then his class buffs just remove the poison. Woojin gives him the "Are you serious" face. Sejin grins, asking if that's all he's got. Woojin stands there while blood mist swirls around him, and he says not yet. He begins to spread it around the battlefield, but the poison can't harm Sejin, so he says it's pointless. He notices something running around the floor, directly behind him. Then ants appear from beneath, due to Woojin using Solomon's ring. They begin to ant-pile Sejin, but it just irritates him. He draws his sword back, preparing an attack, then slices down, creating a massive wave from his attack, sending the ants flying. Woojin says this was expected, and we see a massive chasm created from the attack. Sejin tells him if that's all he's got, then it's time to die. As he begins to walk forward, we see the ant corpses begin to glow yellow. Woojin smirks, then casts Corpse Explosion. We see the aftermath as a giant dust storm. Woojin notices something, then a giant beam splits the dust. Woojin Dark Souls rolls out of the way, and when he lands back on his feet, Sejin palms his face, then starts to slam his head into the floor like a Dragon Ball fight. Woojin wonders if the stat difference is too high, then gets yeeted away. He stops rolling, while Sejin says he's disappointed because he actually expected something. He begins to approach him. Georg calls out to him, and we see chains appear behind Sejin. He simply turns, slicing them and toward Georg. He cowers, then gets fruit ninja'd. As his body parts hit the floor, Sejin starts walking back to Woojin. He stands over him, saying he had high hopes, and kicks him over. Noticing their classic Skelly mask, he hears the sound of running behind him, and sees a skeleton leaping at him with the Spear of Longinus. It thrusts at Sejin, but he blocks it. Sejin says a mere Skelly can't stop him, but Woojin takes this time and slices his back, causing him to lose his grip. He calls out for Isaac, then the spear slides past his sword, stabbing him in the stomach, while Woojin slices him too. Sejin looks down at the spear, which gets rid of all of his overpowered buffs, causing him to drop to his knees. Now his stats are halved, and poison spreads through his body. He begins to cough up blood, thinking about how he needs to pull out the spear, because if he does, he can suppress the poison, as nothing in this world can kill him. He sees his stats, saying no matter how much they get lowered, there's not a weapon that can pierce this much armor. Woojin starts to approach him. Sejin says too bad that this won't work, because it's still lacking. He reaches for his sword. Woojin stares at him, then says he expected as much, so he prepared this too, and begins to pull out Balmung from his inventory. Sejin quickly prepares an attack, but Woojin breaks his sword. They both stand in front of each other. Sejin looks down to see he's been stabbed in the stomach. Now his armor is reduced by 90%. He realizes what the sword is, but it's too late. As one quick strike, his head goes rolling. He killed the hero. Sejin's body drops to the floor, and everyone from both guilds sees this outcome, and they begin to panic. Woojin casts Shout, and tells them all to drop their weapons, as he will no longer be tolerating any hostility between players from this moment on. And there were a lot of sacrifices, but now they know where they are headed, so treat the wounded as quickly as possible, and get to the 8th floor, as their only enemies now are the monsters in the next dungeon. Jordan drops his axe, saying he didn't enter for a meaningless death. Michelle says she agrees, and they don't need to fight amongst themselves. Everyone else begins to drop their weapon. Then at the 8th floor A+ dungeon, Jinna asks Woojin if they can keep going like this, since Shinhai is still alive, and Sejin's bodyguards are loyal to him. Sejin smirks, saying he's not sure, since if they were loyal, they'd still be fighting, but now they drop their weapons, it doesn't seem to be the case. Jinna says that's true, but whether or not they can fight with them is a different matter. Woojin laughs, saying it doesn't matter, since they have a good ally that won't betray them. Jinna nods, and they start going. We get a 2-month time skip, and see that the dungeon is cleared. Reporters are swarming the portal, but are confused because they don't see Sejin. They wonder where he is. Woojin starts talking, and says that Sejin died in the dungeon, and left his will with him. He said he was sorry for not being able to end this game, and to the dying Sejin. He said the Savior Guild, and the Messiah Guild will be the ones to slay the final boss in the 9-floored dungeon, and put an end to this game. We see Second watching this on his phone, and he smiles, saying the day has finally arrived. And he looks happily at a picture of him and Jin So. Shakira and Yongwon look pissed. Woojin finishes by saying Sejin's noble will be remembered forever. The crowd erupts with cheers. Woojin thinks about Sejin and how he has died as a hero, and now he'll make everything that was wrong, right. Ji So calls out to Shinhai, making her turn around. Then asks her if she can tell the truth now, and then maybe they. Before she finishes, Shinhai starts to cry, and falls to her knees. For the final time, it cuts to Jinna asking why they are eating noodles when it should be beef. Woojin tells him just to order already. Jinna asks if he's paying, and Woojin extends his hand telling him to eat up. Jinna starts to get excited at the fact he can make Woojin pay, and orders the entire menu, while laughing. Second sits beside him. For the first time, Woojin gets to see him in all of his baldness, and Second says to stop staring, but Jinna says they are bound to be interested in shiny objects. Second asks what's the plan for when the game ends, then they start to receive his food as he talks about the stuff, and this keeps repeating until he gets angry. Woojin chuckles, then says he heard that Second owns a company named Pandora, to prepare for the chaos when the game is over. Second says yeah, because players will be unemployed, so they will develop new jobs so they won't stray down the wrong path. Jinna says he thought that Second was just raising money to run away with it. He then decides to gently rest his head on the table. Second says all Woojin needs now is to clear the dungeon and return safely. Woojin smirks, saying the ending is finally in sight. Second says that this must have all been created by some transcendent being they can't fathom, and they probably are still here watching them, and when they saw them, probably thought they wouldn't clear it. And then asks Woojin what he would do if he was playing a game, but his characters didn't listen, nor made it to the ending. Woojin says he'd reboot the game, or restart. Second laughs, saying he thought so too. Jinna doesn't understand their conversation. Second gets a phone call, and starts to walk out while on the phone. Woojin says he needs to use the toilet, and also leaves the restaurant. Second smirks, and Woojin walks away from the restaurant. As time passes, Jinna begins to realize they just left him there to pay the bill, and he barks at them for the final time. If you've watched to the end, comment, Remnant, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.